Previously on the World Series of Warzone, Team Vortex made history.
Will they do it? Yes, they will. Savvy Ultras, back-to-back winners in your EU Stage 2 Finals. What an incredible performance.
Today, teams compete for their last chance to go to the Global Finals in London. The top 4 teams will punch their ticket today after 5 drops on Mazrah.
Plus, worlds collide as CDL players drop into the lobbies, trying to secure a spot of their own. And it's all starting now.
And welcome everybody to the World Series of Warzone EU Last Chance Qualifier presented by Prime Gaming. Today is the final day for EU teams to punch their ticket to the Global Finals, where everything is earned and nothing was given. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Dream Crazy and Enigma. Today's gonna be wild, and I wouldn't want to have any other team with me. Dream, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great, man. I'm so excited for it today. Also a little bit nervous, as we know these teams are cinching these close spots. I mean, only 4 spots with those drops, and I mean, just punching in that ticket to the Global Final, it's going to be so intense.
Going to be intense indeed. Enigma, you're looking great today. Loving the look, and the knowledge bombs are going to be dropping today. How's everything going?
I mean, I'm excited, right? This last chance qualifies. No more excuses. No more reasonings as to why you just about didn't make the cut. You either are on the plane, on the way to London, or you are staying home. And I know where I'd rather be, and I'm looking forward to seeing which teams join us there.
I love that, setting the stakes early, right? You want to be on the plane going to London, or do you want to be staying at home watching the competition in your socks? Well, let's talk about how the competitors got here, because it's been a long run for sure. We've had 2 total stages that at least had 6 total tournaments taking place. The regional finals is where you most likely caught us, right? For the main broadcast, we had it for stage 1, stage 2. Stage 2 regional finals took place last week for EU as well as NA. We had the top 15 punch their ticket to Global Finals. Meanwhile, the bottom 35 teams from those regional finals moved up to the Last Chance Qualifier. They're joined by 15 invited trios today to compete. So 35 plus 15 equals 50. We've got 50 trios playing today in 6 private lobbies, not only in EU, but tomorrow's going to be North America. So make sure you join us same time. We would love to have you there. But let's start breaking down today, Dream, because Last Chance Qualifier, it's going to work a little bit differently than what we're used to from the past. It's pretty intense, I can't lie.
Oh, most definitely. And excuse me for that little tongue twister there. I said 4 drops, it's actually 4 teams for the first maps 1 through 5. So 4 teams will advance to London with that. And then we get this intense last wildcard map where the 46 trios now, they play in the last team standing will advance to London. It's going to get weird, Reflections.
It's going to get weird indeed. That last game is going to be nutty, but hey, it is what it is. We got solo YOLO, right, going on, happening at the Global Finals. We might as well have solo trio taking place in that final map. Scoring, though, stays the same, Enigma, and scoring is very impactful because that 2x multiply, but break it down for the fans at home.
It is indeed. We are still going to see that 1 point per elimination. To quote something Gorge said earlier on in the year, placement is something, but kills are everything. So when we're talking about placement multiplier, we're talking about how to increase the amount of kills that you guys have got collectively as a squad. And if you're finishing in the bottom 36, you don't get anything. There's no bonuses, there's no extra, and that increment slowly increases the higher you place until you get double if you come away as a map winner. And as we've seen so many times throughout these, the margin of qualification, the margin of making it is tiny, so those placement multipliers absolutely huge.
That's right. When we get to our bubble teams, we're going to really see how close some of those points can get. That 2x multiplier makes a difference. You want to be above 36th place if you can possibly manage it. But let's start diving deep into our teams. And I want to start off with Roster Mania because it's LCQ. It's the final chance to make up some changes to your roster to try and punch your ticket to Global Finals. And Roster Mania was pretty intense. Dream, let's start off with our first roster that made a big change, and that's B Groovy and Co. as they introduce another into the solidified duo of B Groovy and Robstar. We now see Ben OG.
Yeah, now we have Ben OG into the mix, who had previously played with Cams and Showstopper. Also, hey, it's Aaron, and did not necessarily get that placing that they had wanted. So now with this revolving roster that we have with Robstar and Be Groovy, who Robstar, by the way, has been dominating in terms of his eliminations. I think he had like 24 last stage. Absolutely insane. They still, though, can't seem to get it together to be able to break that threshold to where obviously they can place. So will that be it for today? Maybe, but what we do know is that they added essentially a better player to the roster that has a little bit more comms, can add more value to the team, that hopefully can help them get into that placement spots, because they're picking up the elims. And of course, Robster on your screen, he was doing just that, clearing out buildings and winning his ones too. And that is really, really essential in this lobby. Like, you have to be able to win those ones, because we know just even with the next team we're going to be talking about, or the team, excuse me, one of the teams, just one elimination is just really just separating from all these squads.
One elimination, that's it. Elims matter. Placings also matter. Bing gets a big upgrade, going from a team 37th all the way up to a team that placed in the top 17. Tony White, our next roster, playing with Sweezy as well as Spaz. New addition this time around as well. We see Dandaman gone. Spaz enters. Enigma, what does this mean for this trio?
Yeah, this is an interesting change, because this squad only missed out by around 5 points, so not much there in terms of margin. And last time out, Dandaman picked up 14 kills, which is the joint most that they had in this squad, in this lineup, but he's out. And that also breaks up a trio that came 8th in last year's World Series of Warzone. So they may be losing a bit of chemistry here, maybe losing a bit of comms, but perhaps hoping for some just honeymoon periods, raw slaying power to come in from Spaz to help them carry them through to that global LAN.
But the big question I have, right, Dream, is Spaz did not compete in stage 1 or stage 2. He's entering in fresh, and the adjustment from going from ranked play, as we've been talking about, into the World Series of Warzone, and now you're trying to fight for a top 5 spot. That experience pays off, and he doesn't have it.
Yeah, well, I believe he actually did play with Porky last stage. They just didn't necessarily get the placings that they wanted to. I think it was like 44th or something like that. So, like, the experience is there. It's just like when you break up a team that has chemistry for so long, and the player that was essentially the top fragger, that's where I'm a little bit worried. It's like you have big shoes to fill, but you're also losing that chemistry on this squad. Sure. If they were able to pull it out, that would be crazy huge, and definitely an insane comeback for them.
Well, for the EU finals, only 15 spots, right, was at least a magic point to move you forward to global finals. But our bubble teams, right, they had to go home and readjust, right? They're playing the LCQ, and our first bubble team, who placed 16th. Let's go to Team Rocket. They played incredibly well. They had some high-scoring games. Unfortunately, 16th place wasn't enough to go into the global finals. That's why we find them competing today. Enigma, Rocket, Zach, or Morpheus. What are they looking like today?
Yeah, this squad was as on the bubble as they could be. They literally are they don't make it by 1 elim. They finish equal to the squad that make it on through and just lose out on tiebreaker situations. And you look at their map 4, 44th, 1 kill. Map 5, 49th, 1 kill. Tiny 1 kill in either of those. You don't even have placement multiplier. 1 kill in either of those, you make it on through. You are into London. The highlights that we're seeing on our screen here are from their map 3, which was their best performance throughout that stage 2. But for me, they had a situation here that was basically set up for them. Signal 50s, they sat on essentially the only building in the area that we had for Final Circle, and they didn't take as much of an advantage of it as I would have hoped. So today we've got to get rid of those outlying awful games that we saw in map 4 and map 5, and in situations like this where everything is in their favor, they have to take advantage.
Oh, you mentioned that Signal 50. We're going to be seeing that today. I am sure of it. There's going to be a conversation between Spider Tiff and Goj in just a bit. We move forward to our 18th place team in the EU finals. Xanthu, Sisti, Rakes. Again, so close to qualing, yet so far away. They play in LCQ today, but at least they stayed together, Dream.
Yes, for sure. And I mean, this is like the team that placed first in drop number 2 with 29 kills. Like, they utilized their strongholds. They've slay out and they were playing so well, but they had a game this last stage where they literally hit dead last 50th with no eliminations. So I look at this squad and I'm looking at Rakes, who is always usually the first to force those engagements. But these guys usually often ride the outer circle that sometimes can leave you scrambling for teams that are already set up. So with Sisti and Rakes, essentially, they last year qualified, or placed 17th in World Series of Warzone. their old teammate Solitude, he's already qualified with Kubi. So it's like, you think about that, your old teammates there, you guys deserve a place too. I know these guys, I feel like they can do it. They're getting the eliminations. They just have to be able to get the placements.
That's a constant narrative I think we continue to bring to the table. You know, eliminations don't seem to be a problem for most rosters because aggression's going to be there. You expect at this top level of gameplay, everyone's going to have gun skill. Everybody can shoot straight, right? But how can you play the map? How can you play as a team, pushing fights, engagements to better your life, right? Have more longevity. Placements matter, especially, as you said, Enigma, earlier, breaking down the scoring. That 2x multiplier is huge. Getting above 36th place is massive. And if you're not getting that, you're not winning. And the stakes are even higher today. 50 trios still, but only 5 spots to be earned. So placings, we're going to be putting a big focal point on that as we go along our 6 games, our 6 broadcasts. But let's compare a little bit of a different scene, right? Our ranked gameplay. And the reason why I like this, Enigma, we brought up ranked last time, and a lot of our ranked players actually did very well, and some and most even qualified for the global finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know what chat's going to be like right now. Rank doesn't translate. Rank doesn't matter. I'm going to point you to the guy sat there in 9th, the #1 European player when it comes to ranked, and that is Enkyo. This guy is a demon, and the squad that he's pulled together in Showstopper and Ulix is ridiculous. This trio, I'm expecting to dominate today. Again, a lot of people, well, he's good in ranked. That doesn't matter in the World Series or Warzone. Last night, Grandmaster Gold ran a set of scrims. This team was by far the best European performers, 5th overall in that. And if you're wondering where this kid's been all the time, by the way, he's just turned 18 this month. He's been waiting for his opportunity, and now he's got a shot to get himself to that global LAN, and I'm guaranteeing he's taking it.
Man, some of those kids, right, who are just below the threshold of to compete at 18, once they hit 18, they come in with the vengeance. So that could very well be him. Lula was also up there representing the females. I saw her compete in a tournament just last night. Man, she was tearing it up. Can't wait to see her today because she is a serious competitor. But Dream, I want to know, who are you looking out for today? Because we've got some CDL pros joining into the mix.
Hey, it's always a fun conversation with the CDLs joining the mix, right? Because we already know they got the gunny, they know how to shoot, but sometimes it's a little bit hard to work those rotations. But one team today that I'm definitely looking out for who has the capacity to do so is Team Vehicle. And we know that this guy has literally been playing lights out the last couple of years. Currently, just recently, of course, played for the Florida Mutineers, but he is a Challengers champion, and not only in Europe, but NA as well. And I mean, for North America, he was the all-time challenger, a part of the team that just won everything, right? 5 lands before turning 18 too. You guys mentioned those 18-year-olds coming out hot. Vehicle was one of them, of course. And I mean, he grew up in Spain, so little facts if you guys didn't know who Vehicle is. But in his own right, he's playing alongside Nvidian and Super, who have the experience. Super, we've been seeing him, I think, like, have almost a 2-point KD for God knows for how long. Like, that guy knows how to slay. And then, of course, Nvidian aside, who recently, well, just basically came out from a coaching position to play. How crazy would it be if these guys were to take a dub or even place on that top 4 spot, or even win the solo YOLO, or excuse me, the trios solo YOLO version?
That's right.
It's very much so capable for these guys.
I would say so. I mean, Nvidia being a coach, clearly he knows what it takes to be successful, right? And he could be potentially a good IGL to have on that roster. You've got gunnies there with Vickle and Super. You don't name yourself Super without being, you know, a superstar on the battlefield. So I think he's going to be just fine. But Enigma, it's always great to see CDL kind of cross over into the World Series of Warzone, because there's always that big debate. Who's better, right? Who can CDL pros go to Warzone and be successful? Not even open up that can of worms. But I think for me, Enigma, right, these CDL guys, they could come in and they could do very well and surprise a lot of people.
Yeah, 100%. It is a very different skill set in there. Obviously, a lot of the mechanics stay the same, but there's very much so a different skill set in regards to your Warzone players and your CDL players. However, I do look at that lineup that Ellen's highlighted there, and I think that they have real potential to take one of the spots today. We brought up the qualities that Vehicle possesses, and he is a very much so, I will do anything to help the team win kind of guy. Doesn't need to be the superstar. He just cares about success, which is an enviable trait for anyone to have. And then you've got Nvidian. He's as we've said, a coach, he's got that head on his shoulders that is all about, again, like how to play this best, how to make sure we do things correctly. And when you mix in Super, you're not wrong with Superstar. That guy is going to be a phenomenal player long into his future. He's already done some ridiculous things. This squad could make that conversation about your CDL pros and Warzone players very interesting after today.
That's right. Very interesting indeed. And chat, make sure to get involved with that conversation as you see them on the battlefield and let us know who you think is going to move forward today. There's only 5 spots, right? 5 trios making their way to the global finals. A lot at stake. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, though, drop number 1 will be coming your way. And welcome back, everybody, to the World Series of Warzone EU Last Chance Qualifier, presented by Prime Gaming. The last chance to punch your ticket to the global finals, at least if you're EU. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Dream Crazy and Enigma. We're about to get that game 1 started for you, but we got a little bit to go, so just bear with us for a second. Dream, let's go ahead and take one look again at how today is going to work, right, when it comes to Last Chance Qualifier, because it is very different. And I want everybody out there in chat who may have a question to have that question answered.
Yes, of course. Just a quick reminder while we get the lobby ready here, the map breakdown for maps 1 through 5. All 50 trios will be dropping in, and they, of course, do get that multiplier, and the top 4 in points advance to London. Now, with those 4 teams dropping off, we move on to the Wildcard map, where it's just 1 map, and the last team standing wins and goes to London. No points matter. Technically, no eliminations matter. You just need to be able to keep you and your team alive in that late game.
That's right. And what could get crazy there is, even if you do win, right? I mean, you might not even have the most eliminations, like you said. It's just all about survivability. Can you get first? So it's like it's going to change the way, I think, because you got 5 games that are played. You're trying to get as many points as possible, trying to get as many elims as possible. And then you have to kind of turn that on its head and just focus on the victory. And I'm curious how ratty it's going to get, right? But that's the whole point of it. Do you want to get first place? Yes. Do you want to move forward to global finals? Well, get ratty if you have to, change it up. But will we also see some aggro teams? I'm sure we'll have a mixed bag, but I'm just curious how slow that lobby's going to be, Enigma.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how much it changes up. You're right. I think as well, with the fact that we lose 1 map in our standard set of play, Kills are going to be more important. Placement multiplier is going to be more important than ever. It's all much more valuable. So I'm expecting some aggression from teams, especially off the start. Get a couple of early kills in and really start to bank some points in. But yeah, does that completely change once we get into that final map? I'm expecting to see different metas, maybe even weapons or tactics that we would never ever see in those first 5 maps. I'm expecting things to slow right down and it to become very, very much so by the seat of your pants. When I heard about this final map, I was mind blown. Because usually, you know, we play those 5 maps. Maybe by like map 4, we're kind of like, okay, these 4 teams have ran away a little bit. We're done and dusted here. Oh no, that last map is coming down to the final fight. I'm so excited for it.
That's it. Oh, that final fight's going to be bubble teams. 2nd place, right? Final map. And then it's like, man, we were so close to winning, especially if it comes to 1v1. That'll be fun. But Enigma, you brought up a great point. Meta. How do things change in the final map? Well, how have things changed from last week to this week, right? That's a big question, Dream, because now I'm starting to see teams literally run triple signal 50, something that would have been unfathomable last week. This week, it might be very well meta.
Yeah, it very well may be so. And, you know, there was some scrims going on a couple of days ago that, of course, shout out to Danjo and Grandmaster Goach for putting those together that, you know, we saw Ebates' squad using 3 signals, which was absolutely insane. And
that's nutty.
Will we see a full team of signal 50s? I don't think so, but you never know. That would be really trolly. But there's so much advantage that you have from that, right? Especially
that's right.
In terms of, I mean, if it's a water zone, right, you have a signal 50, maybe a pistol, you have an advantage being a shark there. But like, depending on how you and your team play, it's going to play so differently if you use 3 signals. Like, just can't fathom the map control.
I can't either. Well, you mentioned sharks. Who's going to be our sharks? Who's going to be the minnows? I would be one of them. Let's bring in our casters. We've got the Spider joining the Grandmaster today. I can't wait to hear what she was wanted me to call it a Spider, so I'm calling her that all day. Spider Tip, Coach. Can't wait to see you call the action. Game 1. Let's get it started.
Let's get it started, and thank you guys so much for that brilliant opening to the pre-show. But Goach, I'm really amped. You have to think about it. This excitement is going to reach new levels as we're diving in, right? 5 maps, final battleground for these teams desperate to secure their golden tickets to London. What are we going to see?
We're going to see the craziest games you've ever seen in Warzone history because it's only the top 4. Folks at home, if you haven't had a chance, go follow COD_esports and give us your predictions. We want to see who you think's going to make it to the top 4. We might even throw your tweet on the main stage here on broadcast, as you can see down below. Excited to see your predictions. I already tweeted out my predictions. I asked Repulse's watch party. I asked FIFA Kill. There's a lot of people saying the same names. I'm seeing Fuzzin, Groovy. I'm seeing Zamza. I'm seeing Inkyo. But it literally is anyone's game. They just have to play perfect today.
I mean, it's just perfect, right? Like, you talk about it. What is perfection? 18.84 points per game was the cutoff for the top 4 in Stage 2 finals. And as we strap on in for map number 1, let's see what you've got. I'm a little nervous here, and I'm thinking about all the teams that could pop off, and a lot of names that were kind of underrated, right? It's typically been that wildcard Zyro. And now we get to see Enkyo off the rip.
Yeah, this is what's so fun. This is one of the squads that we shouted out watching. It's like, how fast are you going to play at the very beginning? Well, apparently pretty fast. You can see Horrid on your screen right now. There's at least 1 team automatically contesting them in the same building, and there's 3 other squads in the same area. This is pure chaos to start, and would you expect anything less for the LCQs? Nice team wipe coming in almost here for Brello's squad. Infernal going down, but overall still winning 2 out of 3, it looks like.
That's exactly what you need to do. Usually there's a buy station around here, so if you can clear this out, take a couple picks with you, grab that money, get your loadout super quick. You can see Pikachu right there, 7,100, and oh, dead. Just like that, Primza coming in hot. This is that team I was trying to allude to that's been the wild card for a lot of people, and they are already going to be a thorn in the side for some of our players here today.
Well, one of the other teams, Be Groovy. We talked about it at the top of the broadcast. A lot of people are saying this squad is going to surprise some folks. Starting off well, finding one encounter early, and it's Bastardo on the other side, trying to join his younger brother in London. His younger brother qualified with Meeks' squad, did very well inside the top 5. Love to see the brothers go head-to-head in London. If we take a look at the map, Tiff, interesting first circle, about half of it already cut off, and, well, a lot of teams gonna have to rotate in.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough rotation. Specifically, you can even take the water if you want to on the left side of port, but team number 6, that's going to be team control deck. Amit Jr. and Zamza, they have already made their way towards airport, and yes, they have one team over there, but the moment you clear that out, you should have a relatively free rotation down south, or you could sit and choose to stay on height and keep a lot of people out.
That's exactly right. Mubisti in trouble here early, taking a fight with Clocky on the other side, one of our women competitors. Shouted out earlier, she and Lala both competing today. Clocky, a fantastic player, has played a lot of Warzone comp, has played some multiplayer comp as well. Mubisti trying to hunt down his prey though. Nice hold. Clocky gets the better of him, but a nice trade from the teammates. You've got to body stack. We learned it in the first 2 stages, and we're seeing it again in the LCQs.
Just got to find the last 2 members of Clockies. That's going to be Camsta and Disarray, but they're not going to make it easy. If they can just get one trade out and make it an even 2v2, you can see they're wrapping around the front of the building. Let's jump on board over here with Revolt, Benny Central, and Quirky. Looks like they've got the upper hand here in this engagement as they wipe the team in front of them, but there's another squad number 30 is coming into the mix.
Yeah, Benny Central's a fun squad to talk about. They actually ended up dropping Primza for Quirky. Not a horrible shift necessarily. It's just about chemistry, right? If you need to be top 4, you have to be perfect. We're going to be shouting that out all day today. Doesn't matter if you get first or you get 4th. You got to be perfect because there's such a tiny room for error. After 5 maps in stage 2, our team in 4th had 94.2 points. So you need 18.84 points like Tiff talked about. That's essentially 10 kills and a 1.8 times multiplier every single game. Top 5 with 10 kills every game, ridiculous.
Yeah, it's kind of scary, right? And you think about the wild card matchup at the end of the day. You don't want to leave things to chance because anything can happen in that. So you'd rather go ahead and start off strong. Revolt here. Nice little angle here for the rooftop and the stronghold on the other side. Revolt, a big 4 damage thus far. Looking like me so far.
Covering advances. Now have to find some eliminations along the way, but you don't have to find all 10 at the very beginning, right? It's just about playing consistently and taking high percentage gunfights. You know, something that we need to talk about, Tiff. I mean, if you're a, top 10 squad overall in the LCQs on paper, that means you were top 25 in stage 2. I mean, the top 15 teams from stage 2 obviously not competing today, so some of your top slayers, if not all of your top slayers, are not in this lobby. It's a totally different lobby and will play totally different from stage 2. If you think you're an aggressive player, you think you've got the gunny, it might be worth playing hyper aggressive in the first couple of games and really setting the pace of the maps. Maybe trying to start with a banger.
Benny Central not gonna take shots at that player. I don't necessarily blame him. You don't want to give up your position just yet, especially if Tomaki's gonna take the redeploy as well. But jumping on over towards the marshlands, you got Kaiser, Pentagon, Fuzzin' holding the top while Pentagon gets aggressive, jumps in between Warner and Milza, does stay on the ground. They just need to shoot Milza, but you said it's very tough to see inside the water, but you just got to get a line of sight. But Pentagon doesn't care. He's jumping in, closing the distance, wants to get that angle. Cronin in hand, and just like that, done and dusted for Milza, but can you find Warner?
Yeah, you would love to wipe this squad. One out in the open, but enough cover to get into, yes, a little bit of some safety. These are our German Sharks. Pentagon, Fuzz, and Kazar. A lot of people expected them to qualify through stage 2 for London. A lot of people expected them to do well in stage 1 finals as well. They are resilient, if not anything else. A lot of expectations and a lot riding on their shoulders. We would hate to see a global finals without this trio, but again, you have to be perfect. No matter how good you are on paper, anything can happen. We saw it in A in stage 2, and we saw it in EU. A lot of pressure.
That's scary, right? The pressure. I mean, you talk about it, right? You have stage 1, you have stage 2, and now it is all coming down to this. But I think back to where they got in stage 2, it was 18th, but let's see what Reno can do. A little bit of a frag Semtex battle here on the rooftop. Signal 50 in hand, and I remember when we were getting ready for stage 2, Goj, I wrote a note that specifically said, will we see more Signal 50s? Well, guys, joke's on us. We are going to be seeing Signal 50 all day today.
Yeah, no, I've been running scrims for some of these players and some of these teams. Most of the NA teams have been scrimming. EU teams, there's about 10 of them or so that tried to scrim. And I think we saw a Signal 50 on every single team, at least one of them, if not multiple, we will see a ton. We're going to try to get some stats for how many teams are actually using the signal. I think it's going to be a sizable amount. I think looking back to the NA side of things, I think there was maybe 8 signal kills throughout the entirety of the last map in NA, and I think we're going to see a lot more than that this time around. Signal 50, a very strong weapon, especially for that medium to medium long range encounters.
Reno is going to sit here as long as it takes, but too bad your player on the other team has already left this engagement. You do have Team Brandon Skulls on the bottom of the building just across. It's going to be Brandon, Bisto Bob, and Trance. Not able to get necessarily through on stage 2 quals as well, so they're going to be here vying for their last chance to London. Reno, though, laying siege to the building. Sometimes you just got to take the stairway. If they're not going to peek you, you bring the aggression to them.
I was looking at Trance a second ago. Trance actually made a tweet on the timeline, was going to try to buy tickets to London. And I think I said this in stage 2. I said, you know what? Let's just try to earn those tickets. So here in LCQ, be a fun story to see Trance making it to global finals, getting a trip paid for by the folks here with Call of Duty Warzone rather than having to pay for them himself. But he's going to have to earn it. Top 4, no room for error. And as Fuzz and Kazar and Pentagon begin climbing the edge of zone, that hyper-aggressive playstyle sometimes will pay off. Playing edge hunters, you can find a lot of kills, but as we get into in circle, it's going to be tough to find the right rotations. Got to have information gathering tools, and as we swap over, more signal 50s from one side and getting shot by them from another.
Look, if we're going to be in Village and we're going to make this happen, do you notice how many people are actually laying down on the rooftop, standing up just to try and get a pick with their Signal 50? Because if they peek for too long, someone is going to clip their head with the Signal 50 themselves. But Joshy going in for the flank. He's just sussing the place out. He's like, all right, let me see if I can find an easy way up there.
Yeah, Joshy squad. Bodsy actually replaced Bergs. They got, I think it was a total of 23rd overall. Bodsy came from a team that got 36. We get a little bit of aerial perspective. Looks like Kong is being pushed off of a little bit of high ground here on the edge of zone. Like we talked about, looking at that map, the circle is so far south that there's so many teams trying to rotate in from the northern side of the map. It's going to be pretty difficult, especially as you're kind of trying to pass over Observatory. Likely a team or two holding, a lot of squads rotating in from Observatory. But some of our squads inside here on the Fortress. I mean, Tiff, I'm looking at the Maze squad with Ghoul. They were the top team in stage 1 quals, got 10th in the stage 1 finals, and then had unfortunate circumstances in stage 2. Didn't do great, but that's one of the teams that I shouted out. I think they've got a great shot to beat top 4. They just need to stay consistent. They've done it before. They can do it again, especially with the top 15s from stage 2 being out of the equation. This is going to feel like stage 1 quals, which they won. I think they could do it again.
That's exactly what they need to do. Robstar and co. having some success in the kill feed, but squad 16 on your screen. Hams Hatch, Oakley, Splawick coming in, flying over on top of Observatory, looking for that ultimate high ground. Not a bad look considering you've got a squad directly underneath you. If you can grab some shots with the Signal 50, Porky might be a goner, just gonna miss it, but they're able to get inside the building. Luciano, will you be able to do it as well? Porky, my guy, you're getting a little dicey there. Don't tempt fate.
This is what I was talking about before. If you can grab some of those positions in Observatory, you'll likely catch a few teams here. So I'd love to win that as we swing over to some different perspectives. So look at this high ground position that Hatch's teammate has. If you can catch Psychic on the rotation, that would be huge. Luciano, Porky all rotating. This is a team that kind of came together just for LCQs, came from different squads all over the place. Porky split with his 2 teammates. I believe it was Psychic that played with Angelica during stage 1, so a big shift, and maybe the chemistry will pay off.
Still looking for that opening engagement here. Patience is key. I mean, you have to think about it this way. You're not running an AR SMG, so you can't necessarily be super aggressive. The signal is good at that mid-range distance as well, so if you can grab an initial knock and then just run in there flying with the SMG, we do have a Semtex to follow up on as well, but for now, we'll turn our tides, check in with Junior and Zamza as they are split across the buildings, kind of sitting on top of squad number 25, looking for an opening as well. Once again, with that Signal 50.
I asked FIFA, I asked Repulse, and well, I said it myself. Everyone's saying this squad can and should and will make it. They just have to perform. Everyone said they're in a top 4 for them, and I think this is a pretty strong bet. Can they be perfect? Zamza pushes 1, finds it. Gonna follow up with a couple grenades to zone off, waiting for Junior to come help out. They are missing control. 2v2, make it 2v3. They got the res. Samson with a nice position, finds one, is in trouble though. Low on health and can't quite make it down the stairs. It's all up to Junior here to save this team's life. 1v3 with one knock, now rezzed. If I'm Junior, I'm getting out of Dodge and trying to live another day.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Especially when you have someone kind of holding your back, playing anchor, looking for those picks while you can go in and be a little more aggressive. The moment something does go wrong, that gives you the ample space to disengage. And as they come back over, a bunch of teams colliding here in this POI. Bodsy just on the underside, pushing in. Team able to go for a little 2v1. Good. It would have been a trade there, right? But unfortunately for the other team, they came in hot. 2 eliminations just right now. And playing this stairway is nice, right? You can keep an eye on your left, your right, your down, and you can really join up. But they are infiltrating.
Well, Fortress, this is an interesting fight because in this POI, you're just barely outside of the zone. So you're going to have a chance to kind of wipe all the other teams rotating with you. If you do it fast enough, you're going to be fine. If you don't do it fast enough, there's going to be 3 or 4 teams all trying to rotate in from the same POI. And it's going to be a bloodbath with little to no cover outside of the Fortress. So Squad 8, Joshi, Skims, Bodsy made a replacement, maybe the adjustment they need to make London. They got to wipe this POI. They got to move up to squad 36 after they take care of 42 to have a chance to rotate in free and clear, likely being caught by another team just on the inside of the next zone.
So far, you can see on the right-hand screen, LCQ top teams. Team Rocket, Team Infernal, tied on 8 right now. Bodsy, though, they want to have something to say about it. Getting peppered, but pretty much stacking here with the teammate just right behind them. Little dolphin dive for style. Vikul, though, this is the squad that they were going up against, Super and Nvidian, and they want to make sure that they keep that high ground and force the other team into a rather precarious situation, Coach.
Yeah, Vikul squad certainly very talented with the gunny. May not know Fortress as well as their opponents, though, just given the fact that they probably don't have as many hours in Warzone. Shuck squad, though, this is a fun one to talk about. Team 7, yellow, watch out for them. They're in a great position in the in circle. The question is, how many kills do they have? Eliminations are everything when it comes to the LCQs. You got to have double eliminations, double-digit eliminations, rather, and those placement points. We called it out. 18.84 is the kind of metric from the Stage 2 EU Finals, all right? So you need a lot of kills, and you need your placements. Looks like Shuck's setting up for that.
You can see Pro Urzen trying to lay space on the other roof, watching down the sides at Team 21 because there are a couple teams in the distance. But Ghoul stacking up like a death ball inside this building. And we've seen this go a couple different ways, right? Our teams, they look for that opening opportunity. The moment you peek a shoulder straight through a window, you are done and dusted. But Team 20, Pro Urzen, Nova, Deki, they are getting on the rotation, because you have to think about it this way. We saw just how kind of awful the map was early on, and as we have this circle 3 closing now in about 43 seconds, think about where we need to go. Squad 47 is setting up right now for all the teams to rotate out, and Primza, one of the teams that a lot of people have for Wildcard, are sitting on the opposite side of the tracks from them.
This could be a big map for them. They've got to clear out Vikul's team. Now, the squad was a little bit split. Looks like they didn't have the information to know that, though. Primza with a nice play, again, playing against some of the best gunnies in the game. Let's just be very clear, but may not know all the jump spots, all the different ways to get around this map, and they might be able to catch Vikul's team in isolated 1v1 situations, or rather 2v1s, and that's exactly what happens. Quick res here, potentially for teammate. Zyro in trouble, though. Likely will head on. No, just barely gets the self-revive off. Dropped again. Primza in trouble, playing around with this big. Can he turn on him? Looking for the pre-shots through. No, doesn't connect, but still alive. Primza playing his life fantastically.
Yo, Super jumping across that doorway was one of the scariest things I've witnessed, and they are going to have to keep their eyes on him. Looking a little frisky, but Squad 47, that's going to be Team Punkil, Renzo, and Vidat. Now, these are all French players. They are insane. I was like doing my little research, and the only thing I can tell is they play a lot of 2v2s, and especially with Punkil being that Warzone creator for Apex Clan, looking to go ahead and capitalize on that rotation. You can see Super trying to lay down, potentially going to get picked off the moment Primza rotates out, but they're trying to go just a further bit west, right? And utilization of the streaks to kind of come in and zone off. But here we go, Primza, Axis smoking and running.
The fact that Primsa and Axis were able to get out of that fight is crazy. They didn't even have to wipe the squad. They just got out and were allowed out. Now they're going to be moving up on Team 47 here. I don't even know if they know they're coming. Smokes cover their advances, but now it's going to be a really tough fight. 2v3 from the side of Primsa to stay alive. This is that rotation I was talking about that was going to be so difficult. You come out of Fortress, you wipe a couple squads, you're feeling pretty decent, but there's 3-4 teams here on the edge of zone waiting for you, and somehow Primsa, I think, has snuck through. No, Primsa goes down. But maybe his teammate? Yeah, Axis made it through. Primsa was bait.
All right, let's see what we can do. Still rotating in, but this entire time, Super was able to just run off on his own. Primsa caused that distraction that allowed him to kind of finesse his way through. May potentially be running into another squad of control deck right now, Amit Jr. and Zamza, and they're going to be looking to still get that regain. If you remember correctly, had already lost out on control. Then when you lose out on the other player, the regain blender is here.
Yeah, that Fortress and the Village rotations on the edge of this zone are so difficult. Had a chance to see both sides, and I mean, folks, look at this. As we take a look at the zone here in a second, there's a lot of it that's in the water. So I know Spaceman's out there saying, Coach, it's manifested for you. I like water plays. I think they're fun. They're very difficult to counter, though. The teams that got here early, to this stronghold early, this is where you want to be. You're in the right zone. You're in a potential high ground position, or at the very least have cover to work with. All these other teams are going to have a really hard time when they start rotating into the POI that you're in. And you can see, what is this, 4 teams here on the edge of zone, all about to have to fight each other to rotate to the next one.
Oh, this is going to be an all-out brawl. You can see Vikal has made it back into the lobby, but is probably sharing a building alongside Zamza. They're coexisting, not trying to disturb each other, but just like that, May have gone out to the zone. Oh, man, the gas, it do be like that, especially if you come back in. You don't maybe have any weapons, no gas mask, obviously, because it was on the regain. Still not a squad wipe, so we know Super's out there running somewhere.
Yeah, resource management is everything, especially at this level when you have to be this perfect. You need your gas masks. You need your self-revives. You need as much cash as possible. Squad 47 looking pretty well stacked out. One player missing a gas mask. If you've got a durable, that's even better, especially for late game. Here comes Squad 20 Proers, and a team FIFA had in his top 5. Couldn't quite give them potentially top 4. He said they're on the cusp, just maybe. But Proers and on 4 kills already and pushing the equation, finding almost a team wipe here on Squad 13. Last remaining player is just hiding in a building saying, please, no, don't push me. And as the smoke comes in, I think it's going to be a free kill.
Here we go. You've got a couple players on the roof. Raz, Ghoul, and Co. 5 eliminations for Raz. Not a bad start in any way, shape, or form. But the Signal 50, I feel like we've seen this before, Goj. It's every building rooftop is a Signal 50. That's going to make it really tough for these endgame rotations. We've seen just how open it is. There's only a couple buildings here on the eastern side of where the zone is pulling to. And if you can maintain that ultimate high ground, it should give you the best use. And now think about it this way, right? Not only can you smoke out your rotations, but if you're an enemy team, I would smoke out rooftops to prevent that Signal 50. But Raz, when you jump down off the high ground, you are going to get annihilated.
Yeah, not being able to hear the comms. I don't know what that play was. It looks like Diablo, the only one of that trio, able to stay alive. Oh no, Ghoul is on the other side of that building. So they only lost 1 in the process, but still a tough call. I'm not sure that was the right play, just given the circumstances. Sure, you got to rotate in, but you hear the footsteps below you. You know they have line of sight. I don't know. Let's check out the other side of the map, though. Melvin Shucks. This is the team that I had a prediction to win the wild card. They said, man, we just like to make it to London in general. Whether it's top 4 or the wild card, doesn't matter. We want to make it. They rotated early, and well, sometimes you get there first. There's 3 or 4 teams that try to take away your position, and you get swarmed, and I think that's exactly what happened for this team.
This is really tough, right? We're just kind of like in that bay. I like to call the area where Melvin is more of a carnival. You have all the tents and such, but Morpheus, right? We know that they are sitting on a building with a Signal 50. We saw it in Stage 2 finals, and more blessings to them. We saw it just be the catalyst to kind of why they're here in the LCQ, and you know they're going to keep that aggression moving forward. But Ankyo going down with 5 eliminations. Morpheus, though, with the Signal 50, grabs the knock onto Melvin, sends that Squad 7 down and out, and 7 eliminations to kick things off here.
Yeah, I could go on and on about Morpheus and how I caster cursed him in Stage 2. Literally lost on a tiebreaker. 16th place would be in London if they had 1 more kill, and barely missed out on a kill on Juki's. But this time around, when the Signal 50 is a little bit even more meta and other people try to shoot back, Morpheus has a lot of practice with it. Likely going to see this team frying out, and that's exactly what's happening. Zakar also on 7, so that's 14 just between 2 out of 3 of these players, looking very strong, really locking down and taking hold of that top seed going into the LCQs. Everything equal, they win today based on their performance in Stage 2 EU Finals, but everything is not equal. We got different teams, we got a different lobby, we got different circles. They got to make the best of it, but looking really strong.
Yeah, as we pull out to the complete opening, all the teams that are able to maintain some semblance of just a high ground, a rock, anything. Zakar, though, going down. We were just talking about Morpheus, and I don't know if you cast or curse them again, but that Polish squad is trying to make it happen. Unfortunately, they will be wiped, so keep your eyes onto Nova, Deki, as they look to maintain their high ground in the building for as long as they can. But with the circle starting to close in approximately 24 seconds, things are going to be dire, and Ben, Robstar, B Groovy setting themselves up for perfection, but the flank comes in.
Wow.
They're going to lose out on B Groovy. Ben, dudes need to make sure you can answer back and maintain that. This is not good, though. When you lose out on one person, you need that numbers advantage for endgame.
Here we go. Fight coming in. 2v2 here on the edge of zone. Top 5. Already 1.8 times multiplayer. Lost 1, lost 2. It is Nova getting the better of the team that made a roster change going in. They were 2nd seed going to LCQ, and they said we need to do something different. Still top 5, though. Likely going to see them inside the top 5 going into map number 2 on the other side. Wow, Tiff, I want to talk a long time about this curse of the top seed. The team on your screen, Fluxury, they won Stage 2 open quals and then didn't make London. They would like to reverse the curse, and they could do it right here with a map 1 victory. A total of 8 between the 2 that are alive, and Quicker finds 1, finds 2. Textbook team play to win the gunfight down to the final squads, and it's just Nova on the other side.
Just Nova in a 1v2 situation. Quicker, 6 eliminations, has the Signal 50, but Flux is looking to close the distance. That zone pull, they may go ahead and just prioritize that. You can see they're trying to wrap, but there's going to be a hill in the way. If they can get to this high ground, Coach, it should be easy pickings. And Quicker, do it to him. End it with the Signal 50.
Zone pull, player advantage. I can only imagine Fluxury squad's going to win this, but Nova is talented, has to get the better of his opponent. Signal 50 comes in. That's a knock. Free and clear victory. Unless something catastrophic happens here, the curse has been reversed, at least thus far. Fluxury, Quicker take map 1. A massive victory for the winners of the Stage 2 open quals. They need a lot more success to carry them all the way to London, but that is a great start.
Look, you asked them to be perfect, and that was pretty flawless. You have Quicker just holding that, but let's see the victory moment from their POV.
Look through the. Yeah, 100%. I like it. I'm gonna rotate up, alright? I'm gonna rotate up. Nah, don't really. Yeah. Don't know which way he's going. I'm gonna reload. He could rotate up. No, he's got thermal on the peak. He's on the peak right there. I'm vulnerable. You're good. Come on. I don't gas. No. I don't think he's on either. Load up. Down. Go get it, Phil. Let's fucking go. Come on, boys. Huge, mate. What's this? You're fucking sad. Fucking shit. Wait, boys. See how we play that? Play that every single game. Maybe just done that. Oh, big boy. Come on! First game done. Come on.
Play that every single game. Hey, I agree. Just win them all and you'll definitely be in London. A huge victory for the team that won the Stage 2 quals but got 33rd in Stage 2 finals. A big turn of events and a great way to start the tourney.
Look, they know now the Signal 50 is ready and able to have your teammates back there in that end game situation. You have Quicker just aiming down sights, making sure, hey, I've got the area that he's going to be in immediately. And they're like, no, I'm still here. I think you're still shooting at me. And then just turns around and completely annihilates them with the Corona. Do we expect anything else? We've had World Series of Warzone going on since April, May, and the Cronin is still here.
Cronin's still here. Signal 50 looking really strong. A lot of teams were able to use it inside the first map. We're going to try to get you some stats on how many kills were actually achieved with it, but a massive victory. The curse been reversed. Only time will tell. Map 1 of LCQ's EU Finals is done and dusted. Excited about the second map, and the analysts are going to break it all down.
That's right, fans. The Call of Duty World Series of Warzone is heading to London on September 16th. Be sure to tune in to see who is crowned the best trio in the game. Plus, don't forget about a little surprise, Solo YOLO, where the last player standing brings home some extra winnings. It will all be going down right here, September 16th, so mark your calendars. And welcome back, everybody, to the World Series of Warzone EU Last Chance Qualifier presented by Prime Gaming. Game 1 is done. 4 more games to go, at least for our top 5 games before we have that solo game at the end. So all the points are starting to be gathered, and what a game that was. Dream, it seemed to go a little bit quick, but I think we expect that given the fact you do have some invited teams, right, who have maybe not been, competing throughout all of the World Series of Warzone qualifiers, yet they're here. But nonetheless, that final zone was competitive. I loved every bit of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you had pointed it out. You were like, man, are these teams dropping, fairly fast? It's kind of like that talking point conversation where, it might be worth playing hyper-aggressive in that drop 1 that Goj had mentioned. But, I was eyeing the circle, and, it was pulling so far south in the water that, this obviously could have been a completely different game had we not have had there, because there were some teams that were setting up there early.
That's right. Well, the lobby may be fast, but some teams are off to a slow start. Enigma, I want to pose to you Zamza Junior Deck, a team that a lot of people are expecting to qualify, but finished off early.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a squad that a lot of us are looking to do well. I was sat in Juki's stream earlier on today. They were talking about him. We've spoken about him here on the desk. I'm pretty sure Goj and Co brought him up. So I just feel like at the minute they're on totally different wavelengths, and this team have been together for a little bit now. They've had time to work out if they've got kinks and whether or not they can find solutions to those issues. And then they had that moment where they're essentially in a 2v3, and it felt like both players played that scenario totally differently. You've got, I think it was Omit Jr. backing off with the sniper, trying to provide cover, while Zamza's up close, and Zamza ends up in this horrible 1v3 situation, falls, and it's these tough situations that if you are a good team and you are going to qualify, they're like skill checks, they're like damage checks. You got to cross these boxes off sometimes, get through these horrible situations, and they're just not doing a great job on those. I want to see a bit more. I truly do believe that they have what it takes to make it to London, but we're in last chance qualifiers. There's no more excuses. Got to get it done today.
No more excuses. Get it done today. And this was our final moments. The Signal 50 definitely looking pretty good in that moment. And the push for the finish and a big win from Quicker and Co. That's going to set them up hopefully on the leaderboard. Probably towards the top. But I mean, we did have some pretty dominant teams. Inferno, got to talk about them. But just to go back to those zones, I felt like those zones were pulling very south. So a lot of those teams, Dream, who were setting up early on were running into, or at least having quick picks of the teams who were forced to rotate in, especially if they were dragging their feet.
Absolutely. And if you were one of those teams rotating in, it's definitely hard to do so. You have these major POIs, but you notice that there was the stronghold around the Bay Area where teams were also setting up early as well. But the fact that, it did pull not into the water definitely was beneficial for some of these squads who hate to go there.
I hate to go there indeed. Nobody likes those water fights besides Goj. Enigma. Let's talk about a team, though, that I believe got 3rd place. And at one point, whenever we're looking at the live tracker in the top right for who was leading the charge, it was Inferno and Co. Inferno, Brello, Kong. They were tearing it up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they finished 29th in stage 2, and their game 1 in that stage was a last place, 0 kills. So they're already off to a much better start, and they really did put on quite a bit of a show when it comes to the slaying department as well. So multiplier put on top of that, as we spoke about at the top of the show, will give them a real boost, but that is one hell of a way to get yourself started. And I'm looking in particular at Infernal. He picked up 6 kills throughout all of stage 2. We don't have the exact figures broken down between the players yet, but it's already looking like he's done around about the same as that, if not better. So a hell of a way to get your LCQ started for those gents. Can they carry that on through the afternoon?
Curious as a competitor, right? Is it the pressure of the moment to place top 5, in this case for our 5 games, top 4? Or is it the removal of some of the most dominant teams who are already placed top 15 and move forward to global finals? Which one has more of an impact? And, I think it's a little bit of both, right? Because removing those teams makes them better, but also the pressure, I think, makes you into a diamond in some cases. But let's talk to one of our competitors and get a chance to pick his brain and really see how he's feeling after his win. Fluxery, let's bring him in. Game 1 winners. What a way to start off LCQ. Look at that smile, man. Hey, you got to be feeling great, brother.
Yeah, that was a good game. Amazing. Really good first game to start with, because that releases the stress going into the next few games, getting a good point game. So yeah, we've just got to keep consistent with it, and should be good. Hopefully, should be good.
Consistent. So how do you remain consistent? Because I mean, it literally is do or die at this point when it comes to the World Series of Warzone.
Just play positioning, really. Take our time. We don't need to force anything now. We've done all the hard work of getting a really big point game in the first game. So just take the next 4 games and just just ride it out until the end, because you pick up most of your points near end game, mid to end game. So pretty much just play positioning. Make sure you're center zone and all that stuff and ready to fight in your end game. So yeah, that's how we're going to end up playing these next 4 maps now.
Yeah, Flux, I mean, just watching from the qualifiers, you guys just slayed out completely. And I mean, in the last stage, just didn't really have the best of luck. But from going from last week to this week, like with the meta shifts, like with the signal, like have you noticed a big difference on the map compared to last week to this week with that change?
Yeah, 100%. So my teammate Quicker has decided to run the signal 50, and that just gives us like the options of like coming to a gunfight in a different scenario, a different way, make sure we can get like a knock with the sniper first and then we push in, or whatever it may be. But yeah, it's definitely a big difference instead of running three ARs this time.
Flux, congratulations on your map win for starters, but there's been a lot of teams coming into LCQ that have made changes through roster mania. What is it about you boys that thought, no, we're sticking together, we believe in ourselves, and we can make it to London? What was that for you?
Yeah, just these 2 guys I'm playing with are similar kind of players to myself. So I don't believe in like having 3 like amazing players or whatever it may be. I think chemistry over separate 3 talents in the team is definitely the way forward. So especially on these custom games and all that stuff, because you need to be on the same page, and we've been practicing for the past like 2 or 3 weeks now as a team. So yeah, that's why we just decided to stick out, because I know we're good enough because we've came first in like last week in the qualifiers and that. So yeah, just decided to ride it out and see what we can do.
All right, team chemistry, staying together seems to be paying off. Fluxery, congratulations on your game 1 win. I know game 2's getting ready to start, so good luck in the future of the tournament. I hope you make it to top 4.
Cheers, guys. Thank you. Cheers, guys.
Good luck.
All right, that's Fluxery. Big game 1 win. Love that. Let's take a quick look at our standings before we hop into game 2, see who's on top. We talked about Inferno. We just talked to Fluxery Enigma. We pull up our standings, and at the top, we actually don't see any of the teams we really discussed, but hey, I'm in for it.
Absolutely. It's going to be Pro Urson, Deki, and Nova. And this squad, I feel, have flown under the radar a little bit. One of those teams that perhaps we brought up throughout stage 1 and stage 2, mentioned them a little bit, but I feel like they kind of get overshadowed by other teams. And here they are, though, 24 eliminations, 43 points. I'm not sure on their final placing throughout map 1. I believe that's going to be 1.8 times multiplier, so somewhere between 2nd and 5th. But yeah, hell of a start from these gents, and much better way of getting started than they saw out last time. So very good indeed.
Deki is going to be our in-game kill leader currently with 12 eliminations. I know for a little bit it was going to Brello, who had 8, but 12, not bad from Deki. Hey, that's going to be the key today, getting all those elims. There's only a limited number of games. We're talking about at least 4 just to make it, or 5, excuse me, to make it into top 4 in that final game. I don't want to risk it all on one game. I want to at least remain consistent throughout the 5 games that we have. If you want to keep up to date with everything COD esports related, specifically for World Series of Warzone, make sure you follow on Twitter, COD_esports. They're, tweeting out the clips, the standings, the team invited. Hey, they got it all for you. Like I said, COD_esports. They're killing the social game, and hey, they're keeping you informed, which is what you need, right? Because World Series of Warzone has been fast-paced, and there's always some changes to be made. So make sure you're following them if you're not already. But game number 2 is about to get loaded up. Dream. This is a big deal, right? Because we have a limited number of games. We're now going into 2. But a big game, though, for quite a few of them out there. We talked about a little bit earlier, Zamza, a team that we expect to qualify, that we want to see move up. Is there another team that maybe underperformed, even in our top 10, that you would like to see do a little bit better in game 2?
Definitely Robstar's team. Just because of the fact that, man, these guys, I think there's like some meme going around like he's cursed or something like that. I don't know. But I mean, just the fact that these guys in their own right, they're really, really good and they got the gunny. Again, it's just these moments, it's the positioning, the moments, the circles, just these little plays, these little nuances that just seem to keep getting these guys. So I really would like to see them maybe take a drop.
I was about to say Robstar and them beat Groovy's team like 5th place, you know. They're not doing too bad, but that's just outside the bubble, right? Because it's only 4 teams. So, yeah, they do need to do better if they want to improve, and that makes that top 10 that much more volatile. Let's take a look at our elimination leaders, our kill leaders for today. We mentioned one of them just a little bit earlier, Enigma. That's Decky at 12, Robstar at 9, Brello staying at that 8th position before they fell off. But the good news is he's got his partner next to him of Kong at 8. So, hey, those teams, or at least those boys, they're tearing it up.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't see Infernal on here, actually, so maybe he's not picked up exactly from last time out. But Kong, 8 already. He only picked up 12 throughout the whole of the last stage, so a dramatic improvement. Maybe it is a meta shift, maybe something to do with the circle, or maybe these boys are just insisting that they do not want to either see that wildcard map and leave everything to chance. They want to be consistent throughout these early maps and get themselves on through. So a great performance from that team indeed. Again, Team Infernal definitely wants to watch for the rest of our afternoon.
Yep, Team Infernal, a team that could very well move forward. It seems like you want to get around the 9-10 mark. I mean, you want to get higher than that if you possibly can, but from an individual perspective, maybe even 8. I think 8 is a good spot to be, but it's not easy. You know, a lot of people in the chat dream are always like, oh, they only got, you know, that guy only got 3 kills during the game, only 4 kills. Like, you're playing against the best in the world. So the fact that you can get 8, I mean, that's a star-studded performance, in my opinion.
Absolutely. It's so hard to regain in these situations. I mean, even me playing ranked play, I'm like, okay, yeah, I came back from the gulag. Where do I go? But in a lobby, a customs lobby, it's so hard to regain in these moments that, yeah, you have to be ready for it. You have to be able to quickly adapt in those moments, but also maybe valuing a player who, of course, plays their life and split away if you get third-partied.
Got to split away if you get third party. Those third parties are brutal when it comes to BRs, and they're brutal when it comes to Warzone. So they're going to be around. Team Vickle, though, right? Dream, we kind of throwing it back to you because we talked about them for the, dream team per se, or at least a team to watch out. And from your perspective, Team Vickle playing today and coming from the CDL side of things, right? Does it transfer well? I don't know how well the boys are doing at the moment, but it's great to see them.
Absolutely. It's always so fun to talk about these guys, which, again, I was kind of watching their POV. It seemed like they were fighting on the northmost part of the map, but that's the thing, is they are taking way too long to fight in these engagements. You have to be able to clean up your kills quickly because you will, again, get third-partied.
Yeah, I think the keys to success, finishing fights as quickly as you can so you can move on to the next one or put yourself in a better position. That's what makes Warzone important, at least strategically. Let's bring in our casters. We got Spider Tiff, we've got Ghost. Game 2, right? We only have a limited number of games to accumulate those points, so for all those who are in the top 10 a little bit further down, they're going to have to step it up. Without further ado, Game 2, Spider Tiff, Ghost, take it away.
Hey, thank you so much, Reflections Goj. It is all on the line. Map number 1 underway, done and dusted. Now we're looking down the sides to map number 2, but we only have 5 games today, so we're nearing that mid game, right? But for our teams that are finding themselves outside the top 4, lock it in now. Do not let it come down to the final 2 matches of the day.
Yeah, you can't. You got to move now. It's tiniest room for error. You can see our COD_esports account putting out some nice tweets. Make sure you go follow them. Fun clips, predictions, respond. I saw Dandra on the timeline dropping his predictions. I saw Rafi and a ton of other people. And we had a poll here, I believe is on Twitch. Will we have a back-to-back winner? 79% of you said no. So we're not going to be looking for Fluxury to win map 2, but certainly they said they wanted to do it every single time. They said chemistry is king, and I couldn't agree more. But Tiff, I might postulate that kills are king. Eliminations are king when it comes to making London. Fluxury squad, yes, they won map 1. Where are they on the leaderboard, though? They're not the top.
They are in 4th place with 28 points. The top of the leaderboard is going to go to Team Pro Urzen. I believe they land in Village, and that zone that we had for map number 1 completely played into their favor. Able to pick up 24 eliminations. Kind of wild, so you're right. Kills are king, and we're already getting started in the action. Whether it's a Signal 50, it's going to be a pistol, and that's going to be Lola, one of our female competitors here today. She dropped the first female nuke going down at the hands of Pace, able to clutch up for Melvin and co. And they want this stronghold.
This was my wildcard team. They won their early encounters. That'll feel good on the stat sheet later. Again, we talked about the cutoff. It was 18.84, but right now the cutoff is 28 points. So a little bit on the higher side. Now that'll average out some, but likely you're going to see over 20 points per game scored for the top 4 teams if things continue at this pace. I always say map 1 is the litmus test. Well, the litmus test came back acidic. I mean, we were flying around the map. I mean, it was fast-paced. Teams were relentless, and that's what you have to do if you want to make London.
Clocky on your screen. A little bit of ground loot. 39 bullets and a flash grenade. So it's going to make things a little bit tough. You have to choose your engagements. You can see Nobu, Spartan, Chow, and Co. are on the other side, but there's about 5 teams here, and when you peek throughout the rooftops, you have to be so cautious because all of the lines of sight that these multiple teams will be able to hand on you. But if you're going to grab an Imperium, you might as well try to snipe a few.
Yeah, that's the thing. I heard us, the analyst broke it down perfectly between the break, and Fluxury even said it in the interview, right? Like, the Signal 50 is not only a great weapon to find eliminations, it's also just a great weapon to find the first knock that gives you an advantage to push the equation. So it's kind of like the signal flare that you use to say, okay, boom, let's go. It's the gun at the starting line, right? If you're a track runner, to just go off to the races and push that fight because you have an opening, you have an advantage, you might as well execute on it and take it. You cannot play cautious in the LCQs. You gotta be top 4, take every single gunfight with confidence, and try to wipe that team as quickly as possible. If you're taking a fight that lasts 5 minutes, it's not worth your time.
Definitely not. You need to just carry on and make that rotation. But Rakes running across the rooftops, looking a little bit like Spider-Man, already able to grab 3 eliminations, and Circle 1's just about to begin closing. 3 minutes in, he's averaging 1 elim per minute of the map, and now I want to see him put down 20 because we're going the distance. But Tamaki over here on the outskirts of Bay in this warehouse, I actually like taking engagements here. There's a couple different areas that you have to keep your lines of sight on, but going to the rooftop is not a bad idea.
Yeah, Tamaki squad's a crazy one because Tamaki actually got 8 overall in Stage 1 finals and really had an underwhelming performance in Stage 2. Gonna push the fight here with a different team, a little bit less chemistry, and it looks like pushing the fight by yourself didn't work out. King Benji gets the better of Tamaki, looking for Lumina, who is trying to escape their untimely demise.
Looks like you've also got B Groovy's squad and the mini-map flying around, looking for some early game eliminations. And Benji, though, on the flank and just trying to make things happen. But at this point, you just got to disengage. If I'm squad 30, I'm done and dusted, and I want to see what's going on. But so Weezy, let's check in with them, see how they are faring. You can see that squad 23 is going to rotate out, maybe get on the opposite side of this water, take high ground.
Yeah, this is a new squad as well, Tiff, and they're going to swing through the water like you said, but Scuffology actually replaced both teammates, Sharpie D and Satyr, joining them. Another water encounter on the outside of the map. There's Best Starter on the other side trying to hold down Kyborg as they rotate in. Signal 50 yet again in hand. We're going to try to get those stats for you to see how many players are actually using them. But I'll just say, don't have to talk about the stats. It's just a lot, Tiff, because they're so powerful. I've been running scrims. We talked about that earlier, and there's a team that came in. All of them ran a Signal 50, and in a 110-player lobby, they dropped a 56-point game. So a certainly dynamic weapon, especially if used correctly. Continue to take a look at a couple different team fights here. These early fights set the tone for the rest of the map and how you're going to do. If you can find 4 or 5 eliminations, Milza trying to do just that right now and set up for in-game a little bit earlier than your opponents. Have a chance for some success. But looking like a little isolated from your teammates, Mills is going to pop down and try to play together.
Kind of tough. You do have the precision airstrike to work with, but there is a third team in this engagement as well, so we need to keep our line of sight on that. And you've got Team Valvin taking in the rotation. Milza drops out into the road. Is going to get completely evaporated by squad number 10. And if I'm Zach, I just need to hit the ground running and get out of dodge. You've got Squad 16 now looks like they're going to rotate out Oakley since they're down a player. They don't have that 3 stack to kind of take down the other engagement. And once you lose high ground, there's just nothing you can do. You know that there's going to be a signal 50 just looking down your line of sight. That thing, what Flux said, I thought was really interesting. Play positioning. You have to be very hyper aware of everything now, because if you peek for way too long, you don't have smokes for rotation. At least Ghoul breaking out the recon drone to really solidify Nzaya.
Speaking of rotation, speaking of positioning, take a look at the map. Pretty widespread central circle. Everybody feeling pretty comfortable where they're at. The big question mark always is, where does it go from here? We've seen a couple city circles that'll be fun to watch here in LCQs. A lot of teams trying to bide their time and take high ground. Sometimes you're the first team there, you can catch a lot of teams in rotation. Sometimes you're the first team there, you're fighting 5 squads at once. So we'll see. Kamza on the outside of the map with Clocky in trouble. Clocky still not yet to find an elimination. Been in a blender since the very origination point of this map. Tiff, this is a tough way to start. You've got to find some sort of wind in your sails to have a chance at top 4. You're essentially looking at being out of the equation if you don't have a decent amount of points here about middle of the pack after 2 maps. It's that tight at the top.
It really is, and Port's not a bad area for a regain, but if you landed here, you were able to get your weapons, and Lyria on your screen doing their best to smoke and plate as they disengage, able to allow his squad to kind of rotate in. But Kyborg on your screen, that's going to be the enemy team just across from them. Kyborg 10th in stage 2 quals, looking to make something happen here, but with the distance that Lyria has put in between them and their teammates, they're kind of swarming around them. Unreal going down. Floozy within an inch of their life, able to regain a little bit, but Lyria, you're going to have to close the distance and throw down on Zangs.
This is another team that made a change going into LCQ. Some limited success in the couple stages before this. LCQ is everything on the line. They think Unreal could be the key to their success. The big question mark, I always talk about this in sports and esports, is like, hey, you've done all the work, right? You're on main stage now. All the work you already put in, you've put it in, and that all adds up to the summation of your performance right now, right here. Adding in a new person into that equation, it kind of negates some of that work. So I'll be really curious to see if that new player that rotates in really adds that much to the equation, or are you really just subtracting? Looking back on the historical data that we have from the first 2 stages, oftentimes it is subtracting. Somebody prove me wrong. I want to see it. We swing over to Sniper Pigna, and this is another squad that I think is going to need some massive breakout lobby, a perfect rotation, and a ton of eliminations to even have a chance at top 4.
He peaked for literally half a second there and immediately was already getting shot at by a signal. This is the kind of level we're looking at, and you can see Polo up on that rooftop is probably going to be the one with that signal 50 in hand. And even with the Cronin just trying to get an angle, I love the utilization of smokes and Semtexes for this, but you're going to save. If you've only got 1 smoke, you need to value that, especially with all of these buildings relatively open and so many different areas. You can see, don't even peek a shoulder. Don't even let it happen.
This is an interesting fight. This is one that could take a while, too. They're on the edge of zone. It's a 2v3, no, a 3v3. There is kind of their third teammate rotating in. That's Ice Cube's team with Pre and Polo. They've swarmed together a squad to take this fight and take this LCQ by storm. Tough performance in stage 1, and looks like they're pushing the equation, playing hyper aggressive. I said it could take a while. It won't take a while if you fly at the other team. Pre a little bit of isolation though. Maze getting the better of their opponents. Maze originally qualified with Ghoul in stage 1 quals. Got rotated off and finding some success in this gunfight. That's 3 for Pele.
I really love what Maze is doing. He's kind of just hopping between his 2 teammates, whether or not, so not necessarily sending a 1v1 and Pell finding a big end to squad 41 right there, but just watching, right? Sniper, Pigna, Pell, they're taking different engagements, and Maze is just kind of jumping in between them, so they're always stacking a fight in their favor.
Well done. Great team fight. Going to continue to rotate in. They're on the edge of zone already. They don't have to move yet, but you want to set up for in-game. We always talk about Warzone and 3 different zones of activity. The early game, always super active. That middle game can oftentimes be very, very quiet. It's just about who uses the middle game correctly to set up for the in-game. The in-game is chaos always when it comes down to Warzone, especially in high-value customs like this, but it's the team that uses the mid-game best that usually comes out on top in the in-game. No boost Spartan, little bit of an underwhelming performance in stage 2. They'd love to get a couple of those games back. A lot of teams saying this is a squad that's definitely going to be top 10. Are they going to be top 4? Maybe. In and out of some of the predictions. Nobu has yet to find an elimination, and this might be a little bit of a slow start. They're going to have to turn the boosters on to have a chance. You need 20 points at least, Tiff, every game. Can't do that without any kills.
Yeah, definitely. We were talking about 18 points being the threshold, but now it's totally different. Our teams are more aggressive. As you can see, Bling CJ looking for Milza on his screen. Milza's team is a little bit separated out, and you've also got Team Scuffology in the mix here in Hydro. Nobu, though, keep it crossing the road. Probably got a Q on the footsteps, and now the chase is on. They are not going to let Milza out of their sight. You said you wanted to see them get some kills, Goj, but they're going to try to make it happen.
Yeah, I like this playing together. They've left Chow as kind of the anchor. The two pushing the fight, chasing down the rat, chasing down their prey, and they find it without even taking a bullet of damage. That's great. You found one. Let's keep pushing that fight. Chow playing anchor, now taking an isolation fight here on Satyr, maybe just throwing some bullets down. Great comms likely coming through from Chow and saying, Spartan, you can take an angle here. Able to take in a couple tags. Satyr in trouble and knows it. Gonna get out, and no. Chow finds the snipe on Satyr as they're flying off. That's a fun clip we'll throw on the timeline later. That'll be a fun one to look back on. Chow finds one from distance.
Doing exactly what they needed to do, and now that they've got this area completely isolated to themselves, you can start kind of focusing up. You can see they've got plenty of plates, gas mask in hand. All of them have self-reses. That's what you need to make sure that you have throughout the mid game. But coming back on over to Bay, you can see Fluxury over there in the building. Your map 1 winners. Looks like there's only one left of them, and they were talking about playing positioning. Well, now we're going to have to play our life because King Benji is coming in hot.
So it looks like I'm taking a look at our map view, and I think Fluxury does have a teammate just nowhere in sight, likely a massive regame. And Fluxury said, I am not safe. Do not land near me. Run away and try to play your own life because I am in trouble. And that's exactly right. Fluxury trying to run away. Looks like King Benji did not get the sight and no communication back and forth. They don't know where Fluxury went, but they might still think he's in this building. And oh, finally, a little bit of information, and Fluxury's in trouble. See ya.
Oh, he runs in camp, like ghillie suit out, and just gets annihilated. But congratulations there to King Benji for just cleaning up the solo. At least they have one member of the squad still alive. You can see it's in the mini-map. He's going north. He was probably still in the air, just flying around, maybe trying to like call out for Fluxury himself, but now the regain begins. And as we look to our teams, you can see B Groovy and Co on the left, Ulix on your screen here, just on the outskirts of Observatory. Kind of being like little mountain goats over here, wanting to hold down their side of the mountain. But hey, Chow, Bling CJ, looks like Nobu's gone, but they are in another engagement.
Yeah, Nobu's in the gulag. Need to stay alive here, able to grab a knock, so they've evened the playing field for a matter of seconds. Self-revive likely going to come off from their opponent. Sweezy. Oh, I like that pre-fire just in case they're down the bottom of the stairs, but likely found a bit of cover. Play a little slower. There's one upstairs. Hello, Bling CJ can't quite get the turn. Can we play the trades? I don't think so. Yeah, we're gonna get out of here. I'm Chow. I'm running away, rather swimming away, like the little sharks that they can be. Gonna have to find some success elsewhere. Hopefully your teammates win their gulags. Right back into the lobby.
One of the best things about Hydro is just being able to like, oh, we lost out. I'm gonna hit the water and go. Chow over there on the left-hand side of your screen. Tony White and Co on the right. Love when people leave their usernames as just usernames. So basically that team over there is Tony White, Sweezy, and Spaz. Tony, the kings of Hydro right now.
Yeah, I was going to say Tony, I think analysts called it out, a self-proclaimed oldest competitor in the lobby.
What?
Not sure if that's technically correct, but Tony is 32, so out-ages Reflections by 1 year. We'll call it out, call it what it is. They're old.
He called you Grandmaster in the opening, and now you're going to call him out on age. I see how it goes.
100%. Porky's brand new team has yet to find the success they want. And playing a little bit slow, but they're playing for positioning. The kills will come. Talk to TBE about some of the rotations and how they look like a hyper-aggressive team. And they say, well, honestly, we just play for the best position and we kill the teams along the way that we see. You know what? I mean, honestly, fair enough.
If it's working, you don't change it. Squad 18, that's going to be PD Fluxury quicker. Your map 1 winners have been fully eliminated. We get a good look at where this map is pulling to. And unlike our first map, this one's looking a lot more interesting. Think of Observatory on that southeastern side. A lot of teams are going to get to the top and try to hold our teams rotating in from village, maybe utilizing the mountain, the zip lines that are going up. But hey, chaos is ensuing. Physic going to fall. Porky trying to put the pressure down on squad 47 in front of them, but will lose their life in the process. Now Luciano, the last alive, immediately jumping from the rooftop saying, I gotta go. I gotta play this.
Yeah, look who's coming in from the top ropes here. Pele with Sniper Pigna and Maze. Might be taking a look, a little Overwatch position, trying to just pick off. If 47 tries to chase down, you might see Eager get sniped here by a Signal 50. Now, I think they know a couple shots probably already came down, and as he continues to peek over towards that team, yeah, they must have some information. So not going to be a free pick, but still potentially a loss either way.
Ooh, Robstar finding themselves in a difficult situation. Dapu able to grab the full elim, and just like that, that squad is wiped, and Dapu is on 6 eliminations. Sometimes you just need to throw down. If you didn't have a great game in map number 1, map number 2 is where it needs to be. But you can see the top teams on your upper right-hand side of your screen. It's still Team Infernal, still Team Pro Urzin, but Dapu not done yet. Job's not finished. We got squad number 12, Team Brandon Skulls, just on the horizon.
Yeah, Dapu, Bastardo. This is the team I was calling out beforehand. Bastardo's younger brother made it with Meeks' squad to London. Would love to join him, but needs a massive game here. Here's Morpheus. Again, lost a tiebreaker to go to London. Everything on the line. Top seed going into the LCQs. Not going to win that fight, but a nice trade from their teammate. Rocket down, Freddy down. What can Morpheus do?
Morpheus coming out of the smokes, finding a full-on-one, trying to turn the tides of this fight in their favor. Jumping in the bathroom, but someone's already lurking. You've got to check the bathrooms if the trade comes in. This is Rocket! Rocket, my man, able to clean up the entirety of that engagement. Yes, they lose full-on-one, but Morpheus is able to get back on their feet. That was exactly what Rocket needed to do in that situation.
It looked like he checked the toilet, just didn't check the bathroom tiles. That was wild. Prone down in the bathroom. A nice play. Got a kill for it, but yeah, your team's gone. Zathu, a team called out at the top of show. Had a nice performance. Technically seeded 3rd going into LCQs here, which means they got 18th, right? The top 15 made it to London during stage 2, so they're going to try to better that performance. Or actually, they just need to hold that performance. Top 3... yeah, you make it. You just got to be top 4. So a great game from Riggs. Wait a minute. 9 eliminations already. Hyper-aggressive playstyle. Playing edge of zone here in Observatory, cleaning everyone up. It's working for them. This could be the game they need to make it into the top 4 going into map number 3.
I mean, it's very similar to kind of how we witnessed their journey throughout World Series of Warzone. They made it on Quals by 1 massive game, but can we turn our tides to Ghoul, to Raz? Can they make it happen? But the Mountain Goats, they're coming home. Ulix is going to find themselves just trying to run as far away as possible. But you see Rakes hit the Dolphin Dive to the lower distance, Zathu to join them. They're just trying to find that one last member of Squad 45. Sisti and Rakes closing the distance, and just like that, 45 going to be wiped. But honestly, that free cam shot made that look so gnarly.
This is what I'm saying. Look, hyper-aggressive playstyles, they can work. They are risky, but when they work, they pay off in a massive way. Watch out for Zathu's squad being at near the top of the leaderboard with the game they have going. But we still got a lot of multipliers to play for. We have 27 teams left, right? So when you want that 1.8 multiplier, you got to get top 5. There is a ton of game to be played. It's about to get a little dicey as we start working our way into the 5th and 6th circles. A lot of teams going to be fighting for the same POIs. And it looks like our team number 5 here is going to try to clear their pathway, rotating in when this next circle drops.
You've got Tony White and Co. on your left. Super. Looks to be the last man standing from Squad Vehicle. Completely surrounded. How are you going to get out of this building? Super needs to just get into the water and swim it out. But no, unfortunately, is going to be sussed out by Spaz. So just like that, Tony White and them pick up another one. This is the game they needed to go big on. Ghoul already in the water. Quirky, Revolt, and Betty Central, they're down in the mix, as well as Raz jumps almost into all of them.
The fact that Maze was able to make it out of that, Maze are org they're representing, trying to win the gunfight in the water. Can't quite make it happen, but a nice amount of kills. Can Ghoul make the trades here? It is a 2v3. Benny's in the water, though, and Ghoul's trying to hunt people. If we've got a pistol, you could make some massive plays. I don't think anyone does. They're just swimming next to each other, waving hello and trying to maybe pop up and use that Lockman to some sort of an advantage. Here comes Joshy's team getting into the mix. Everybody's swimming in the water. I am having a great time, Tiff.
It is free swim time now as Nitrix, Tamar, and Tremze are also running to the left, trying to rotate in. Revolt and Co. have the ring at their back, so this is not a bad position to hold right now. But then we jump back on over. You can see all of the buildings.
Yeah.
Vehicle still alive, just was much separated off from Super. So team... Bro, the fact that they can still survive, their survivability is going up, but they just need some eliminations to couple with it.
Yeah, this is huge. Squad 29. I'm talking about the brothers. They want to face each other in London. This is a great game to put them in position to have a chance. Oh, sure. Yeah, let's a couple rocket launchers. Those are nice. That's why I'll grab a couple eliminations with them. Hydro is popping with teams. It's a matter of who has the correct building and who's going to get the zone pull that is favorable. The team Morpheus, top seat going in, still alive as well, holding down a position of their own. Sani just looking for a freebie out in the open.
You've got Team Prince Razzo dead center with Jaff and Callum. I don't hate that positioning because you're hedging your bets on any type of the rotations. Morpheus and Rocket, they've got a rooftop building as well. You know Morpheus is going to have that Signal 50 in hand, but with all of the buildings in play, everyone is going to have to be so cautious, right? You can see right there, Morpheus does have that Signal 50. They are deathballed into this room, trying to watch every bit of the angles here. Oh, do it to him, Rocket. That would be so crazy if you just found an off pick like that.
Tiff, look at this circle. It was a question of, is it our side of the river or our opponent's side of the river? It's just the river. I mean, it's just right in the middle. Everyone gonna have to play for the same positions. A couple buildings in zone. This is about to be insane. Everyone having to move to different buildings. It's team 38 trying to hold down that position early. There might be too many teams swarming in and they might be taken out early, or maybe they can hold down the position well. Prince Russo already there, looking very strong, and it's Melvin over here on top of the roofs with Pace and Shucks. We've got a great Overwatch position, but they will have to move eventually. And can we grab some shots along the way? It looks like Pace has found one. Smokes for cover. Here comes the chaos.
As all of the people start collapsing, looking to vie for any positioning they can, it's going to come down to the gunny and the gas masks and just trying to row. Melvin, though, making that second story building, but it's going to get absolutely annihilated. You cannot touch Prince Razzo's building. They've picked the perfect one, dead center of zone, and are now going to let the kills come to them.
Shucks was able to super jump over to the top of the building, so they've got position as well. A little layer cake action going on in one of the main structures inside of zone. Where does it go from here? Yeah, out into the zone on the far right-hand side. 38 still looking favorable. There are 14 teams alive in this Hydro zone. Talk about chaos. Talk about smokes. You gotta have your gas mask if you want to win this one. Resource management is everything. Find your eliminations now. Zakbar with his fourth. Morpheus squad still on top. Still with a great spot to rotate into as teams continue to dwindle. We are into the top 10. Multipliers coming into play.
Sweezy making a run for it. You all want to be the first teams, but able to double down, find a knock, loses his life in the process. Tony White and Spaz are going to have to keep the dream alive. Bling CJ in the mix, but goes down trying to out-rotate. Squad number 38 is actually not going to be able to leave their building to get the early rotation on, so turn your tides to squad number 19. Team Hey, it's Aaron, Lipton, and Liam are making that early rotation in, but not before Callum. Squad 38, they have to leave the building. Pace is on their roof. That's gonna be Melvin's squad. They've already made their way to the other building just north.
That's what we're talking about. It's Warzone. Zones move. You might have the perfect spot, and then all of a sudden, the zone says, not anymore. Who rotates early? Who gets there first? Shucks got bought back, and now just has a pistol, but we know how deadly the pistol can be. Here's some footsteps. Hey, Rakes. Are you ready for this? Nice hold here on the high ground. Shucks just going to try to hold down the ladder while his teammates raining hellfire from above. As the rotations come through, Zakar trying to pick up a few from gas. Doesn't have a gas mask, so he's gonna have to move pretty quickly. Spots one, and yeah, a couple buys. This is what I'm saying. When you get a buy station this late into the game, we're into the top 5, and there's gonna be some floaters. Shucks continuing to find eliminations, and Nox with the pistol. Can they find Zakar? No. Melvin's going to push the equation, though. Top 3 situation. And we've got a vehicle into the mix, too. We're checking every single box of my bingo list going into this map.
Oh, here we go. Melvin. Zakar, nice.
Oh, no.
Nice going in there. That's going to be it on Melvin. Now we just need to turn our tide to Shucks. There are 3 squads left in the lobby, but Zakar, yeah, they lost out to a tiebreaker, but can they keep it here? No.
Real win from VDOT's team. A replacement, by the way. VDOT originally played with Lyria and Floozy, got moved off, and they found a victory. Didn't get a chance to watch a lot of their gameplay in that map, but they found the victory. How many eliminations is the big question. That 2x multiplier goes far, but it doesn't go as far as you think. 1.8 will still go to the side of Shucks' team and our top seed going into LCQs with Morpheus' squad. A great map for all 3 of these. How good of a map it is for map number 2 Victors, only time will tell.
Fais gaffe, ton AR, tu pourras pas tirer, gros. T'as le reload. Hein. Nice. Y'a un mec close à toi. « 2v1v1, gros. 2v1v1. »
Y'a que un duo avec celle.
Let's go les gars, let's go! Let's go les gars, let's go!
A huge play, Tiff. That was a big win. I mean, that was a 2-piece. Now, the opponent, one wasn't looking, the other one had a pistol having just been bought back, but still went big for the team with a 24-point win.
I mean, that's exactly what you need to do. Just bide your time. Positioning is key. If you're down to the final 3 squads and they're already engaging, just pop out behind the vehicle, exit the building, and just completely annihilate them. Why not? That was the sneakiest win of the day so far, and I'm ready to see what's next.
Yeah, playing with Punkil, one of the squads invited here to LCQs. That feels good to be invited and say, yes, we can win against some of the best that are still in this competition vying for London. Very well done from VDOT to make it here and make it big in map number 2. We'll see where we can go from here to map 2 done and dusted. Where are we going to be on the leaderboard? You got to be top 4 to make London. We'll see you in the next map.
Get free games and in-game content such as the Rat Pack with Prime Gaming. Visit gaming.amazon.com. For all your Call of Duty esports, you need to follow along on social to get all your info in real time. Follow at COD_esports on Twitter and Instagram now. And welcome back, everybody, to the World Series of Warzone EU Last Chance Qualifier, presented by Prime Gaming. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Dream and Enigma. 2 games down and a lot to break down because I think we're going to have some changes up in our top 5 positions. But let's start breaking down game number 2. Enigma, I've got to go to you first because I want to talk about our number 2 team from game 1. Started game 2 on the leaderboard in first place, dropped all the way down to 49th place to finish in game 2. Talk about really night and day performance. Nova, Deki, Proerson, what happened?
Yeah, this is something that we've been touching on with a lot of the squads that kind of just missed out in stage 2. They had these games where they really popped off, maybe one come top 5, but they also have a couple of games where they're just floundering at the bottom, essentially in the bottom 5 squads, not picking up kills. And you can't afford to have these kind of games. It basically undoes all the great work you did in map 1. So for Proerson, Deki, Nova, congratulations on your map 1 win, but you've really given yourselves a bit of a grave to dig yourself out of here in map 2. Honestly, I was kind of tracking our live feed in the back. I was like, where are they? Like, where did they land? What's going on with them? And I look over the document and they're dead. Nothing really happened for them in this map.
You got to be consistent today. Like, consistency is always key in every competition. Today, I think more so now than ever because there's so many limited spots, right? We went from 15 last week to literally 5 this week. I love this fight, Dream. This water fight was intense. I'm looking at Raz. I'm thinking, why aren't you shooting the guy? Eventually he does, but he gets dropped. It was just a bit too late. But let's talk about that final circle, that final zone. What did you notice? Because it was a bit chaotic, but why was it chaotic?
Yeah, so like obviously it pulled over towards the buildings around Hydro, and like at this point, if you're a team rotating in, you have to think, where do we take over what building? We know somebody's going to be in there, but obviously if you're a team in a building, you have to think, how do we hold? So like you had this dynamic between all the squads just rotating in, fighting and going crazy. And of course, if you're a team, there were 7 teams alone in this 8th circle that had full squads. So obviously if you're a full squad, you do have the advantage, but in this case, at least in terms of eliminations, you might have to be careful of those ratty players that are already set up and waiting. Obviously Punk Kill, Renzo, and VDAT, they did a fantastic job able to secure that win and get those multiplier points, but how many eliminations did you get in comparison to other squads who were fighting there the whole time, constantly trading out? And I mean, we even saw a few floaters at the end, which I thought for a second there, it was either going to be coming down to Morpheus' squad, Shucks' squad, or I believe it was Team Squad 3, Kathazu's squad. So I was like, oh man, crazy stuff.
Dude, and I saw Zach hit that respawn as well, and I was like, yo, or to redeploy, excuse me, I was like, yo, that was brilliant. You know, it's not so often, Enigma, we get to see a buy station, right, in the final zone. And also, even if it is there, not often is it utilized, but Zach saw an opportunity, he pops it, and for his good effort, top 3 finish, not bad from them. But I want to highlight, right, Enigma, go back to what Dream just said. 24-point game, most likely 12-kill game coming out from Punkill, which is great. They win. That would be a wonderful performance in our final game 6 today, right? Getting the victory, punch your ticket to global finals. It's always great to win, but was it enough, right? Because we had some high-scoring teams in game 2.
We did indeed. A lot of those teams, that come in towards the end, you're talking your team Shucks and so on, they seem to pick up quite a few more kills throughout that map. So even though it's only 1.8 times multiplier, those extra kills that they've got on top will likely carry them above Team Punk Kill. I was surprised by the lack of kills because this squad, I'll be honest, I don't know a lot about, but there's one thing I know about Punk Kill. That guy is aggressive. He loves to get up in people's faces, get involved in the gunfights, pick up the kills. If you watch the man in anything like a Resurgence tournament, maybe last year back in Caldera, he does not stop moving. To see him only pick up 2 kills in the map win, that for me says something went really wrong several times throughout the map, and that's why you've probably got a player very smart and composed play, but that's probably why he's hiding in the toilet when we come to the last circle.
I love that. Goge called that perfectly, hiding in the toilet, man, but it worked out. So, I mean, again, you know, a win is a win, right? So there's nothing bad really to say about Punkill. It just wasn't enough to overtake some of the other teams. And well, let's answer that question, Dream. Let's pull up our standings and see where Punkill and Co. land after that game victory. And they will be top 10. So that's not bad at all. And quite honestly, 32 to 52 0.2. That's a 20-point difference, but it still makes it possible now more than ever for Punkill to work their way up. But Zathu at the top, that's the big storyline. They're leading by 0.2, and then Rocket right below them. Droop, there's really not a lot of surprises in our top 5. I'm seeing some teams we expected to be there.
Well, there is a team that we don't see there, of course, PD and Co, who did just win the last drop. But yeah,
Right.
0.2 difference from first to second, not to mention they are tied in eliminations. And just following that, moving, like just infernal, right? They're keeping their consistency. We had talked about one of those things is where these teams have to keep that placement throughout the whole entire tournament. And I mean, at least being able to keep that third place spot. And Team Pro Erzin, despite having that bad last game, they're still in fourth place.
Still in fourth place, carrying from the first game win, or excuse me, second place, and high scoring game in game number 1, because 1.8 multiplier is still going to be big. Let's bring in our game 2 winner. We got Punkill coming through, and what a win that was. What's going on, brother? Is that a green screen or is that real life? I'm loving your backdrop.
Yeah, it's a green screen. I don't live in Dubai, not yet, at least. Well, thank you for the invite, guys.
I was about to say, dude, that's incredible. Hey, but maybe you will be if you qualify today, okay? Let's think about that. Maybe
if we do.
Go from green screen to real life. Punkill, you're invited to the LCQ. What would it mean to you personally to play at the Global Finals and represent EU as a whole?
Yo, it's huge, man. It's so huge. I participated to stage 1 and stage 2. Unfortunately, we did not make it because we had a huge lack of training with my team. And now I got invited on Monday. I picked up Renzo. He's 21. Vidati is 19, I believe, or 18. Really young. And he did everything. Vidati is a huge goat. He did everything at the end. And we really qualified because of him, because he did everything at the end. And he was so stressed, but he managed to do it somehow. And I'm really proud of my team. We practiced only for 2 days. I think we got like 12 hours of practice, and we managed to do one.
Wow.
Top 1, you know? So
that's awesome. For only 2 days of practice, congratulations. So moving forward, like, how do you find yourself? Because as it was pointed out, you're a very fast-paced player. Do you find yourself now with being in 10th place? The next map, like you're gonna have to pick up that pace a little bit to pick up the kills to make it? Because at this point, you're trying to still make it and qualify.
yeah, of course. I mean, we play Rebirth all the time, so we know to gun, we know to push people. It's just about to practice. Just a bit of like a practice. I think we can do it. We have the team play. I think we know each other. It depends on the spawn, because we came back 2 times in the game. We lost our spawn. We won Gulags. We lost again. We came back. And that's why we only got, I think, 12 kills or 13. But hopefully we will make it for the next game. We'll at least drop a 20. I hope so. And I trust my team. I think we'll do it.
Love that. Gulags are definitely key too. You definitely have to win those. So good luck moving forward.
You've spoken a couple of times there about the training, the practice that you've managed to have. In 2 days, that can't have been very much. What did you actually manage to get done with the boys in order to maintain composure in situations like this and in order to see things through? You spoke about having a young teammate there. How have you managed to so quickly mold into a squad capable of winning a map?
We have been following up our teammates, like Zach7 is a brother of my teammate Renzo, and Zach made it with his team. So we took their spawn. They help us to make our way in the game, and we'll try to join them at London.
Absolutely.
That's right. Try to join them in London. That's the goal as a whole. Congratulations on your win, Punkill, and I wish you the best of luck in the next coming games.
Thank you.
All right, love that Punkill, man. He's ready to go, and not a lot of practice, but still winning a game at this stage. That's impressive to say the least. That honeymoon phase is kicking hard. Hey, game 3 is about to get started. We're going to be at our halfway point, at least for 6 games, but we're already past that when it comes to the top 5 games. Let's bring in our casters. We've got Spider Tiff, we have Goj, and man, it's going to be exciting. The stakes are starting to get higher and higher, and the teams are starting to feel that pressure. So going into game 3, not a lot of games to go right until we get to that point where we know our top 4. So without further ado, Spider Tiff, Goj, take it away for game 3.
Hey, thank you so much. You're right. The stakes are high. The pressure is at its peak, and we have reached the halfway point, Goj. I was doing a little bit of math. 21.6 per game is the current top 4 cutoff, and things are going at a much quicker and a more intense pace than we had witnessed in the Stage 2 finals. And you called it earlier, Goj, they need to be perfect. And speaking of perfection, Zathu at the top of the leaderboard, I have now dubbed them the dolphin diving mountain goats, actually. And that was just based off their impressive performance in map number 2.
Yeah, this is a fun team to talk about because they got 3rd in the Stage 1 quals, right? And then they did pretty well. Stage 2, they got 18th, so just outside of that opportunity to go to London. They really made a big difference in those quals, like you called out during the game, with a massive 58-point win. So this time around, they're playing a lot more consistent through 2 games. They dropped one more big banger. They've essentially auto-qualled for London. Excited to see what they can do. This team got 17th last year. They'd love to improve upon that at London, but they got to get there first.
Hey, London would be absolutely crazy. Typically, this team does like to land in Al Sharim Pass. It alludes to the rotations that they can make and play out of that specific POI. Now, will they make the same play here in map number 3? I think that would be a really strong, but on the board, we're halfway. You can see the COD_esports. They're throwing it down. The timing was just right for a game-winning 2-piece. Go check it out on Twitter. Drop your predictions. I want to hear your wild cards because we got 3 more maps to go.
Yeah, I want to hear your wild cards too, and I'm going to be the negative Nancy. Win every map you want. You got to find some kills. We're talking 20 points per game at least, and that's an average. So if you've already dropped 2 games thus far, and your average between 2 is like 10 points each, you're going to drop like 30s and 40s in the next couple maps to even have a chance to make London. Get on your horse, or rather get in your Humvee, whatever you need to do. Start flying across this map. Observatory is hot. It's a key POI as we take a look at it. This is where that Maze squad has been dropping. Maybe change it up, drop on another team. Something's got to give. If you're down at the bottom of this leaderboard, you got to win every single map with like 30 kills in each to even have a chance at London. That's how tight it is here in the LCQs.
I'm looking at the kill leaders that we've had over the first 2 maps. Rakes from Team Zathu, 17 eliminations. Zakar from Team Rocket at 13. Robstar himself with 13 eliminations. Decky 12, Raz 12, Morpheus with 11, as a couple other players on 11 as well. But map number 3 is here. The plane line jumping over Bay. So all the players that like to land Observatory, Village, Al Sharim Pass are going to have such an easy flight in. But for the teams that are like to go all the way up north to Tarak and Oasis, it's a very, very tough rotation, but I'd be curious to see where that zone pulls.
Yeah, again, we always talk about like these different play styles between different teams, highly aggressive teams, more conservative teams. Do we want to jump, on another team off rip on a POI, or land on the outside of the zone and work our way in? Both can work. I would argue in LCQs, you have to play the highly aggressive play style. You can see the origination point of the line, and as teams are rotating out, several teams heading all the way up to City, hoping for that to be one of the final zone points. They can drop a bunch of kills, get a bunch of loot, and not have to rotate very much. I would love to get some stats at some point on how far some of these teams travel. Like the team that traveled the most feet across the entire map and played that kind of edge zone rotations, those are the teams that are gonna have to work the hardest for a win, but likely can find it with a ton of kills on edge.
Chow on your screen, a little bit of a early game contest. You saw Team Zathu land at pass, lose out on a team member, and immediately hop off. That was, they were talking about those rotations. Should you need to do so, you can jump to a lower ground. But now Chow, Bling, CJ, you see Dapu and Bastardo across the way, but there are 2 other squads in addition to these 2 on your screen. You can see Cam, Clocky, it's a Luigi. I don't know why I said it like that. That's all I that's it's the Mario.
Sure.
Like, I don't know why my brain just decided to do that, but there we are. So what can Luigi do?
What can Luigi do besides play second fiddle to Mario? He's gonna have to win against Chow, the Mario of France. Chow easily gets the better of his opponent, utilizing stuns and everything in between to find one. It's a great take to try to even the playing field here as they've lost at least one. It doesn't look like Nobu's anywhere to be seen. So it's going to be a 2v3 on against Dapu's squad as it looks like Clocky is backed up after losing Luigi. So nice job to push one team away. Don't have to risk the third party, at least not yet. Unless Clocky and Cam can maybe grab a high ground position here and glance over. They might be able to grab a free pick. We'll see.
Not sure if Clocky can help out. We might have to call in a nearby Mario, but Bling CJ proned out, holding the line of sight, just waiting for. But Dapu is going to go through the window. Chow, gotta make sure we're checking all LOSs. You hear the buyback coming through. Bastardo able to get that off, and now, what in the world, Chow? Let's go.
Yeah, the thing is, like, some of these fights, you don't want to be the first one to show your face. Like, you want to stay patient. Talked to Rated before NA, and that's what he was saying. It's like, wait for the other team to scam. Like, don't scam yourself. Wait for them to scam, and you'll come out successful. But at the same time, you can't sit here and take the same fight for 5 minutes. You're going to look up. We're in the mid game. You have 1 kill, and you have no chance of making London. We got to get a move on. So if this isn't worth your time, get out of here. Looks like Clocky saying this is worth her time. Gonna try to get involved here with Sam playing Overwatch.
She's trying to deny access to their loadout that they just called in. I heard it as a buy. Turns out it was a loadout, and now they just want to make sure they can get their weapons. Bastardo now, bottom of the ammo cache building, trying to use drill charges to zone it out. Push comes to shove, but it's just your teammates. Nobu and co have already rotated out. Squad number 28 dropping down from the skies, looking to get involved as well.
Hey, look, talk about hyper-aggressive playstyles, talk about ways to move around this map quickly. Sure, let's go helicopters. I'm in. Sure, you just got to show everyone where you're coming from, but it allows you to play hyper-aggressive, and they win because of it. Tiny, Modal coming out of that alive. They've lost 1. I think they lost a life there, but was it worth their time? Likely. When you have to play hyper-aggressive, do it, and do it early. Grab some kills and then set up for in-game. Helicopters allows you to do that, and hopefully you don't get punished for it. If other teams elect to shoot up at you, they might give away their position and get third party.
Zany, Bastardo, Dapu, they do not want to let Bling CJ and Chow out of their sights, but they've already made the cross onto the other building. Zany takes to the roof, though. Probably has a Signal 50 in hand, looking to maybe get that opening knock, but I love the rotation out that they're making, staying on the, the southernmost side of those buildings, out of vantage view from them. And Dapu now, they know, hey, we're not going to be able to make this happen. Do we turn around and face squad number 28, or we're going to go check in with some other teams? The action is happening. Callum, Prince Razzo, they had such a solid positioning towards that end game in map number 2, and now they want to start their action off early here in map number 3.
Yeah, they had a perfect rotation like you called out. Looks like they like this kind of play center of zone play style. Take the great position and kills will come. Worked out okay for them last time. This team kind of clambered together as an invited squad for the event. It was Joff that I believe got the invite spot. They would love to see a lot more success than they saw beforehand. Joff played with Tactical Brit and Chunk in the Stage 1 finals, got 30th overall, just missing out on Stage 2. Unfortunate circumstances during the custom quals. They didn't make it through to Stage 2, but Joff's got his, well, last chance qualifier to work with Callum and Prince Russo, who also had really tough Stage 1s, 47th overall Stage 1 playing together. So at the very least, Joff was able to pick up a duo. Now they're playing on stairs. This is going to be a tough fight, but they have a little bit of player advantage, and I like the higher ground position here on the stairs. As long as there's not a third flying in from above to pinch them, that's what they checked. Now they're in trouble. Gave up the positioning, and with the aggro play from Robstar, Groovy, tough to win that one, Tiff. Nearly flawlessly executed from Groovy, and Prince Russo is scrambling up the play, trying to play trades. Doesn't get there in time as a 2v1. In trouble.
Leaves with an inch of their life. Not sure if they're going to be able to make the disengaging from this position. There is another team, squad 10, just on the left side of these buildings, and with Scuffology and co wanting to get into the mix, they're going to parachute on down. Not able to get the res off on B Groovy yet, but now a 3v2 coming in. And just like that, Satyr, Sharpie, Scuffology eliminate Squad B Groovy. This is not the start that they wanted coming into this. They were sitting in about 7th place overall. Mind you, we're looking for top 4, and now Nova, they're going crazy as well.
Tiff, that if you looked in the Warzone dictionary for third party, Seder Squad right there, right next to that definition, perfectly executed. But as Nova is in trouble, not even close to winning that gunfight, looks like Decky on the other side trying to get better of at least one and does it. Nice trade from Pro Urson. The team near the top, if not at the top, still involved inside the top 4. Somehow making it out of that fight alive, only losing 1. That looked like a fight they shouldn't have won, yet Pro Urson somehow does it again.
Hey, they know what they need to do, sitting in that coveted 4th place position. They don't want to lose out just yet, but as we get a good feel for where that zone is going to go, it seems like a lot of those teams in Al Mazrah City could potentially have to rotate out. I think they'll be relatively safe. Last time we saw a zone like this, it actually ended in City itself for World Series of Warzone. But I like where Squad 18 has positioned themselves. That's going to be Team PD, your map 1 winners. That area of the map just to the northeastern side of the city has a buy station. It's a great spot to either start off if you want a little bit of a slower start to get your load out. But that's the issue with slower starts, is you run the gauntlet of like the risk of not getting enough eliminations.
Yeah, take a look at Squad 1 here on the edge. I mean, this is exactly what you're talking about. It's a great spot to land. You've got a great POI. You're kind of hedging your bets here that if it does cross out of City, you're going to have an advantage, but you're not going to find a ton of eliminations. Now, Morpheus might be able to with the signal 50 from 300 meters plus, but, you know, the chances of you getting double-digit limbs before we get to the final circle is very unlikely. So they might make a move to City or just hold their breath and think, no, there's probably going to be 15, 20 teams. Like, we can still get a solid game out of it. If this was stage 2 finals, I say great idea. This is LCQ. You got to get top 4. I don't know if that's going to be enough to hang out there all the way to final circle.
Tony White squad. You can see Sweezy to the left. Not sure if that's Spaz or Tony White himself that is down on top of that high ground. But Zathu, the Dolphin Diving Mountain Goats, are back at it again. Rakes has fallen, and Sisty and Zathu are going to have to clean this up. You've got the Schlager on the signal 50 with 2 bullets in the chamber. You have to be perfect. Sisty, though, gonna lose out on their life. Sweezy is out here winning the right 1v1s that are necessary, and Zathu looking to find that line of sight. But honestly, throw down the mortar and close the distance, or just get out of dodge at this point. It's not worth it.
Yeah, you're at the top of the leaderboard. You can't have a chalked game. There is no buffer room being at the top. Like during stage 2, usually we talk about like, hey, top 15, you're making it to London. You've got some room to work. No, not here. Not LCQ. You're at the top, but just barely at the top. And you can't have a chalked game. You're going to fall out of the money, or rather out of the tickets to London. Now, Robstar falling out of the tickets of this game. I think that's a full team wipe. A team that everyone expected to do well, really struggling, especially here in the 3rd map.
That's really tough when you find yourself just on the outskirts of the top 4. If your team, Tony White, Shucks, Punkil, you are preying on the downfall of the teams in top 4. And if I'm Melvin, bro, this is everything. They're sitting in that coveted 5th place spot, which is not going to be good because only 4 are going from the first 5 maps, and then we have to go down to that wild card. So if you're finding yourselves just outside, knowing that you just have a few points, you got to get every kill that you can.
Several teams still within reaching distance of top 4. We're about halfway through the tournament at this point, as we're halfway through the 3rd map. Zamza Jr. control, holding down a building on edge of zone, or rather inside of zone, waiting for it to potentially become edge, or maybe they'll get the correct zone pull. Jadar, Den, Gagad go huge. Gagad, a storied BR player, got an invite here to LCQ, has over $50,000 earned in Warzone, by the way. This isn't like a, oh yeah, Gagad, we've heard that name, been around the block for a long time. No, like 50 grand earned in Warzone. Most of it, however, was for Dansk and early Caldera, so gonna need to show out here on Al Mazrah, see if we can shake some of that rust off, come out on top. Haven't seen them in the top 10 yet. Doesn't mean they don't have a shot.
See if Amit Jr. can clean this out. The engagement is about to happen. They've laid siege. They've thrown down the streaks, trying to find maybe a pickup of something, but it looks like Squad 14 just wanted to rotate on past them, smoke and run. I don't blame them, but Control Deck does need to pick up these eliminations when you think about it. Right now, sitting on 14 elims total for the first 2 maps, wanting to make something happen, but they're oh my god, they out-rotated them, got the high ground, and are now looking to see if Kong can grab an early opening to the fight with the signal.
Yeah, you need a knock here. Again, that'll be the signal flare to push forward through the window. Certainly possible. Likely going to be shot back at. Finds the connection on one. These aren't one-shot snipers. Even if you hit a headshot, they're not going to go down. They're just going to get extremely weak. That signal 50, though, can shoot quick. You can get 2 bullets off before your opponents even know what's going on. Doesn't find it. Let's check on the other side. Rotating out of observatory. Where do we go from here? Hunting the edge. Team 37 versus Team 30. That's Tamaki on the other side, waiting on Blau to fly back in. Blau maybe just playing kind of aerial recon here for a second. Giving information out on where its Freddy is. Freddy says, I'm not going to let you do that forever. Maybe I can try to grab a pick. Not quite, but this is a tough one because you can't sit here and just say, oh, let's just rotate on. Let's just get out of here and move on to our next location, because likely Tamaki is going to follow you and grab a pick from behind. They're going to try it. There they go, paraching off the mountain. If Tamaki knows that, they could take some shots here, especially if they had a signal. Looks like both teams have just elected to go their own separate ways and say, hey, we'll see you later. We'll see you in the final circle. Who knows?
They were waving the white flag before they jumped off. Hey, temporary truce while we rotate. Maybe we continue this engagement on a later date, but Rakes from Team Zathu has made it to one of the highest positions here at High Rise and then jumps down. But I like this, right? Last standing does get absolutely decimated, but that's because he was being chased by Squad 32. Here I was, thought he was safe going in to try and hit that buy station, maybe get the squad mates back, but looks like Chow also finds himself in a precarious situation trying to escape from yet again another. Can he do it? No, he's gonna get knocked and completely eviscerated. Squad 15 will be down and out. They did try their best to rotate away. We last saw them running out towards the bay, and now we just keep on moving. Onkyo, though, I like that positioning. Scared to say that, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say, next time you say, yeah, I like this, dead immediately. That's city for you, though, right? Like, you can get shot from 1,000 different locations, 1,000 different angles. You think you're safe, you're pushing a buy. I guarantee someone is looking at that buy station. Pro Urzen squad, again, top 4. No kills to the side of Nova, though. A little bit of a slower game than they've had the last 2. Gotta keep up the pace, keep up those averages. Looking for 20 points or so, getting shot from above. Inkyo's spot. A good one, a great one. Inside of zone, they can hold that for a while. Likely going to see Inkyo inside of that tower for the next 3 to 4 minutes.
Team Darcity on the right hand. Pro Urzen looking to make a play for that. We jump on over here. We've got an engagement with Team Smithy Slays. That's me, Charlie Skinner, and Blinks. Not necessarily committed to this fight just yet, but that's going to be Squad 18, your winners of map number 1. Now, mind you, they were talking about playing positioning and keeping things consistent, but they've kind of fallen a little bit lower on the leaderboard than where they'd like to be. Obviously, we know we're gunning for that top 4 positioning, but they're finding themselves in about 9th right now, so need to have a big game here.
Smithy Slay squad, a team that hasn't gotten a lot of airtime yet. Got invited here to fill a squad that kind of separated into and distributed their players around to different teams. This team got a kind of last minute ad, and it was Charlie Skinner and Blinks that have actually been competing in Warzone together since the first month of Verdansk, all the way here several years later. Trying to make a name for themselves in the EU stage. LCQ is the place to do it. Got to go big, though, in the next couple maps. Keep checking in with some of our top teams. Melvin, Shucks, Pace. Holding down edge of zone. They've got to keep pushing these fights. 38 teams still alive here as the third circle is beginning to close. And Tiff, this is about what we expect to see, especially as we kind of move closer and closer to city. You're going to see a lot of teams alive, even in the 7th and 8th circles.
I'm just holding my breath every time I see someone running the signal 50 and just completely start firing. You look like you need about 3 shots, but with the Cronin, you just gotta fire. Melvin able to pick up good damage on that player, but finding themselves on the bridge. Not a lot of plates just yet, but if you're gonna look to a rooftop, you know Morpheus is gonna be on it, and some massive damage going out at the hands of them. Completely looking for that last member. It's gonna be Infernal. One of the members of the 2nd place squad. Needs to stay alive. Dancing to do their best, but Morpheus closing the distance, parachuting down, and just like that, able to completely wop Squad 14.
Well, I think they whopped and wiped them, Tiff. Honestly, a great play. They lost the car, but drill charges denoted not only have you done damage, but certainly inside of that building, So they push it and win it. This is the team that's been holding edge, right? They've been hanging out outside of City, sitting on this stronghold, saying, everyone that tries to rotate, come to us. We're going to take you out and make sure you're out of the game and maintain our position in case the zone pulls out of City. It looks like it's at the very least touching part of City, but not all of it. So maybe a solid play here. Now you can see 45. That's Inkyo on the right-hand side of the mini-map, just barely blinking out as Nova's team rotates out. Inkyo squad got knocked from distance by Shucks, but still alive. They did 4 minutes later hold down that tower. Now they're having to rotate into this edge of City. And who's here first? It's Satyr on one side. See Team 12 on the other. And guess who has a helicopter going for height? It's Morpheus. We're top seed. We're acting like it.
Yeah, they need to do exactly what they can do here. Infernal is already out. Zathu is already out. So this is your third place team looking to close the distance and reign supreme on the top of the leaderboard. But this also begs to show Tony White and co can also really find success here, but you're not going to have ultimate high ground. And on rotation, Morpheus does go down, but able to get inside the stairwell, get back up. Do have one UAV to work with should you need to, but look who it is. Chow rolling up dead center of our free cam here in a vehicle, not down and out, still trying to keep the dream alive. Nobu Spartan flies to EU. They look to make their trip to London, but they're just running the gauntlet here.
Well, your last map winners, they're dead at 36th overall. Not going to look good on the leaderboard. Likely going to drop out of the top 10. Top 4 make it. Top 10 looks good. You're not going to be there any longer, though. VDAT out of here, and that's Smithy Slays, the team I shouted out before. Last second invite here to the LCQs, trying to make a name for themselves. Taking down a map winner. They've got an opportunity to do just that. Now, this was the issue with our top-seeded team. They are not sitting on very many eliminations playing Edge. Now, Ulix 45 also, having played height, they have no chance to win this fight. Great plays here from Team 25, a squad that almost every person I talked to said that team will make it. Inkyo is just that different. Just turned 18 not too long ago, able to play in LCQs, not having a great tournament thus far.
No, they just got decimated by a tidal wave of aggression from squad number 25. Now Melvin Shucks, they're inside the top 10. They want to keep their dreams alive, but they're currently working on that Mad Lion squad on the other side. Good smoke, though, to try and prolong the life and couple of that with some drill charges. You can hear them trying to find some damage through the walls. Shucks, though, still relatively healthy, able to just brush back up onto fully plated up, and they've found themselves in Yum Yum, one of my favorite spots of the city to drop plenty of cash, but this late game, you know, it's relatively open.
Well, of the teams that came from stage 2, 13 teams made a change going into LCQ. Shucks' squad is not one of those. See if that chemistry and loyalty stands out amongst the rest. Now, I do see Pro Urson squad, I believe, just getting wiped there in the kill feed. So, albeit they've had a great couple maps thus far, they're going to be dropping out on top 4 likely, dropping 30th overall. Multiplyer's really not making a huge impact until you're into the top 10. You see Pigna taking height here. So many teams hanging out inside of City, the edge of City. Where does this net circle go? Still going to maintain a lot of height, probably. And it looks like we'll just barely be touching the water going into the next one.
Circle's about to close in 24 seconds. Meanwhile, I thought Squad 23, Team Scuffology, was going to be able to hold out the teams on the left, but with that streak coming in, they're going to have to prioritize their rotation. Team Tony White is near the upper area of that roof. They finally got themselves into the top 4, but Ubisti, Kaini, they're trying to swim for their life as the great migration in the water. They're looking like whales headed to wherever they go when they need to find food.
Yeah, I would try to speak whale, but it's going to come out weird on broadcast, so I'll save that for after. Scuffology's team, a brand new team. I was touting chemistry. They're in a great spot, though. All 3 moving over from different squads. Satyr, having played with a different team that's here, got bumped out, and they're having a great game. Double-digit elims here, top 20 overall. But they're going to have to rotate in. They're going to do so now. They've got a free opening only for a few seconds. They make a move and they make it there free and clear. There's going to be several teams here. Now, here's the height fight. It's just Fuzzin up here, looking like another player potentially floating around in the air. Fuzzin does win it, though. Well, Fuzzin takes out his opponents and has height. What do you do with it, though?
You just hold tight. You just wipe Team Skims. We'll have to focus on rotating just in. You can see Kaisar in the distance, taking an isolated fight as well. If he can win that one, solidify that area for his teammate to join on. But Sharpie climbing up. There's no way this is going to be unheard. Does get the peak, drops down. Rather perfect. Now we can focus on how are we going to approach that player. Fuzzin does go down in the meantime.
This team is going big. Satyr on 7, Scuffology on 8. I believe this team almost has 20 eliminations, but it's a tally from Maze that's getting the better of them right now. That Scuffology team could have the makings of the biggest game of the day if they can make it into the top 10. And we're almost there. All of a sudden, from 20 teams down to the top 10, they're here. They've got 20 some odd kills already and a nice high ground position just on the edge of zone. A perfect spot to be in. Satyr's team going big. Now here's Rocket on the other side, still having yet not to find an elimination. The team likely only having 5. That's the difference. You have to play hyper aggressive. Now they need to find almost every single kill left in this circle to even have a chance at a decent game, and they're in trouble. Rocket's out of here.
This is the issue, right? Squad 23, the team you're just talking about, Satyr, had that ultimate high ground, the angles on Rocket. Morpheus did already rotate in and can try to keep out Kyborg. And Zanks just has to get that line of sight. They're not going to be able to rotate in, but Rocket may be able to make a play. But just because you have high ground, Satyr, does not mean you're going to be able to reign supreme for this map. We've seen this play. This was an ending we witnessed just last week for the World Series of Warzone Stage 2 quals. Tony White and co still alive, running the gauntlet in the vehicle, and the push comes, and Scuffology taken down on rotation. They've identified where the pressure was coming from, but still not able to move.
That's what I'm so worried about. Like, now we're playing a little bit of chicken with the teams underneath, able to almost take out one and taking a bit of damage. Sharpie's going to push the fight and loses it. It's all up to Satyr. They had the height. They had the most kills. They have a bigger map no matter what, but they got to get top 5. They need the 1.8 times multiplier. Taking out one, it doesn't do it. Not yet. We have to find the next elimination, and Satyr is somehow still in this. No, goes down. I don't know if they got 5th or 6th, but it was close. Watch out for Satyr's team. They're going to be inside the top 10. They might even be top 5 with a massive map, but it's not over yet. The people that played positioning and played the low ground, using the helicopter to get here, Tiff, they're here. They have player advantage. They do not have as many kills as Satyr's team had.
Morpheus able to get that mobile buy back in. You can see Zakar and Rocket back up now. They're going to turn the tides. Number in their advantage, looking for that player that was the thorn in their side. This is the final 2 right here goes. They just need to get their lineup on them.
Yeah, look, it's a 3v1. This is a free win. And
find them.
Yeah, we're just body stack every fight. They're doing it. Look at them. They're moving in perfect succession. This team is also a squad that's been playing together since the very beginning. Looking for the final player. There they have it. Win the gunfight. Congratulations on a victory. Top seed for a reason. Fantastic map number 3. Congratulations to Morpheus and squad for walking away with that map 3 victory. I gotta say, Tiff, a pretty underwhelming one from that squad, though. Likely only going to be like an 18-point game overall. Not enough to really make a difference on the leaderboard. I'm looking at Satyr's squad at the top.
Well, here's the deal. They were already in the top 4, so they just really wanted to solidify that positioning. And honestly, they're not going to leave things to chance. Let's run back that victory moment here.
Pod nami, do lewej. Pod nami, do lewej. Do prawej, kuchnia. Za mną biegajcie, za mną, wszyscy za mną, wszyscy za mną.
Możecie na minę,
Zagrać windę.
Jeszcze lekko struczam, żeby...
Wszyscy, cały czas wszyscy za mną.
Tu za drzewem po lewo może być za nami. Chodźcie, chodzą, roki. Tu.
Ej, kurwa, ten elewator!
Winda.
Dobra.
Nice.
8 win, kurwa, dawać. Zachar, idziesz na wywiad jak coś.
Kurwa, gdzie to jest?
No kurwa, przyjdę tu.
Well, Tiff, I think they knew it. You could see there wasn't a lot of excitement in that win. It was like, whew, we got the win, right? They took a decently, honestly, I'll just say it. In LCQ, that was a bad game. They took a bad game into an okay game. 16 points on the board. Still a big victory to make sure they try to maintain that top 4 position. If they are there, they're going to barely be there. There's going to a lot of teams right there, right behind, breathing down their necks.
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see how the leaderboard shakes up. But overall, they were looking like a perfect team, rotating throughout that building, looking for the final player, checking every corner, not leaving anything to chance. And Goj, I mean, in the Stage 2 finals, they missed out on London by a tiebreaker. So, of course, they're not going to leave anything to chance here.
A lot of people on the timeline saying this squad could take it all, and they have yet to say anything otherwise. Inside the top 4, will they still be there? Underwhelming or otherwise, we take wins when we can get them. We'll see if maybe they can go back-to-back here in map number 4. 2 maps to go. Don't go anywhere. In EU LCQs here, about to be wrapped up.
Get free games and in-game content such as the Rat Pack with Prime Gaming. Visit gaming.amazon.com. Hit the gas and don't let up with this World Series of Warzone pack featuring a speedy operator skin and a powerful blueprint. Available in store using Call of Duty points. And welcome back, everybody, to the World Series of Warzone EU Last Chance Qualifier presented by Prime Gaming. Prime Gaming, they got you set up with everything. Not only are they helping with World Series of Warzone, but they can help you too. Get free games and in-game content with Prime Gaming using the command !Prime Gaming in chat. Again, !Prime Gaming in chat to learn all about what Prime Gaming can bring to you. I'm Taylor Reflections Double, joined by Dream Crazy and Enigma. Game 3 is done. We are now about to move into Game 4, but before we get to that point, let's break down what we ended up seeing because there is quite a bit. First and foremost, to start off, Dream, a lot of teams seem to be rotating early, setting up with their signals, and it seems to be paying off.
Well, we'll see if that is the case, at least in terms of Team Rocket, who, it just seemed like a lot of these teams, the top half of the teams were getting set up in a way to where they could just position themselves to allow the eliminations to come to them. But the bottom half of the teams, they're forced for these engagements. They have that added on pressure to where they need to tally up the kills to climb up on the leaderboards, which we just saw a team do that.
We did see a team do that, and to Rocket's credit, despite them getting 8 eliminations, they still got the victory, so the early setups might benefit them greatly going into the final game, where survivability is what it's all about. Enigma, let's talk about a couple of teams, though, and I want to really hone in on Seder & Co. because they popped off with one of the biggest games we have seen today. I believe around 26 kills, top 5 performance. Even though they don't get the victory, they might still jump up the leaderboards because of it.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a massive game, potentially our biggest scoring one today. Really, really popped off. And it's the way they played Mazrah City. It's a difficult spot to play in City. There's so much going on. There's so many different elevations and places of interest. And little cubby holes as well. You've just got to watch it all the time, as we see here on the screen. That is an elevator that you're led in, ladies and gentlemen. But the thing is that teams say to do is they pick a building that gives them a viewpoint over a river that other teams are going to have to cross over and therefore be vulnerable. They're also sat over a double road, which is therefore going to leave teams open and vulnerable trying to cross. One smoke grenade is not going to get you across that road. You're going to be under fire from that squad on the roof. And then, yeah, they get a little bit of luck maybe with the zone until the late stages, but they essentially play it out very, very well. They just honker up, play raining shots from above with the Cronons, and just do the damage that is required to get them that kill total.
Get the damage, right? Especially if you're team firing, which we saw there was a team in the water, team on top of the rooftop, and they were just team firing those guys. They could not get out of the way quick enough, and not to mention his Simtex also being thrown. Anxiety was going through the roof, and I wasn't even the one playing, and I couldn't imagine what the guys in the water felt. Let's bring in Zakhar, though, our winner from game number 3. Big win, but was it enough, right? Because you place, or I believe 8 kills total, if I'm not mistaken, so a 16-point game. But Zakhar, first and foremost, how you feeling about that game 3?
Well, I'm feeling good. We didn't get enough kills though. In the end game, we had only 8 kills in a win. But my teammates clashed up really good. So yeah, I think we're doing fine. We just have to keep the consistency going.
Yep, consistency is a big thing today. So let's take a step back into the past, though. You were one of our discussions in the pre-show. You were a bubble team, 16th place from the EU finals taking place last week. You missed out, I believe, literally 0.1 points. It was insanely close. Talk to me about how you were feeling being that bubble team and what it meant to come into the LCQ today.
Honestly, that was a tough loss because I think we had 56 points after 3 games, and then we got 9 points in the last 3 games. So that was really tough to swallow, to be honest. But we fixed our mistakes from the stage 2, and yeah, we just have to keep it going, honestly.
Yeah, I that last game there, it seemed like, do you find yourselves, because I mean, you guys have had your signal setups, and you guys have your plays that you just keep coming out on top, with. But would you say too, kind of the similar question, do you notice, that I asked earlier, do you notice a huge difference, in your gameplay from last week to this week? Because it still seems like you guys in particular really don't seem to be affected.
It wasn't a huge change, actually. We fixed those little mistakes that we made in stage 2. We just applied I think 2 or 3 fixes maybe, and then just play with the zone and just play kind of safe, I guess. And yeah, that's it.
At the top of the show, I basically challenged your team and said that you need to avoid those kind of maps where you were dropping, going out early doors, maybe 0 kills, maybe 1 kills, as you had through map 4 and 5 last time out. So far, so good. But last time, it all fell apart, as you said, in the second half of your afternoon. From this point forward, what's the message to the boys? Because you're in a really good spot right now, but how do you avoid that same issue as last time?
I think we just have to stop counting points and just looking at the leaderboard, because we just applied a pressure to ourselves by just looking at the leaderboard, and we just stress too much about points and stuff. We just have to focus up, get as much points as we can in every single game, and yeah, that's it. That's it.
That's it. Play your game.
Just play your game. Exactly. Zakhar, honestly, a win is a win, man. And 8 kills, right? I know you guys could do better, and you guys will do better. You're a team that I fully expect to be within that top 4 position after the next 2 games. And, man, you guys are incredible. Zakhar, best of luck moving forward. Is there anything you want to say to your fans, brother? Because you're locked in, I know it. And coming in the next game, you guys are going to come back with a vengeance.
Nah, I don't want to say anything. We just have to lock it in. And thank everyone for support. Thank you. Viewers, thank you.
All right, Zakhar, appreciate you, brother. Best of luck and stay locked in. That's Zakhar winning game number 3. Now going into game number 4. And I mean, Hey, honestly, Dream, you know it as a competitor. That man is locked in. It's all business. He is serious. He wants to move forward, and you can feel that energy.
Oh, absolutely. Like in that moment too, right there, like I know if I were him, yeah, I would be like, okay, I can't really get excited just yet. Yeah, we may be like on that bubble, but you have to stay locked. You can't get excited just yet.
That's right. Can't get excited just yet. Stay locked. And speaking of locked, who's locked in the first place, Enigma? Let's take a look at our standings. Who's up top? And did that big match from Sater and Co. pay off? As I look through the list, who stands out to you?
Well, it is going to be that jump from Sater, Scoffology, and Sharpie D. They make a massive climb into 5th, become a part of the conversation for top 4, chasing down teams we've been discussing all afternoon. But also, maybe a side that we've not discussed that much is this Tony White team.
Sure.
We've got a little bit of love for him here on the desk because we all feel a little bit old when all these 18-year-olds are cracked out. But Tony
Yes.
White is actually 32 years old, and the man is still putting up figures. So last time out, they had some very good placings, but needed more kills, and it looks like today they are adjusting and making those placements actually count a lot more, keeping them in that top 3.
That's right. Representing the old heads out there. Tony White, 32. I'm 31. That's an inspiration right there, because we talk about 18-year-olds constantly coming into the scene. Well, he's not there, right? So Tony White qualifying today would be massive and would become a personal, aside from Pentagon and Co., but would become a personal favorite of mine to rock it at the Global Finals. Dream, this is a big moment. We're going into game number 4, and this is the point where now you really have to lock it in, because there's only one more game after this, right? And at least for our top 4 positions to be earned today, or else you're going to have to risk it on one game. So Dream, game 4, what's the mindset looking like for a competitor?
Stay alive as long as possible, because like you notice that the teams that come out on top in these final circles are teams that have everyone alive. So stay alive as long as possible. Pick up those elims if you are those bottom teams, and if you are those top teams, let the kills come to you and set up at that point, because you're right. You're so close. Like you said, 2 more games, 2 more drops.
2 more games. That's it. And one game is about to start now. Bring in our caster, Spider Tiff Ghost. Things are getting serious. I've been saying that, but the tension starts to continue to add up. Even though you might be top 4 now, you might not be top 4 after this next game is done. So without further ado, Spider Tiff Ghost, let's go into drop number 4.
It's the final stand. We have 2 more maps, Goj, and I love that we got to hear from Zachar and see just how locked in they are. I was perusing the timeline, and a tweet from 2021 from Zachar popped up and said, "I'm gonna make it one day." Fingers crossed, right? And obviously it starts in London. The World Series of Warzone can make or break people, but we want to see dreams come true. One last chance, no breaks now. You can see from the COD_esports channel, a lot of people utilizing that hashtag World Series of Warzone. Get your tweets on the timeline. We want to see them. And just like we said, the final stand, 2 more maps to go. I'm rooting for the Polish team, all right, Goj? I am. Team Rocket, Zachar, Morpheus. Let's make it happen.
Well, here's our Twitch poll. How many limbs will map 4 winner have? 1 through 9, 10 through 15, 15 through 20 was the number most people went with. 8% of you said 21 plus. Could be the biggest game of the day. And speaking of the biggest game of the day, a gigantic leap there from Sater's squad. That must have been some odd 40 to 45, maybe even close to a 50-point game. That jumps them from nowhere near in the conversation all the way up to 5th place. And a couple other big shifts around. Punkkill went from 10th to 6th. Pro Urson dropped from 4th to 7th. Shucks' team dropped from 5th to 8th. A lot of teams in contention, and it is very tight at the top.
Yeah, it's not too bad, right? Team Rocket, Zachar said, yeah, it was just a 16-point game. But if you have your team Zathu, you had a 7-point map 3, which dropped you to 4th. I just wrote big game for Team Tony White because they solidified themselves in the top 3. And as we get ready, our final 2 maps of the day. Map number 4. I say of the day, but I keep forgetting there's a wild card action that's going to be happening for the final map of the day, and that's going to get really intense. But if you're just joining us, map number 4 of 5. Who is going to get the start they need?
Well, somebody in chat said Tony White is their dad. So hopefully your father wins out today and makes it to London. Hopefully you can get that +1 and hang out with him there in London. Sadie trying to have a +1 here on the scoreboard. No, not even close. Bastardo on the run. Run away, my friend. You're the last alive. It's a 1v3. Are you going to grab a pick? Not even close.
You don't even have time to run. You just pull up the pistol and say, I'm going down, final stand status. But Tamaki pistol in hand, getting shot through the door. Little unfortunate there. Blau trying to make something happen, but people, when Pro Urzen says, we understand that we fell out of the top 4, this is the action we want to have happen. And Zathu and co, after a 7-point map 3, look, they're ready to let it fly.
Dave, here's the thing. We talked about it during the stage 1 and 2 finals. We talked about how crazy that 6th map during the finals is. I have a prediction here that LCQ, it's maps 4 and 5 that are going to be absolutely nutso, because if you're down there in like 30th, you know you have to drop 2 of the biggest games of the day back to back to even have a chance. And speaking of a team that needs to have a banger game, Inkyo getting fried from distance, not a way you want to start a banger map, losing 1, and now Ulik's on the run.
I mean, Rakes has racked up so many eliminations throughout the first 3 maps. This trajectory that they're on is going to be impeccable, right? They drop Alsharim Pass, they get their loadout early from the stronghold, and then they just carry that path of aggression, right? Knowing that they still have their gulag available and they can just run the gauntlet. But check out that zone, looking real similar to map number 1. Squad number 4 and 15 at the airport, not going to be a bad start for them. Meanwhile, Rakes gonna fall. Sisti, Zathu, just need to keep an eye out. Joker on the roof was kind of throwing down the ordnance, looking to find some nades, but geez, Zathu, straight to the gulag.
Nice win over Joker. Both of the other teammates nowhere to be found. These are those moments you look back on and say, why did we just not body stack? Like, we had the win. And now Sisti is still left alive. Lola is not close, so it's going to be a 2v1 because his res is going to go off. This team was in 4th place going into this map. Almost had an awful start. Somehow has scraped it back into their favor. Opportunity to put up a couple more kills and then move on their merry way. Maybe contest Team 29 here around the corner. This is huge to stave off the bleeding, Tiff. I was not expecting them to get out of this one alive, and now they're feeling fine.
Yeah, Team Lola, one of the people to get that last chance qualifier slots. Lenzo on your screen, a Warzone player for Noctum Esports, had originally played with Charlie Skinner and EU Ghost in the Season 2 quals, but now joined up with Lola to make something happen. Rakes, my man looking like Spider-Man, mounts onto the side, and just like that gets decimated, but it's actually not going to be from Lola or Lenzo. It looks like maybe a different team had picked them up, or one of the players just went down in the gulag at the hands of, I think it was like squad 39.
That's right. Yeah, look, here's the thing. We call that in the sports world, that's just blown coverage. Like, you just missed out on one of the players. They're going to be missing out on that helicopter too. Look, you have information on one, you try to push the fight, you're playing aggressive, you make a mistake. You're going to hate to look back on that one and say that cost us the tournament, but it's certainly possible. They're all going to be in the gulags. They're going to have to restabilize out. They were in 4th place going into this map. They're going to have to turn things around in this one. And Sater, who jumped up into 5th, should be fine here on the high ground, trying to do a lot of the same.
Yeah, you've got Team Pro Urzen just on the right side of them, looking to really eliminate them. They're on that upward trajectory of climbing the leaderboard, and May's squad here looking to do a little bit of the same.
Got a great spot, Tiff. I mean, they're in 11th, so still within reaching distance of top 4, starting out with 3 already on Ghoul, so they won an early team fight, at least one, if not more. Pretty good position. They need to continue to rotate in, set up their middle game well, but they got to find a ton of kills. Look, if you're not in top 15-ish, you really are way behind, but... And I'll say this with a massive emphasis and several asterisks, but yes, consistency pays off. But if you drop a 55, 60-point game, you're automatically now in the conversation going into the last map. It just takes one. Consistency, fantastic. Banger maps where you're dropping 60-point games, that'll put you there no matter what.
I mean, just think back to the last map of the NA Stage 2 finals last week when Super Evan, Z Colors, and Swag just threw down in that final game to take that coveted spot to London. Anything could happen. We have 2 maps left, and I would rather see the banger game come through in map number 4 as opposed to that final map, just because I would be really stressed watching it happen. It would be super cool though. But Benny Central squad 11 on your screen, 17th place overall, coming into map number 4. Need to make a play. You can see they're running straight into hate. It's Aaron's squad on the bridge. So they dive down, want to reposition, but that just gave Aaron and co time to regroup, knowing there's a team underneath them.
That's exactly right. And it's funny because Quirky actually played with Aaron in the last one. Quirky came came from Aaron and Showstopper's team, and that team ended up splitting all over the place. Showstopper playing with Inkyo. So nice little former teammate violence. Speaking of some violence, Shucks Melvin trying to push the equation onto Juan here. This is going to be a tough one to win. Melvin's peeking through the door, waiting on the body stack. Flawless execution. Don't take any risk when you don't have to take them, Tiff.
It's true. I mean, look, if I'm Team Shucks, knowing that I can just pick up that elimination, doing everything that I need to do, I've been hovering around the 6th to 8th position throughout the entire day so far, but they need that extra oomph to get into that top 4. And our Polish team, Morpheus, Rocket, Zakar, a lot of teams that have been talking about them here today, and a lot of people on the timeline want to see them do well. You saw just how focused Zakar was, and now Morpheus infiltrating the building, able to find one. Saz Kettles on the screen, just like that, down and out. One player last standing on squad number 35, but they may just try to get out of dodge because they are locked and ready for the victory again.
Yeah, CGS is out of here. Run away, my friend. I couldn't tell if that was just a total breakdown of the other team or flawless execution from Morpheus. Maybe we'll chalk it up as both. Some comms coming through. Oh, wait, no, that's Nobu Spartan on the other side. I was going to talk about a different team, but Nobu Spartan still has yet to have the breakout game they need to try to force Nobu off the bridge with the PA, but in the meantime, that's likely Chow taking sniper shots to give teammates some cover. Does get a knock on actually Bling CJ as we swap over to a different fight. Moto finding 2 with mortar strike. Sure, we'll take those.
That was a big mortar. I'm telling you, there's nothing worse than being in a building that's kind of broken down. The mortar strike coming in and just clipping you through a doorway. But Modal now, Ronin in hand, able to put down some good shots, repositions. This is honestly, that was the damage you needed to potentially leave, but we're going to re-peek from a completely different angle. I respect it, Modal. Take it down.
Modal continues to perform pretty well, but pretty well won't get you to London. Not yet, at least. You turn pretty well into great getting into the last map. There's an opportunity to do so. You're going to lose Mubisti. You're all by yourself because Kaine's in the gulag. So it's going to be a tough one to stabilize out of. Back to our Maze squad here. Again, stage 1 qualifier winners. They drop Observatory every single time, and they usually find some early game success. Looks like they're kind of just repeating history here. R1s has 0 chance at that victory. Nice team wipe out of Maze. They're going to be moving on with Observatory all to themselves.
Not bad positioning. Checking on in with B, Groovy, Robstar, and Ben. We saw this rotation from a couple teams early on, but the teams that we had witnessed are probably gone or maybe have already rotated out. But if I'm Ben, I want to take down squad 14. That looks like they've kind of split off and separated, maybe trying to continue that on. Kong on the rooftop there from squad 14. You can see Infernal just to the north. Your second place overall squad with 67.4 points, down to a duo and split in this POI. Not where you really want to find yourself.
That's right. Horrid chasing down map 2 victors. VDOT. Pika is there as well. They could maybe play pinch here. There's Sweezy off to the side. Looks like Valve's coming in. There's several teams here. Not a lot of them healthy, though. Every team missing at least one, besides Sweezy. It's a huge advantage point for Squeezy squad, not only having high ground, but also player advantage. They could get a 3rd or 4th party, grab a couple eliminations. Drill charges will do it, sure. But if you can push this fight when you have your advantage, walk out of this POI, Tiff, with maybe 5-6 kills, that's huge for your mid game.
It is, but you got to go through Team Tony White in the midst of things over on the left-hand side of your screen in the building. And now we have another squad rolling into the mix here, and Aussie doing everything they can to kind of just maintain their positioning inside, out of sight from these teams, peeking out just for a little bit, but dodging right back in. Doing what they need to do, considering you're right, there's a lot of teams here, and a lot of teams that are going to be rotating out of Observatory will likely come straight to these buildings.
Sweezy, Tony White, Spaz. Spaz did very well in the quals. Fairly decent during the stage finals, and now swapping over to Tony White's teams. Apparently doing fantastic. One of the only squads inside of our even top 10, really, that made a subtraction and an addition, and it ended up being a net positive inside of top 3. Continue to maintain that consistency. They'll likely see their way themselves all the way to London. Porky was kind of on the worst end of that deal. Porky actually played with Spaz earlier. Didn't perform great. I think 36th overall. Not a lot of success here today either.
Well, Skims, speaking of success, want to see if they can find it here. Bogsy already down, so Skids and Joshy going to have to work together here to find out on Bastardo. Finds him. Joshy able to get the trade and the res. 29 is going to be wiped. Jumping back over to Marshlands, Luciana Physic and Porky. This engagement that we are witnessing in, but we're back. Callum, Prince Raza, we know they've got good rotation for endgame. Looks like they may disengage just a little bit, but it's actually because it looks like Physic and Co were able to call in a precision airstrike, but Goj will just have to wait and see.
Yeah, look, here's the thing. This is what we got to do. This is going to be ice in the veins. We're going to have to reset that lobby due to some circumstances. So with that being the case, Tiff, this is where it's almost like the icing of the kicker. If you watch football, I would say American football, not EU football. A lot of teams will call a timeout right as they're taking that field goal, right? And because of that, you're really testing the nerves of your kicker. We just tested the nerves of a lot of teams. Some of these teams were doing really well in that lobby. Some of these teams were doing really poorly, and they're going to have mixed emotions with the reset. But given the reset, how do you take this new map by storm? You got to come in hot. You got to shake off the nerves. You got to shake off whatever frustration you're feeling, and you got to play your game, play consistent, and you can't let it affect you.
You just got to lock it in like Zakar was in the interview. Ice in the veins, baby. We're going to cut to a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to rerun map number 4.
And welcome back, everybody, to the World Series of Warzone EU Last Chance Qualifier presented by Prime Gaming. Now, we had to do a full map reset just to make sure that we're ironing out all the details. We want a fair, competitive field. This is the Last Chance Qualifier after all. Only 5 teams move forward to the Global Final. So if something's not right, we want to make sure we adhere to the competitive integrity and give everybody the best chance with no excuses. So that's the big thing. And you know what? I'm okay with it. Map 4 wasn't working out as good, so hey, we pulled it back. We'll be back into the game very shortly. But hey, Enigma, this gives us a chance to kind of talk about how today's been going. So why don't we move into one of our segments that I'm personally a big fan of, that's called Cracking the Code with Enigma.
Appreciate it, Reflections. Yeah, perfect opportunity here then to talk about something that's been getting on my nerves a little bit today. So we've spoken a lot about rotations throughout the weeks, and so have every set of teams that we've spoken to. Good rotations, being center circle, being somewhere important. But as we go here into this map, now forgive my crude drawing, I was never an artist, but when we come into the map 1, we had a circle that was like this, very south, very much going to pull south. That's not going to go very many places. You're probably talking maybe village, maybe water, but somewhere around here. Yeah, we're seeing teams land all the way up in places like, oh, sorry, 1 second. Let me make sure I'm using the pen. We're seeing teams land in Zarqwa. We're seeing teams land as far north of Mazrah, Rohan Oil. And the thing is here, the thing that really concerns me, and a lot of these teams aren't making adjustments to be in that circle nice and early. Unless you're using a chopper, it is damn near impossible to expect yourself to stack all those odds of rotating into those circles against you. So a lot of sides, let's say you're going Rohan Oil here. You've got to rotate through a lot of open ground, potentially down past city, where a lot of teams will have landed nice and early, and break down teams that have claimed this area, already loaded up, got their loadouts, etc. If you're in Al Mazrah, you've got marshlands to cross, potentially having to come over Zaya Observatory. Now, if anyone has played Warzone, you know how much of a nightmare that place is to fight. So you don't want to do that. So you're going to have to come either then through Shirin Pass or a long route round. By then, the circle's already come in again. So you're on a constant running game, running into teams that might already be set up. And through the afternoon so far, we're seeing a lot of this happen, where teams are just trying to stay in a quiet area and load up nice and early for themselves, get themselves some kit in the bag. And I understand having a place that you like and are familiar with, but I want to see teams make adjustments. If we're seeing another circle like this, then unless you have a chopper, I've got to start seeing teams, you know, okay, sure, you want to go port, maybe somewhere on the edge of zone, but I do not want to see teams for the rest of this afternoon hitting all the way out here and expecting to then get themselves into the late game. You are asking so much, and again, sides are just going to be ready for you. The way we saw the end of map 1 break down, teams were essentially coming across sides that were already set up on airport. They're already defending Akdar village, and you've just got sides that can't be moved, and you then cut down, you fall early, and all of that prep work that you did early in the game was for absolutely nothing.
Yeah, that is absolutely crazy, Enigma, that you pointed it out, because even in that last map, 0 teams landed airport or fortress, and they worked their way to rotate in. So just to kind of like add to that, you guys, like, it's crazy that you pointed it out, because I'm like, no teams are landing here. No teams are contesting the #1 squad. Why aren't we setting up early? Then you see this zone pull east, and then all the teams just start to slowly funnel and rotate their way to airport and fortress. So just to kind of add to that, yeah, Enigma, that was amazing, and it's totally true. Like these.
Yeah, I like that, Enigma. Yeah, because I was going to ask, because if you, like, for example, you were talking about teams kind of landing a bit, you know, more on the dead side of the map, forced to rotate in. But it's like those teams that are on the line, that just so happen to be on the line of the next zone. Do they rotate deeper into the zone? Do they play more of a gatekeeper role? Because gatekeeping has been a big part of this tournament, and that's where a lot of teams are racking up the majority of their eliminations.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the thing is, like, let's say again, we get that kind of zone. If you're a team that's setting up in Zaya, you're aware that a lot of teams have landed north of you, maybe again Zarqwa, maybe Marshlands, and they're going to have to come up towards you. You're just lying in wait. You've sat there with your Cronins, your Signal 50s, whatever, and as teams come up that hill, you're just pushing them back down. And we saw a couple of moments of that in map 1, and we're going to see that probably again throughout the rest of the maps. One of the few teams that has actually managed to avoid this being a problem is the Zakar team that are currently doing really well this afternoon, because they're playing around the helicopters. They're continuing to hit the same landing zones, but they're using that helicopter to then escape all the problems I just mentioned. But if you don't have that luxury, you are in so much trouble when you're trying to rotate against some of the best players in the world.
That's right. I feel like helicopters haven't been utilized as much in Warzone 2 for specifically World Series Warzone as opposed to Warzone 1, right? Where helicopters were a very, very big deal. And now we see them pretty sparingly, but they're still a very viable option if you want to hit those rotates quickly. But I think that gatekeeper role is going to be like the main focal point, at least in my mind, when it comes to the final game, right? Where everything is on the line and the goal is just to win, because those teams who do rotate a bit late and have been rotating a bit late get into that. I call it a bad habit. It might not be, depending on how they play it, but that is going to have a tremendous effect on them whenever we do go into that final game 6. So those gatekeeper teams, they're going to be the ones to, I think, hold the power position going into game number 6, and who knows, even our next 2 games. But as we said, we did pull the lobby back. We're going to be going into game 4 shortly, but let's look at our standings after that game number 3 concluded and see who's on top. And we do have Rocket, Zakar, and Morpheus holding on. They got the game 3 win. It was only an 8-kill game. However, due to their previous performance at game 1 and game 2, that puts them in first. But I gotta say, Dream, not feeling too healthy, right? Even if I'm in first place, because it's 68 points down to 56 and a little bit down. So that point spread is relatively close. There's a lot of wild changes we could see in the next 2 games.
For sure. And I mean, going through that interview with Zakar, I mean, I don't even know if they knew that they were in first place at the time, but still having that locked mentality, the job is not done yet. But you both mentioned like how vehicles sometimes can get us out of these risky situations. Team Tony White Squad, we saw Spazzy that last game with the vehicle in City, right? I was laughing at how many knocks that guy was getting with the vehicle, but utilizing those situations to where you have teams already positioned on the high ground, that's where those plays, those vehicles can surely come in handy. Because, hey, if you're the last one alive and you know, hey, I can't get out of this situation, what's wrong with picking up more kills along the way with a vehicle, right?
I would say not. Honestly, that was actually a talking point. We were like, vehicles are going to be an easy kill, quite honestly. But I don't think they have been necessarily, but it's still a possibility. Again, going back to the helicopter conversation from Warzone 1, vehicles were crazy. We were seeing people get run over all the time. Not so much in Warzone 2, but it's still a discussion.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, in stage 1, I believe it was King AJ, right? He was on his own and just goes on an absolute rampage with the Jeep, squashing about 4 different people en route. Yeah. If you're through to the late stages of a game, that might be worth an extra, like 6, 7 points. Like, take them. We've seen how small the margins are in terms of qualification.
That's right.
We know that it's going to be very tight throughout this rest of this afternoon. And although I believe the reason why helicopters and so aren't as important these days is because of the way the maps tend to be, with the higher peak in the middle. Obviously wasn't that much of a thing back in Verdansk, but with choppers and so on, you still do have opportunities to slice and dice a couple of players. Saw some in stage 2. So yeah, vehicles are indeed a key part of today that perhaps we've overlooked a little bit through the afternoon.
All right, well, game 4 looks to be ready to go. Let's bring in our caster, Spider, Tiff, and Goj. Hey, let's try it one more time. Competitive integrity is key, and this lobby should be a lot cleaner. So, Spider, Tiff, Goj, take it away.
All right, guys, let's get it locked. Let's get it loaded. We are so ready to bring you map number 4. And hey, maybe that wasn't your best game of the day, so you can just kind of get a good reset on it. If you're just joining us, map number 4 is here. We currently have Team Rocket at the top of the leaderboard, Team Infernal, Team Tony, Team Zathu currently holding the coveted 4 spots to London.
Yeah, Tiff, I just shouted out on Twitter a moment ago. I basically said, look, it's tough. If you were doing well, shake it off and do well again. If you weren't doing well, take it as a boon and move on. Ice in the veins, folks. Ball out. If you've got something to say about World Series of Warzone, hashtag WSOW, and also go respond to that COD_esports account with all of their amazing clips. We would love to hear who you think is going to be moving on to London. We have 2 more games to be played, and map number 4 is here. Tiff, I'm excited to see how this one differs from the last.
Ice in the veins and playing with their hearts. Let's get it on to the tables. Map number 4. Then we only have 1 more before the wild card is in effect, but you want to lock it in here and now. Don't leave things to chance. That's like walking in a casino and say, I'm going to put it all on a red, and that's scary. I don't like the chances of that.
educated guesses on zones, hedging your bets on taking high ground positions. Doesn't always work in your favor. Taking high percentage gunfights, all of those different wagers in your brain. They've got to pay off here today. Consistency has been king for the teams at the top, but all it takes is one banger map, and you're right there in the equation going into the last one. Team that needs it. Team 31, Floozy, Unreal, Lyria. An early start here on the edge. No one in sight.
Unreal replacing VDAT on this squad. VDAT on Team Punk Hill, your map 2 winners. Team PD, your map 1 winners. And Team Morpheus, your map 3 winners. We saw a poll early on that said we wouldn't see any repeat winners. Well, I guess we will have to see Zany and co on the roof of this building as Dapu dives underneath, looking to get mixy with squad 30. That's going to be Team Tomiki.
Yeah, Dapu would love to kind of push this fight. You need some of these early encounters. And Tiff, I think we've got yet again another little reset here. Gonna make the call earlier this time. Make sure we can make it as close as possible. And I think this is a great call. If things aren't working out correctly, we're gonna have to reset and get people back into the lobby as fast as humanly possible. We want to make sure map number 4 in particular is as flawless as it can be, Tiff. So this time not around, you probably didn't grab a ton of eliminations. Just kind of scope on whatever that zone was. We're gonna reset map 4 and see where you can go from there.
I mean, honestly, if it was a water zone Goj, I can totally see why they would just reset it. I didn't see the zone yet, but that's probably what it was. They just didn't want to give you that.
Well, Tiff, I am excited to see what happens in map 4 and 5, of course. But as we took a look at that leaderboard, I mean, I'm looking back at Rocket's team. Something we didn't really talk about, that 16-point win. Obviously, it was an okay game. But really what had worked in their advantage was that no one else around them had a great game either, right? You saw Sater's team make a massive jump to 5th, but Rocket's team at 16 points still kept them in the lead. Everyone else around them also had mediocre games. So sometimes it's not about dropping the biggest banger map. It's about how can you do in comparison to everyone else around you. It is close at the top, but don't go anywhere, folks. Map number 4 will be here shortly. We'll be right back after this break.
And welcome back, everybody, to the World Series of Warzone EU Last Chance Qualifier presented by Prime Gaming. I'm Taylor Reflections Double, joined by Dream and Enigma. Game 4, still waiting to get into that one, okay? So bear with us. Some things happen. It is what it is. Well, like I said before, we would like to have the best lobbies possible, and we want these guys who are, competing for literally the chance at the Global Finals to have their best opportunity to make it. So we appreciate you guys bearing with us as most as possible. But let's talk about today, because we've already had 3 games go through. We've been looking at our standings, and I want to go back to our game 1, Dream, where we saw a lot of pop-off plays and some great trios battling for that top position. It was a game where we ended up seeing B Groovy, Ben OG, Robstar getting the top 5 finish. Nova, Decky, Proesserin, get that second place, but the big win was Fluxery, Quicker, and Petey getting first.
Yeah, in this map, drop number 1, it just was that conversation of, would it be worth playing super hyper aggressive? You saw a lot of teams doing just that. I mean, we hadn't even noticed, wow, all these teams dropping so fast. There was like 30-something teams left in like drop 3 or something. But regardless, what PD, Flux, and Quicker did so well in this was they all stayed alive. They were able to pick up each other's trades. But in the end game, fighting against Pro Urzen and Co., even though they got the win, they didn't have enough eliminations to keep them in first. Pro Urzen in first, with Decky dropping 12 that game. Absolutely insane from them.
And it was a big game from Decky. Like you said, 12 eliminations, game number 1. Brello had a good game too, Enigma, dropping at least 8 at one point in time. Infernal, that's kind of where they got put on my radar after this game, despite them not winning it.
Yeah, absolutely. And they still currently sit in second place. So a hell of an afternoon. Get off to a great start here. And Brello, Kong, Infernal, they're basically, I'm pretty sure Brello's got the exact same kills they had in stage 2. Kong has surpassed. Infernal has surpassed. So they have stepped up. We spoke a little bit about whether or not teams are going to look better because there's those top 15 teams missing. We haven't got that competition. Or whether or not they've just made adjustments. And I think with these 3, it is that they've put in a bit of time and figured out what works for them. Because last time there seems to be a massive disconnect, especially when it came to Infernal. The other 2 seems to be performing really well, and he seems to be off the ball. This time, no such thing. They're a tight-knit unit, and they did indeed look very good in map 1.
There was that signal coming out from Quicker. Signals have definitely played a bit of an impact since that patch a couple of days ago, and gotta say I'm not against it because it forces teams to rotate a little bit early and play their positioning, because that signal might not be used necessarily for kills, but for early setups and getting the first drop, which allows you as a team to push up. We move towards drop number 2. Punt kill V. Ronzo ended up taking this one, Dream, and they did so in style as far as I'm concerned, given the fact that they are an invited team. So winning a game is a big deal for this trio.
Absolutely. And I mean, Goj said it best. Realistically, you only need one big game to potentially get into that top spot. And hey, despite all the craziness that happened over Hydro, it was Team Punkhill that were able to essentially steal the win from those squads that had full teams left. I mean, we had seen Team Morpheus, Rocket, and Co. As well, just being those squads that are always last alive. And that was unfortunate right there in the toilet in the bathroom. But hey, the trades for these guys, they're always coming out on top.
Now, from one good game, though, from Nova, Decky, and Proesserin, this was a bad game for them, Enigma. We highlighted them as, one of the best. Actually, they were in first place after getting second in game 1. Game 2 finished in 49th.
Yeah, these are the kind of games that we're asking teams to avoid, right? We've seen a lot of teams that were on the bubble when it came to qualifying from stage 2 for LAN. They'd have these good games with a top 10, handful of kills, looking pretty good, but they'd also have like a 50th place 0 kills, 49th 2 kills, and those kind of games are costing those teams big time. So we're in that deja vu sort of situation here with this lineup where they've had that really good game 1, undone it all by game 2, and then giving themselves a mountain to climb for the rest of the afternoon that they could have very much so avoided. By the way, just a quick note, if you get an opportunity, if you're listening in chat right now, go on Twitter and look at this final gunfight that VDOT has. He has absolutely no right to win that. It was disgusting.
Absolutely no right indeed. And also to highlight Zakar, who we're going to be talking about coming up in drop 3, but he made a wonderful play getting Robstar back into the fight. There was a buy station, a rare buy station in that last end zone. He gets the buy off that nets them a top 3 finish. Well done. Now let's talk about Zakar. Zakar with Team Rocket. This was a decent win and honestly catapulted them to first place despite them only getting 8 kills, 16 total points with the 2x multiplier dream. They still locked in first. So they're right now our leading team going into game number 4, and this is what set the pace.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, too, for Zakar, who last year had 19th with both Pikachu, I think, and Angelica, like, of course you want to make London and just be able to play it, to have that opportunity to play on LAN. But these guys, I mean, with that interview, he was just so locked in, not necessarily disappointed about the win, but they're focused on what they have to do. The job is not done yet. And what I really like about this squad, you guys, is like even from stage 1 to stage 2, both Rocket and Morpheus, like Morpheus doubled his kills. He went from 6, I believe, to 16 in stage 2. So they just seem to progressively get better as a squad the more that they build up that chemistry.
Yeah, and Satyr, this was also a game, Enigma, that put them up into the top 5 position after they drop a massive 26 kills and top 5 finish.
Yeah, absolutely. I spoke a little bit about it at the time, but the choice of how to play that city circle can be a nightmare. It's something that even the best teams in the world don't want to be forced into doing, but they do such a good job picking a spot that gives them all of river coverage, open road, and a defensible position to lock things down, pick up a whole bunch of kills. And you can see him there in 5th, holding on to that final qualification spot. It is tight, but we are starting to see a little bit of a gap appear there, I believe.
That's right.
So, very much so, only up from here for your top 5.
So let's stay on this graphic a little bit and really talk about our teams outside of the top 4, because top 4 is what matters for the first 5 games. Remember, everybody, this is the last chance qualifier. That game number 6, we have 6 games, but game 6, all these points, they get wiped, reset. We go into game 6, and it's based on who wins that game for the final 5th spot to go into global finals. So only 2 more games remain from this point forward. So your top 4 teams now, Zathu, Tony White, Inferno, Rocket, these are the ones currently moving forward to the global finals as it stands. But with 2 more games, we have to look at 5th place through 10th place dream. Not a big point spread. So what do I mean by that? 68 points for, let's just hone in on 4th place, right? 59.2 points for Zathu. You go down 56, 47, 46, 45. We've seen pop-off games that amount to 50 plus points. That could solidify your spot literally in 1 game, and you could be moving to global finals. That's how close it is, Dream.
Yeah, and how many times have we seen that too? like Tiff, yeah, exactly. Like Spider Tiff called it out last week. It happened with Z Colors' squad. Last year, it happened with Hisoka's squad. Like dropping these massive final games where 50 plus points just severely changes the standings. So for teams like Team Infernal, who have comfortably been coasting their way forward, that's all you need to do. Pick up those eliminations and stay alive as long as possible. But one of the things too going into this LCQ that I was looking at was the percentages of the gulags won. You should not be placing first place and then the next game dead 50th with 0 kills. You're not winning your gulags. So those gulag percentages win are just, it's so crucial, so key to be able to play that late game and of course recover. That's one of the things that's hard to do, but you have to be able to win those gulags.
Have to be able to win gulags, and Punkill was one of those players that did win their gulags. Remember, they win game number 2, but they did so by constantly recovering and winning their gulags, which played into a massive factor. Enigma, we saw Robstar on that list. How are they looking?
Yeah, currently disappointingly sat outside of the placings. A lot of pressure on this side to qualify. I think a lot of people expect them to qualify. But one of the things is, and the message of the day, someone help Robstar. Dear God, he's got 16 kills. Groovy has 8. Ben OG has 4. I had to go away and double check this to make sure. Robstar, 16 kills. You see him there in 5th place throughout the entire lobby, and yet his squad are not looking good for qualification right now. His 2 teammates picked up 12, and I'm not the guy who likes to call out individuals, but there's a lot of potential in Groovy. I've watched him perform on LAN before. I've watched him do great things. I expect more. Ben OG comes into this team, and you cannot drop 4 kills looking into your last chance qualifier.
And quick note, Decky is at 14 kills. Game 1, he had 12 kills. He's only picked up 2 in 2 games. So he's got a guy I expect to step it up because we know he can go big or he's going to be going home. Let's bring in our casters again. Spider, Tiff, and Ghost. Game 4, right? 3rd time's a charm. But hey, we want the best staple lobbies if we can get them. So without further ado, back to you once again for Game 4.
Third time's a charm. Thank you so much, Reflections, Dream, Enigma. Beautiful work as always. But you heard it, Goj. Enigma was asking Ben OG to step it up, manifesting a good game for them here in map number 4.
Hey, I'll take it too. I like talking to players. I like saying what we should or shouldn't be doing. We're here on the desk for a reason. And hey, there it is. There's the tweet I was talking about. Ice in the veins. EU folks shake off the reset and ball out in the next one. It is what it is. And that's a mantra that goes a long way. If you are able to have that mental fortitude and acuity to walk into this reset map and say, we're going to do it again and again and again, no matter how many times it takes, I love to see it. You're going to likely see them in London.
Lock it in. I love that we always talk about mental fortitude because you have to have that here. You are playing for a chance in the global finals. 4 spots here in the first 5 maps, and then we have the wild card that'll be happening later today as we have these beautiful shots of Zaya Observatory, a hotbed of activity, and one of those POIs that is so terrible to rotate into. And as we see our plane line hovering over port, kind of looks like it's cutting straight through the lower map of Al Mazrah Cemetery. You can see Team PD jumping out the back right over there, your map 1 winners, and we're locked in, Goj. We're ready.
Yeah, as we started getting closer to Observatory, saw that Maze squad jump out with Ghoul. They've been dropping there every single map and seen some limited success. Currently situated, I believe, in about 11th place. Here's an early gunfight. Good God, I've seen him a couple times on main stage and a little bit of trouble with some OGs in the EU space. Jaffa, though, getting the better of him. Having a little bit more experience in Al Mazrah pays off. Good God, last alive for his squad and shouldn't try to take this gunfight, but where do you even go if you do?
I really like how everyone's kind of gunning for the strongholds early on to get a quick loadout, so that's why we're seeing so many hot and heavy contests here. But God is just trying to finesse the best that he could, maybe take some isolated pistol fights, but you've got Prince Razo, Callum, and Jaff over here just full body stacking. Jaff had originally played with Tactical Brit and Chunk in Stage 1 finals, but they've won the stronghold here.
Chaff has 11 individual eliminations overall, leading his team. They're sitting in 16th, by the way. So, sure, sounds pretty decent out of 50 teams, but if you're looking for top 4, you're going to need a banger map to catapult yourself all the way to the top of the leaderboard. The cutoff after 5, the team at the top, team in 4th after 5 in Stage 2 EU was just under 100 points in total. If you're sitting at about 40 or 50 points right now, you're likely top 15, not inside of those London qualifying spots. Mubisti trying to push their way inside of those spots. Currently, I believe, a little bit farther outside of that, but not a bad tournament thus far. Just need to have a bit more aggression.
Speaking of aggression, Team Zathu on your screen, looking to hit the res on Rakes. Meanwhile, Sisti cover fire here. Does get absolutely blown up. The res doesn't even come in. Just like that, a pistol takes them all down. Squad number 13 going big in the early game contests.
Talk about a shakeup. Zathu's going to try to stabilize. If they can all 3 win their gulag, or at least the majority, they're going to be okay. But that's the team in 4th place right now, Tiff. The window of opportunity for some of these other teams inside the top 10, top 15, it's cracked at the very least. Got to make a move. Speaking of a squad, I was going to say probably the exact same thing as you. Speaking of a squad that needs to make a move, it's the squad on our screen right now. This is a team everyone thought had a chance.
Same with Bling CJ on the opposite. Chow and Nobu Spartan. Now, granted, we have cast over Nobu Spartan so many times throughout Caldera, but here in the World Series of Warzone, they just cannot get any luck. Now you can see Zamza Jr. control deck, immensely able to close that distance and capitalize on the that they got from Spartan. Chow also going to fall, and just like that, will find themselves in the gulag. Meanwhile, Bling CJ had already hit the rotation out of airport and was like, no, man, let me find anything that I can do to just get out of here.
Tiff, a great team fight win. They're sitting in 28th, a junior squad is. Like, we need a monster effort in this map. A team that can do it, certainly. A team that is going to have to put up a near flawless next 2 maps, absolutely. We'll see if they can do it as we continue to check out some of our other squads on the fringe of the map, or maybe here, closer to center. Splashed, Dareem, Darzity. Team that picked up here, changed some things around going into this fight. Whoa, yeah, tough.
Okay, Bisto coming in like crazy, able to get the loadout and trickle back into the other side of this building. But you can see the players on your map are so close, and while you've got some good initial shots on Brandon, it's not going to be enough. You're going to lose your life, and now Darzity keeping the dream alive, but will be found out. Brandon Skulls and Bisto Bob single-handedly decimating that squad, but peep the third party that has made their way in. Lola, Joker, and Lenzo. Now, Lenzo, something really interesting about that squad coming in. Noctum Esports Warzone competitive player. We talked about them originally playing with Charlie Skinner, but Lenzo had been really participating, I believe, in a charity stream for a friend that had cancer. Charlie Skinner as well. It was a big community environment there, so want to see them do well here.
Yeah, Lola's team, albeit might have decent chem, some fun stories. They're sitting in 46th overall with a total of 9 points between 3 games. Gonna need a miracle. Still possible, but a miracle indeed. Let's continue to swing over to some of our other teams. Robstar squad. Everybody's predictions getting busted right now, but Rob is trying to carry the brunt of the kills. 16 Enigma called out, and that's right, 10th place overall. Looking to better their odds in this one.
Speaking of bettering odds, you can see Team Zathu landing on a stronghold at Observatory, but jumping on board with Robstar. You were asking about them. Ben OG already finding themselves in the gulag. B Groovy on 0 eliminations and surrounded by the #1 team of the day, Team Rocket. You can see Morpheus just on the other side of this building. We're going to have some good connections there, but not going to be enough for a shield crack. We'll have to reposition and find another angle.
You've got a 2-on-2. Morpheus' squad's a bit split, trying to play each other's advances from opposing sides. The smoke will aid Robstar here. Rocket likely was going to take down Rob without the smoke play. Looking for ammo, looking for resources, and finds it. A 2v2. This is 10th place versus 1st. A massive moment for B Groovy's team to start catapulting up this leaderboard. Sure, you need the kills. Sure, you need the placement. But if you can lock down the top teams and being able to do a lot of the same, it's a huge win. Almost doubles down on the victory you're trying to find.
Hey, good play there from Morpheus, able to get in the cover of a building with Rocket overlooking them. Robstar gonna fall. He was able to loot a UAV. Not sure if he had popped it to look for that information on Morpheus, but it doesn't matter now because he is lost the life. And now you can see the last player of that squad, be Groovy, running, but Zakar has the roof.
Yeah, this is huge for Team to top. They've made their predators become their prey. That was flawlessly executed. They're on top for a reason, Tiff. It was a 2v2. They got their third back. They baited them into following to a high ground position, and then they've lost B Groovy's team, getting outplayed at the top of the leaderboard. Gonna have to restabilize and keep fighting in another area of town after some gulag wins. Check over here with Tony White and team. You've got Sweezy on your screen as well. All three doing well early. The team that has found a lot of success by taking some early gunfights, and so far they've won all of them. At least on main stage they have. Considerably inside of the top 4, inside of 60 points plus right now after 3 games. Success continues. They're going to see their way up to 100+ points and likely on their way to London.
Team Infernal on your screen right now, positioning themselves nice as we jump back over to Tony White and co. You can see one of the members has fallen, but the teammates have been able to smoke him out and are pushing the issue for the res while Sweezy watches the cross. This is going to be against Chow, Nobu Spartan, and Bling CJ. Sweezy, though, is going to go down as well, and now either Spaz or Tony himself will have to keep the dream alive for that team, but jumping back on board with Rocket up to 1 elimination and just trying to find a good angle onto Dapu, but just kind of stands there, and Dapu gets the first engagement there.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, you're seeing something different from this team at the top. They know that they're in first, but they can't play defensively. You actually heard it in the Zakar interview. They're going to push every single fight they can. They've got to have more kills in the game that they just, you know, they won, but it was 16 total points. They knew that was really more of like a stoppage of bleeding rather than a big victory for them. It was kind of an exasperated, at least we won, rather than a celebratory win. And they know it, so they're pushing some fights early here. They were playing positioning all day today. Super consistent team. Consistency can take you to London, but watch out for the big hitter squads that are playing a little bit more aggressive. They're trying to accommodate kind of that play style and change it up a little bit. Yes, still landing safe. Yes, still landing in a great spot. Look at this map. Team 1, they're going to clear out the last team anywhere near them here in Village if they can take down Team 29. The next closest team is in Cemetery, some odd hundreds of meters away.
Yeah, that's going to be Zany. They're chasing the team that essentially had gotten away, but it doesn't matter. Rocket able to pick up yet another elimination for the squad. And, you know, coming into this, I believe they had 8 eliminations for Rocket. Zakar 14, Morpheus on 17. So really trying to up the numbers and get on board with Zakar and Morpheus.
Here goes Pentagon, another team that needs to break out, and they need to break out now. About 15th place overall or so going into this one. Nice high ground position here on the edge of zone, able to find at least one, if not a full team wipe. That's 3 down for Pentagon by himself. Kind of playing entry man, chasing down some of these kills. They want to make sure they check all of their advances. Look, information is power when it comes to Warzone, whether it's recon drones, UAVs, with a comms vest, or otherwise. You've got to use everything within your power to get information on where these teams are at. Of course, we can see where they're at on main stage. These players are having to check every corner, every mini-map, shoot down counter UAVs or otherwise in order to find the information that we have it. But so far, they're free and clear all the way to the zone. So as we swing over to another team somewhat close by, Cam with Clocky trying to push the encounter, now having to swim away. Liam certainly going to try to find this kill.
Hey, it's Aaron's squad on the other side of this engagement. They've got one down, and Liam taken to the water, trying to find Cam. You can see Clocky just on the shore, able to hit the smoke. Cam getting out of the water. Luigi, though, not able to get them back up. Cam looking for the engagement. He turns, but it's not going to be enough.
Clocky had an angle, but it wasn't a great one, so Team in Orange was able to squeak out of there after finding the elimination. Now Pentagon's come over and said, yeah, thank you very much. Let's grab a couple free kills. Maybe we can even third-party Team 19 if we can catch them on the rotation, but Zone kind of marketing for them to move on, and they'll say, okay, fine. Let's go ahead and get to the next zone. We've cleared everyone else around us, and Team 19's run away. So we should see Pentagon Squad actually have a pretty decent map here that can continue that success. Not a lot of teams holding the direction they're coming in from, so swing over to a couple other squads here, Tiff. I mean, this is a fun fight. I mean, you've got Benny Central Squad, Revolt, Quirky made some moves into stage 2, made some moves here for LCQs, and still haven't yet found the success they need, but within striking distance technically. I mean, on paper, I guess you'd say that about everybody, but the squad's not doing terrible.
The Mad Lions squad on the right-hand side of your screen. Over here in Village, you can also see Squad 32 and Primza, Zyro, and Axis over to the northeastern side of Village. So once a fight breaks out, and where Benny Central, Revolt, and Quirky are is where that zone will eventually start to pull, so you'll have to keep an eye on that. But Tony White, they found themselves in a bit of a situation here as squad number 17 just kind of dives down and takes their building.
Yeah, Team Klua is an interesting one because Tony White's inside the top 3, but Team Klua nowhere to be found on this leaderboard. They need a massive map to even have a chance at it. 33rd overall inside of a 50-team lobby is okay, mediocre, but when you need to be flawless, they are certainly not that, not yet. Maybe flawless in the last 2 could get them close.
Axis on your screen. Zyro is one of your teams. A lot of people were talking about him on the timeline as being that wild card team, the underdog, maybe that dark horse that could really shake some things up. Haven't really been able to shake some things together just yet, but Skims, Bodsy, we've seen them do some magnificent work in some fights and have pretty good micro, but we just need to keep an eye on this Village fight, Ghosh. It's about to be all chaos.
Yeah, Zyro Squad actually set up a nice trap here with Axis taking high ground position angle where they can shoot down on their opponents and shoot from both directions. But it wasn't enough to actually grab a knock, so now they're going to be in trouble here fighting the same squad for a while. Zyro does find a PA, I believe that was on the ground. Could use that if they were able to grab one knock, but overall, not a fantastic position, and they've regrouped up with their third, and they're going to move on their merry way. I don't mind this wrap out here. It looks like Prims was able to fly down as well, looking for some loot, and then will likely follow his team. Not a bad rotation out, just kind of cycle around Village.
Team Shucks on your screen. You can see Team Scuffology in the distance in the water, followed up by Ice Cube. Swimming, Melvin's going to call it out, able to get the shield crack and the knock. Should be an easy wipe for them.
Nice.
Gierto in the distance, not going to be able to help their teammate out. But Melvin, this is everything that they need. We talked about it. They've been hovering in that 6th through 8th position on the leaderboard. Need a banger game to really solidify and break into the top 4. But so does Showstopper and Co. on your screen, just on the bottom left.
Yeah, they're about 10 to 15 points outside of top 4. I will say Melvin's squad, they always find themselves near the end game. It's the reason I actually picked that squad, as it looks like actually pace is falling off screen, is that I picked that squad to win the wild card. Now, they might make it to London before the wild card map, but if they don't, I see them doing really, really well in that wild card map where it's just the last team standing. Their rotations have been flawless. They're picking the right end zones. This map, it looked like they picked up a couple kills as well.
Ulix inside the building, just trying to hold steady. Team PD on your left, your map 1 victors. Quicker probably with the signal 50 looking to hold an angle or go for that opening, but Team Cleo on the other side, we saw just what they were able to do with the third partying and taking Team Tony White's building. But there goes the recon drone out from a member of Team PD as Fluxury looks to close the distance out. They've got some information breaking the windows. Where are they at? Just able to jump out, but just a very good execution on that engagement.
Yeah, it should be a couple third parties here if Team 12 elects to kind of push to edge, or they might just kind of hold their position and wait. But, you know, that's why you use recon drones. Again, information is power. They wanted to make sure it was just one left. They probably likely wanted to confirm that and then live ping their opponent. Once they were able to do that, it was full force. And here comes yet again another isolated solo. These are free kills for Team 18. PD and Fluxury will just push every single fight together, body stack this fight. Look, you can even see him waiting for his opponent, or his teammates rather, to get up to the 2nd floor. So free kills coming in, great plays thus far. A little bit of fall from grace, but they're still within striking distance at 12th overall as we swap over and check out a couple of our other teams.
Team Punkkill on your screen. I believe it was Vidat who had that massive game-winning moment in map 2. Nice back-to-back 2, and then the signal 50 grabbing a beautiful amount of damage, coupling it with the mortar strike. That's not a bad opening.
Not bad at all. I'm getting word from our dear analyst friends that Zathu fell after a tough start. They couldn't quite stabilize. Went out on 45th overall in the lobby with little to no kills, if not 0 itself. So talk about a window of opportunity. It's not cracked anymore, Tiff. A window is wide open for 4th place.
That is actually scary. If I'm Team Scaphology, Team Punkkill, Team Pro Urzen. Pro Urzen was in 1st place after map number 1, so has been trying to fight their way back into the top 4. But here we are, Liam on your screen, member of that Team Hey, it's Aaron's squad, already on 4 eliminations. Basically needs to watch out from being gate-kept by Team Punkkill, but needs to hold out as many teams as they can. You can see Squad 24 making their way towards ammo cache building.
There's a lot of teams here, Tiff. I mean, I saw, what was that, 5 or 6 inside of that POI? So that's going to be a tough one to rotate into. If you're already there, likely can find a ton of kills. You just got to make sure you take high percentage fights. Speaking of high percentage fights, Team 34 is trying to take some maybe mid to mid-low percentage fights here on the edge of zone. They've got nice sight lines, and they're going to actually have a free rotation in. It's just Team 26 holding. Team 26 kind of setting up this large net on the outside, split 2 and 1. A lot of teams like to do this. Have 2 together, 1 on the outside playing a different angle in case a team pushes up in between. They have this crossfire advantage position, but not a lot of cover to work with over there. A couple small 1-story buildings overall, so that'll be a fun one to watch later. But here's the core of the action. 5-6 teams all here with Benny Central. Benny yet to find his first, but could find it right here at the very least. Play the team fight.
Runs out, hip fire, and a dream, able to grab a knock and a finish. Now, rotating up through the building, navigating very closely to your teammate. You can see Papa Massey from Squad 50 just on the other side of this building. But you called it, Goj. There is so many teams here left just on the outer side of the circle. Gulag is now being closed. 27 squads remaining. And as we continuously pull further south on this map, all of our teams here in Bay will have to rotate further.
This is a huge game for Morpheus and Rocket and Zekar. Regardless however many kills they have currently, there's an opportunity for a ton. Look at the POI they're holding, and look how many teams are going to be flying at them. A lot on, it looks like that redeploy balloon. Otherwise, though, everyone else is going to be rotating in. Grab your loadout, grab whatever resources you need. You got about 20 seconds before it starts getting wild and wacky here with 5, 6, 7 teams rotating in straight to you. And it's massive because the team in second that was breathing down your neck, Infernal, Tiff, Enigma's told me they dropped in 33rd with little to no kills as well. So this window, no longer a window. The door is open, unlocked and wide open for any team to creep into the top 4.
Oh, I think Pro Urzen and Co just got wiped as well. They were in 7th. So anything could happen, but your #1 squad, the Polish squad of Team Rocket, still alive in the mix of things. You can see they're just holding a good building right on the inside of that circle. Dead center of 2 squads. Make that 3 as everyone looks to rotate in. And look at the positioning they have. See all the loadouts just to their right? If people are looking for a late regame and may want to hit that loadout, they are overlooking all of it.
Here we go. The collapsing of several teams onto Morpheus' squad at once, and it looks like Morpheus is getting the better of many. Porky's going down off screen as Zyto falls on screen. Absolutely out of here. Pentagon, Kaiser, Fuzzin. They need a big one, and they're making it happen. We're inside the top 16, Tiff. Starting to get down to the wire, and the teams that are in 10th down to 15th or so, making massive plays to try to make it to London. With only 1 map to go after this, you need a massive one for the German players on your screen.
Keep the rotation that's going to need to be made. Team 21, Team 33, they have already taken space inside the next circle. So now the rotation for Zakar and Co are cut out for them. They did have that mobile buy station and plenty of cash to restock on anything that they need. You can see they've got the armor plates locked and loaded. They had previously bought a UAV and already popped it. Hopefully someone has one just for the rotation at least, but
several smokes.
Map 1 winner still in the mix as well.
They grabbed that munitions box, used the smokes to rotate. It worked out for him. Another team are getting down onto the top 4, inside of the top 10 going into this one. Maze squad, stage 1 qualifiers, trying to reverse the curse along with a couple other teams. They've got an opportunity to do so. Looks like they have a free wrap inside as Kazar's squad is on the edge. Gonna have to push at some point. And Morpheus, a team at the top of the leaderboard, down to the final player. Morpheus in trouble, signal in hand, gonna go for the hip fire and gets it. Says bye-bye for Bonsai. We'll see you in the lobby, Physic. Huge win here from Morpheus without a bullet in his SMG. He says, hey, I know what I can do with this thing.
I'm speechless, Goj. You have to lock it in. That's exactly what they needed to do. They're inching their way closer. They hit the 1.6x multiplier. They've picked up a multitude of kills. Now you have to play your life. And if you can do anything like we had seen with Team Punkle, it was a solo that had basically third-party that last engagement on map #2. So anything can happen. It doesn't matter. But when you've got your numbers advantage, like C Pentagon and Co, currently just south of 10th place. They were probably closer to 20 at the start of the game, but now looking to make something happen here. But look who's taken to the water with a little bit of an F-tac siege, baby.
We've got an interesting final circle here, Tiff. Some water to play around with. Edge coast here with plenty of cover inside. Pace's team has been spotted. There are 3 teams of 3 alive. We have not seen this in World Series of Warzone, at least not in my memory. 3 full squads going into the final circle with a couple solos. Morpheus playing Edge. Morpheus just needs to get to top 5. We don't even need a kill from you, Morpheus. Get to top 5 with the 1.8. You've done your job, and with the gas mask in hand, is creeping along steadily, slowly. The problem is, you're just hoping that Indy goes down, because otherwise it's going to need a total catastrophic failure from a full team of 3 for you to make top 5.
Oh, he is so in the clear here. Does need to move just a little bit more, but checking all the corners, you can see King Benji and Co on the high ground, but that should be just enough of the cover. Don't shoot the solo. Trigger discipline, let it all happen. We just need 1 squad to go down. Bro, if I'm Morpheus, my heart rate, the roof team, they found him, but he's not out just, okay, look, there it goes. I was gonna say, he's got the self-res, but it's not gonna be enough. Unfortunately, he was the 6th squad to go out. Now we are in the 1.8x multiplier.
Still a big game, though. We'll check it on Morpheus in a moment, because there's 3 teams of 3, and Rangito is on 11 kills. High ground reigns supreme. What a map from this trio coming out of nowhere. King Benji had been making moves earlier in the tourney, but hadn't been making big enough waves for us to really shout them out on main too much. They've got an opportunity to win it here with a massive amount of kills. This is 22 points just from Benjito. Here we go. Kazar down below. High ground reigns supreme. Yes. See you later. Fuzzing in trouble. Out of here. Still top 5. Solid map, but not good enough. 3 teams of 3 left. We've got Shucks, Pace, Melvin, low ground. We've got Benjito on the top ground. King Benji. And then we've got our remaining solo, Indy Red. 3v3. And a solo Benji on the wrap. I like this play. Getting here early.
Smoke and run now. Squad number 27 is going to have to rotate in, but Shucks is holding the area here. Melvin, more smokes to cover off their line of sight, rotating straight into 33, but this gives Melvin, Shucks, and co the ability to third party and try to pick up as many eliminations as possible.
This is a massive fight. Shucks is on 13 by himself. The team puts up not only 20 between 2, but likely close to 30 kills. Shucks, Melvin, they said, go. You said we're a wildcard team. How about straight to London in the first 5 maps? Map number 4 goes to Team Shucks with a massive victory. Likely one of the biggest games we've seen today.
Look, I'm ready to see that reaction because if that was the biggest map of the day, well deserved. You had seen just how they had positioned themselves in the water, rotated in. Let's run it back.
Das heißt, sie sind runter. Ja. Die sind unten weak. Die wollen links durch, Einer, 2 links durch. Okay, ich nade das. Weak nadet. Ich muss Onplay machen, ich hab keine AR. Okay. Einer pickt die Wall, Nice, good shit. Einer pickt die Wall links. Noch einer tot. Nice. In Deep Zone. Bei mir und Melvin irgendwo. Dead. Noch einer noch. Letzter, good shit! Let's go! Boom, Junge! Let's go! Let's fucking go! Let's go!
Boom, indeed. I said this in the last one. Energy is a global language. Whether you understood the comms or not, I think you can understand what that victory meant to that team. 58-point win, Tiff. What a monster map and a monster effort to likely secure a spot to London.
Biggest map that we have seen thus far today, if I'm not mistaken, but 29 eliminations, just rotating, playing to perfection, coming out from the water side of that map and just snaking their way through the bay. They did everything that they needed to do. Congratulations to Team Shucks.
Sitting on the fringe in 8th place going into that map at 45.8 points plus 58. Tiff, you do the map. That's over 100 points, 103 going into the last map. Was that enough for Shucks' team to just walk into the global finals in London? Only time will tell. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with the final map for the main side of the competition here in the EU LCQ.
free games and in-game content such as the Rep Pack with Prime Gaming. Visit gaming.amazon.com. Hit the gas and don't let up with this World Series of Warzone pack featuring a speedy operator skin and a powerful blueprint. Available in store using Call of Duty points. For all your Call of Duty esports, you need to follow along on social to get all your info in real time. Follow at COD_esports on Twitter and Instagram now. And welcome back, everybody, to World Series of Warzone EU Last Chance Qualifiers presented by Prime Gaming. I know we had a bit of a wait, right, to go from Game 3 and finish Game 4, but the wait was worth it. What a game that was with so many turns. There's a lot to break down here, right? So, Dream, let's start with it because top 4, now we talked about it, the point spread wasn't a lot and nothing was guaranteed, and this game represented that in so many ways. First, let's talk about some early exits that ended up taking place. Zathu out early, right? Top 4 team forced to recover in final game. Running into Bastardo's team, they put them into the dirt. But there was another early exit as well.
Yeah, it seemed like plenty of early exits. Tony White's squad as well that was sitting in that third, fourth place spot that exited early. And I mean, even we were talking about CDL pros. I'm just sorry, but I think that was what WeMad's team was one of the first teams to drop. Like, we have just seen this influx of players that are dropping early in terms of the top teams. But how crazy was it that the last game, 29 kills from Melvin and Shucks' squad, which they always seem to be the last ones alive in that final zone.
Absolutely huge. Enigma, talk to me about it because you love the positioning. They choose the water early on in those final zones. It pays off because they're able to get that flank. Walk me through their game plan.
Yeah, so the thing is with the water, I know there's going to be a couple of people, you know, not too keen on it, but their early game had earned them that right. They'd done a fantastic job early on, and even when we get to that water cam where we see them there, they're already in the double digits when it comes to kills. So they can play for placement, essentially. They've set themselves up for in terms of their loadout. You can see them with the FTech Sieges in hand. And so from there, they get to pick and choose when they want to take the gunfights. The Ranjito's team was on top of main building, so you're not going to push that because that's a death trap waiting to happen. You're just going to let everything else unfold, get yourself that placement multiplier, stacking on up, and then get involved when it suits you. And they earned every single moment of that. Played it fantastically.
Loved it. Absolutely loved it. And like you said, they earned that right to choose the water play by dominating early on. Let's bring in our winner because we got an interview with Shucks, and man, what a win that was. And quite honestly, could have secured your spot into the global finals. A big pop-off game, 58 points. You got to be on top of the world.
Oh, more than that. More than that. Due to the 2 restarts, we kind of lost our heads. But, I mean, we had to turn it around.
Sure. Have to turn it around, and you did turn it around. You still have one more game to go, but my lord, I think you might have just secured it. Talk to me about the final zones. You find yourself in the water. What's going through your heads, and what was the gameplay to finish off the final 4 or 5 teams?
That was pretty easy because on the start off, we already had way above 15 kills. So our game plan was just red is in the water as long as we can, just to survive and get the placement points and kill whoever lands on us. Because, I mean, everyone that's going to be bought back just lands in the water trying to do the play we do. But if there's 3 guys with pistols in the water, you don't have a chance. So that was the gameplay. Just stay alive as long as we could. And at the end, clutch up 2 golden gas masks, and we made it happen.
That's amazing. Congratulations, of course, on the win. Shucks, last year, I believe, for World Series of Warzone, you and your duo, I mean, minus Melvin, of course, you guys won, I believe, the first drop. What does this mean to you? Like, just the fact that you're here right now and just that opportunity to just hopefully make it to London.
Yes, we did win the first round last year in Caldera. But then after we lost our heads, as I just said. So winning this game at the end of the qualifiers, or the last chance qualifiers, is even bigger because the mistake we made last year is losing our head and play too safely, too bit back, didn't push teams, didn't coordinate things, and just kept dying and dying and dying. And coming back, we chalked our game 1. We then got a good round 2, chalked our game 3, and now this round is amazing. is absolutely amazing. And year in, year out, I'm trying to prove myself in World Series. In Verdansk, I came, I think, 5th or 6th. And Caldera, the same. And hopefully I will do it again. But this time I'm aiming for first.
I love that. I love that. Definitely a great recovery from you guys for sure. And good luck moving forward.
Hey, Sharks, congratulations, first of all, on your insane map. I just want to pick up on something that you've mentioned a couple of times here about losing your head. So in stage 1, you guys were really good. I think you came 7th, right? You look really good in stage 1. Perhaps a bit of an underwhelming performance in stage 2, but you guys stick together. You come into today. I spoke to you a little bit before that stage 2, and you spoke about getting practice in and stuff like that. You come into today, and you said that those resets then caused you to maybe lose your head again. You picked up 28 kills in your first 3 maps. Between the 3 of you, you just picked up 29 in that one. So when those resets are going on, you're coming into that lobby. How have you managed to then clutch that sort of performance from the fire? Where did that come from?
Good question. And I don't have an answer for it. We landed, got our loadie, and then just stacked up UAVs, and people kept running into us. I don't know. I don't know, but we didn't lose our focus. None of us died. I think the only one that died was Pace, but we insta got the trade-off. So only one of us died that whole map. So I don't know.
Same performance, man. Congratulations. I'm seeing the scores light up on my left-hand side, and it's looking pretty. You're looking real good for London.
Yeah, looking great for London, Chucks. I mean, you got 28 kills, I think, for the first 3 maps, then 29 kills in the final map. Talk about just going off, popping off, like you said. Sometimes you don't even know, all right? It just happens, and they just were funneling into you, and you were handling them like the bosses you are. Shucks, congratulations. One more game to go, and I think Global Finals, man, is within your future. Anything you want to say to your fans before you move on to the final map?
Don't lose your head. Keep going. Doesn't matter how hard it is or how hard it will get, you're going to get through it. Grind through it.
I love that, Shucks. Thank you so much for coming on, brother, and good luck going into your final game.
Thank you.
That was a good answer because that applies to life in general. I'm 31, so I sometimes go a little bit too deep and go into like dad reflections mode. But Chucks made a great point, man. When life gets hard, it's going to be all right. Just keep powering through. And he takes that mindset and applies it to the World Series of Warzone. Maybe not the strongest of the first 3 games. I mean, they are top 8, right, going into that 4th game, but they're not top 4 where they need to be. They keep powering through. Couple of resets. Doesn't phase them too much. Maybe they lose their heads, but they come right back in with the composure. They pop off with a 58-point game, and they find themselves most likely in first place. We're going to take a little bit of a break, but when we come back, Game 5 is going to be coming your way. The final game, right, for where we see our top 4 teams. Who will be moving forward to the Global Finals, and then also we'll have those standings ready to go. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And welcome back, everybody, to the World Series of Warzone EU Last Chance Qualifier presented by Prime Gaming. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Dream Crazy and Enigma. Hey, it's getting down to the wire, right? We've seen 4 wonderful games. Now we're about to head into Game 5. So it's time to set the tone, the precedents, because we've had a lot of shifting, I'm assuming anyways, on our standings going from Game 3 with the completion of Game 4. Let's bring up our standings as we look, and no surprise there, Shucks is going to be in first, and what a performance stream. They score 58 points. They jump from 8th place at 45.8 points all the way up to 103.8, and I gotta say, I'm pretty confident in saying that they're most likely going to be at the Global Finals.
Yeah, they just need that security for this last drop. 103.8 from them is absolutely insane. But still, if you see from 2nd through 4th, we still have Rocket, Infernal, and Tony White still kind of coasting along with their placements. But the drop off from 2nd to 3rd, 90.4 to 71.6, it's still, I mean, moving down, it still could be this, at least from 2nd to 4th, it still could be shaken up.
So let's talk about a couple of things, because you said shaking up, Dream. Enigma, I go to you. Tony White was a big talking point. Not the strongest of game in Game 4, but still holding on tight. Wanting him to move on. We'll see if he'll be able to do so. But let's talk about team number 10, Pentagon, because just before on the leaderboard, Robstar and B Groovy was sitting there, right, in 10th place. They run into Team Rocket. They're eliminated early. They have now moved all the way down. I don't know where they stand, but they're not in 10th. Pentagon, after that Game 4, might be able to somehow sneak into the top 4 position.
Yeah, I've been waiting for these guys to kind of explode into life a little bit. I called them out as a team to watch in Stage 1. They have some bad luck there, but they crash on out. I was talking about them as a team to watch in Stage 2 as they dominate Stage 2 qualifiers. They don't win it, but there's some performances in particular, especially Pentagon, were absolutely incredible. Unfortunately, Stage 2 qualifiers Stage 2 finals, don't work out for them. Coming into today, I'm again asking them to deliver, and they've had a quiet couple of maps. Neither here nor there, but that one was much more like it, much more what I expect from this Pentagon, Fuzz, and Kaiser lineup. And I was watching some of their gameplay as well. Some of the decisions they were making were fantastic. They had a couple of early kills. They come in from the east side of that Bay Area, very exposed to the teams that were on top of main building, which I believe was Team Ranjito and co. And then they just do a fantastic job of just hooking themselves up in a building, resetting, sharing out all the plates and equipment, body stacking, and then just barrel rolling in through the front door of the building and killing everything in their path. It's much more like them, and hopefully that's the confidence booster to take into a wonderful map 5 and get them over that line. It sounds like quite far away being in 10th, but it's what, like 7-8 points, something like that? They can do that. They have more than enough quality.
What's so crazy about that, you mentioned that too, Enigma, is the fact that Ranchito, like, they made a huge jump. They went from 22nd to 5th place. And I mean, of course, Benji has 20 eliminations that helped skyrocket that. So, I mean, you put yourself in that bubble spot just from one game. Who's to say? I mean, who knows? Who knows what's going to happen this final drop, you guys? I think it's going to get really crazy.
I think it's going to get crazy, and I want to also talk and discuss Infernal, because Inferno's 2nd place, I believe, currently, or maybe 3rd place, but regardless, though, they have a bad game. And my thing is, and Ghosh was pointing this out, and I thank him for that, you know, last cutoff for Stage 2 was 94.2 points. So a lot of the teams are sitting around 70 or so. So theoretically, the only team right now who's all but confirmed, or not, nobody's confirmed, I want to make that clear, but all but in a great spot is going to be Shucks & Co. at 103 point mark, right? So 2nd on down, nothing is guaranteed. And for the 2nd through 4th teams, I would be sweating. So Infernal finished off a little bit earlier, Enigma, right? That's a team that could very well go the distance, but are they going to be able to, right? Because anything can happen in this final Game 5 where all the points are going to come to a close.
Yeah, there was a lot of high-end teams that fell off quite early throughout that last map. So Team Robstar, Team Zathu, and Team Infernal. Sorry, I nearly forgot their name. Team Infernal did indeed go out really early, didn't pick up any kills. You cannot have that happen in this last map. You're on 71.6 points. 4th is 70.6. 5th, 67.6. You do not go out early in this one and sit and watch your position essentially disappear. Right. The ink is almost on the ticket. You have to come in, play a nice, strong early game, and then just play for placement points from then on out, and that will do you nicely. But Again, if they have one of those starts to the maps that they had last time out, you're just watching painfully as other teams pass you by.
That's right, watching painfully indeed. It's going to hurt, especially for some bubble teams from the stage 2 EU finals. If they are on the bubble again, man, it's just going to be that much more debilitating, because the final game, as we know, game 6 is going to be all about that placing, who gets first place. But the points, they've been fought for so hard today. As we recap the day, mind you, though, we've had some incredible performances from many of our trios, but some of those trios have slowed down. Some of those trios have been highly consistent. And for me, one of the most consistent teams, despite them not being in first, but they're still within top 4, is Team Rocket Dream.
Yeah, it's consistently in top 4, and of course credits to them always being able to stay alive, playing the high grounds, and even in positionings where you see teams in these engagements like they are a little bit split, but also you have your duos stacking up in those close quarter engagements. But if you're one of these squads where you do need to catch up, you're almost praying that those top teams that are in the top 5 spots go down quickly like the last game.
Yeah, praying indeed. Or praying on their downfall, praying for, I guess, your up and coming, so you can make it into that top 4 position, right? It's so odd to say that, because I've been used to saying, you know, top 25, top 15. Now it's quite literally top 4, and it's nerve-wracking to say the least, and I'm not even competing. But where does Nova Decky and them stand, right? Because they started off so strong. You know, they were the team, the second place from game 1, and they've kind of been non-existent. Enigma, you know, maybe, I don't know if we can get as specific with this this question, because I'm asking you a very specific question, but why have they kind of, you know, fallen down the leaderboard? Because after game 1, I'm like, man, these guys are on fire. They're going to qualify for sure.
Yeah, so currently they sit in 11th on 56 points. So they're not necessarily out of it, but they do need a hell of a game 5 in order to make it happen. And I think that the reason is, I pull it back to something that Shook said about their performance last year. They win drop 1, but from there, they're not really locked in. And I think that can happen sometimes to teams, right? You get off to a fantastic start, and whether it be overconfidence or whether you're just trying to protect the position that you're in, you change how you play a little bit, and it just becomes your undoing rather than your success factor. And I think that might be what's happening to this Pro Earths squad, because they are a really talented squad, lots of experience, should have solid chemistry, but they're trickling on down the leaderboard rather than staying up there with those teams like Team Rocket and Co that we've been speaking about all day.
Also thinking about PD Fluxery as well as Quicker, because they were the game winners of number 1, and now I kind of look through the leaderboard and I'm like, where do they stand at, Dream? Because they've kind of been falling down a little bit, and you know, consistency has been the name of the game. Even in our interviews, Dream, teams have been, or players have been talking about consistency. We need to be consistent. Maybe we're not finding that, or we haven't found that in the previous qualifiers. It's wild to see how quickly these lobbies can change from game to game, because the competition's at an all-time high.
And that's where that consistency factor I look at, like, what happened? Did they win their gulags? If they did win them, maybe, okay, they had a hard time recovering from these teams that are already set up, but we know that there's certain POIs on the map that have been like heavily uncontested, like Fortress, or I mean the one team that's obviously been over by Sawa Village, but it's that it kind of goes into consideration, like for these teams, like as you move further along the tournament, can you recover from those moments? Like, are you a team that can, you know, like a Juki's team that can pull out a crazy 50 kill game last map, or just whatever the case may be with these squads? You see, even Hisoka's team, right? A team like that, they have it all. They have the comms, they have the communication, but their composure, right? We talk about composure. These teams, to solidify their spots, they have to be composed throughout the whole entire tournament, even when they are down.
Got to be composed all the way through. Not an easy thing to do, but that's what makes you one of the best in the world if you're able to do so. Great example would be Juki's, who has already punched his ticket to the global finals. You look at the EU performance he had in stage 1 finals, stage 2 finals for EU, first place. And that's a guy that can absolutely drop bombs on the battlefield, but more importantly is looking to prove that he is absolutely the best in the world. FIFA Kill might have something to say about it, but right now it's going to be Juki's who's currently leading the charge there. Great example for NA would be Aiden and his team, right? Rated, Adrian, the new addition. They move on, they win stage 1 NA finals. They get second place stage 2 NA finals. Highly consistent. That's the kind of teams that, you know, need to be mimicked, especially in this LCQ. It's one thing to qualify for global finals, but once you qualify, then you have to look at the overall objective. How are you going to be able to beat teams such as Team 8? And how are you going to be able to beat teams such as Team Juki? Enigma, Team Zathu, though, they've been pretty consistent, I would say. In fact, as of right now, I believe the kill leading team is going to be Team Rocket based off of their just consistency and their slayability, but Zathu's not far behind. Team Rocket sits at like 68 total kills, but or it should be 39 total kills, but Team Zathu's at 38, right? Even though they're not as high as Team Rocket would be.
I think the problem with Team Zathu currently is that a lot of it's going the way of just one player. Rake's on 23 kills, Sisti on just 8, Zathu himself on 13. So this is almost like a situation that I was calling out earlier. I was saying someone needs to help Robstar. Rakes needs that kind of level of support around him as well. He needs to be given some support from those two teammates of his, and that will allow them then to pick up more kills, make more use of that multiplier, etc. I think one of the things as well when it comes to that Team Zathu squad, again, they start off very well, very early, and then they're undoing a little bit because the pressure's on them. They've got the target on their back. They then maybe change a couple of things depending on landings or engagements or decision making, whether it be overconfidence or just being worried about losing their position. But somewhere along the line, they have started to slump back down the leaderboard, currently sitting in 6th if my numbers are correct. They are indeed within 5 points of getting themselves back into that top 4, but it needs to pick up in this final map. It can't continue to be a downward slope from here on out.
Just watching game 4, I was just looking at the replays. Shucks, you know, we talked about that great play just hiding in the water. We were at zone 3 or circle 3, excuse me, during one of those replays, and they were already in the water. So I don't know how much time they spent swimming, Dream, but apparently they were in the water for quite some time.
You know, it's kind of funny too, because like with these water zones, sometimes you'll see teams just setting up in the water. Maybe they'll have an F-Tech in hand, but the water conversation is always funny. But water makes a very good environmental use to be able to escape teams too as well. You got to be careful though of those sharks. But I will say though, you guys, the team that really just impressed me for real is Benji squad, the 5th place team. Just the fact that he's able to have 20 eliminations as well as Rengito, who's at 16. I mean, that is a huge jump, and we mentioned recovery. These guys able to do just that, sitting in that bubble spot now.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, right? Sitting there, King Benji, 5th place after a strong finish in game number 4 is the first time kind of seeing them. Honestly, I thought they were going to win game 4 because they had such a beautiful spot on top of that roof, right? And I was like, these guys got this, you know, just kind of watching them. But shucks, with the water play kind of rotating out, Gas Mask came into a huge play. And they kind of do at this top competitive level. It's crazy how innovative they tend to be. But Last Chance Qualifier, there's a lot at stake here. Let's break down what is at stake, because we continually talk about these 5 maps. Maps 1 through 5, we're about to go into map 5. It's 50 trios still, right, at this point in time, but only top 4 teams advance to London for the global finals. All the points that have been gathered, Team Shucks leading the charge, right? All that gets wiped whenever we go into the wild card map. 46 trios are going to play there. And the reason why, because the top 4 teams are already qualified, they will not need to play in the wild card map. So wild card map, game map number 6, 46 trios, 1 winner. It's not based upon how many points you get. It's not based upon how many kills you get. It's about you simply getting the win. So the play style is going to be totally different, and I can't wait to break that down with not only Dream but also Enigma when we get to that point. But as the lobby is getting loaded up, map 5, it all comes down to that for 4 of our teams. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, though, the conclusion for our points will be had. And welcome back, everybody, to the World Series of Warzone EU Last Chance Qualifier, presented by Prime Gaming. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Dream Crazy and Enigma. Game 5. We're working it out, and hopefully it'll be underway soon. Until then, let's recap today, but also talk about some of our teams that are doing fairly well, or at least that we brought up at the beginning of the show. And let's start off with Team Rocket, Enigma. These guys have been some of the most consistent players we have seen today, hence why they're currently in second place, looking to qualify for Global Finals.
Yeah, well, something that I called them out for at the top of the show was their Stage 2 performance. They finished 16th. They miss out on a tiebreaker. One more kill anywhere would have done something for them. And they had two absolutely bomb maps, dead maps. They finished 44th with 1 kill in map 4, 49th with 1 kill in map 5. That is just unforgivable. However, today I say, look, no more of these dead games. You go in, you play consistently, and Lord, have they delivered. Not only picking up map wins en route, but also just consistently inside that top 10. They're going out, they're landing out in Sour Village, they're making sure it's all clear, there's no problem there, and then they're getting that helicopter rotating into center zone and waiting for teams to come and hit them, and it is working for them very, very well today. All I can do is put up the question, ask them to deliver, and they're doing just that.
Doing just that, Dream. The big talking point with them, like they were like 0.1 points away from qualifying last week, right, during the EU finals. And that's close and can be quite heartbreaking. And we had a chance to hear from Zakar during the interview after their map 4, their drop 3 win. And he was so focused, but he did say, look, that loss was really tough for them to take. That's right, but it was tough, you know. It was incredibly tough, Dream, and you have to be able to capitalize in those moments. But yeah, hey, but with that being said, Dream, you know, we talk about just how hard Zakar was saying that loss was tough. How hard it was for them to pick up the slack. But at the end of the day, man, it's just one of those things where you have to be a strong competitor. But hey, let's talk about Tony White. And the reason why I want to talk about them is because they made this roster change, Dream. And it was a big roster change for them to make. They end up picking up Spaz, which we had questions, right? Dan DeMan, he was one of the top slayers. Spaz was one of the guys who was tearing it up. And now it seems like that roster change is paying off.
Yeah, that was one of the questions going into this, because I was looking at the squad and I'm like, okay, essentially, Dan the Man, they lose their top slayer. Going into this, even in the last stage, it seemed like they had a really slow start, but a really decent finish, and they placed 20th, not able to obviously make the top 15 cutoff. But then you make a roster change, which is like, what? Like, you guys, the original squad with Dan the Man, they got 8th last year. So, like, the fact that Spazzy comes into this roster change so suddenly, so soon, and they're able to stay up in that top spot. I mean, he's dropped 14 limbs to his name, and it was the question of whether or not he would be a good pickup for the squad. Would they be able to do good? And they're doing it.
They're killing
Consistency is key. They started off obviously much better, coasting along through their placements, but can you be able to put up a big game to solidify it? That's the question here in this last one, because this last drop is the only thing that matters.
Is the only thing that matters at this point in time, right, Dream? And it's just so crazy that you would make that change. But hey, you make it and it's working out. Some would question it, but they knew what they were doing, and it seems like their intentions, well, they were paying off anyways. Again, Tony White being who he is, 32. Love the fact that he's still hanging out with the young guns out there, but got to be a little bit uneasy. Enigma, you know, he's 70.6 points. 4th place. Like Dream said, right, at this point, anything is up for grabs and things could get a bit tough. But let's talk about Team Zathu, a team that I think we've hit on quite a bit. 6th place currently. They were at one point in the top 4, Enigma. What do they need to do to break into top 4 again?
We spoke a little bit about it before, but it is avoiding this downward spiral that they've been in since the start of the afternoon. They look really good early on. Honestly, I was looking forward to talking about them because they've got a ridiculously passionate fan base out there, this Turkish lineup. They're very much so a squad that we've perhaps overlooked in the past, and I was looking forward to talking about how good they looked indeed. They missed out on qualification in Stage 2 by 1.8 points. 1 Game 2 qualifiers as well. Is that curse going to be broken? Are we going to see a qualifying team make it to LAN? All those questions up in the air, and then they've just kind of been underwhelming from then on out. And at this point, as Dream said, you just got to reset, go again. This is all that matters. This last drop is all that matters at this point, because after that, your scores are wiped and we go into our wildcard map. So whatever has been causing these issues for this team to slow up through the afternoon, none of that matters anymore. It can't appear again. Gotta just step it up, deliver big on some kills. And I'm looking as well at some of the players on the lineup. I'm looking at the share of kills. Rix, 23. Zafu, 13. That's okay. Not necessarily up there with the players at that standing, but it's an all right number of kills. However, you then get 8 for the teammate. So it's not enough. I've got to see more out of him.
Got to see more out of him. Dream, you were talking about it in the green room when we were kind of going back and forth talking about game number 4. Team Zafu was eliminated by Bastardo and co. I think a little bit earlier than we were probably expecting. What was going on with that?
Yeah, it just seemed like they could not recover from the situation, but I believe they had a member that was down, and I think it was Dahu. Somebody just went crazy from that squad and wiped everyone with a pistol, which we know how the X12 can be just absolutely elite if you're literally hitting every single shot. But to go down in that manner, though, and then whatever happened when we clicked off of that, they didn't win their gulags, right? Because they got no eliminations from that.
No eliminate. It's funny you talk about the X12. You go back to literally week number 1, our first ever broadcast for the regional finals, which I believe at the time we started with US first, and then we switched over to EU first. But US, and who was that, Dream? Do you remember who got the X12 kill game number 1
Shifty
going
and,
against an SMG?
Or Nofo? One of the two. They had that, like, the first drop, it was just so intense, and it came down to like Shifty winning that engagement with the pistol when he came back in. So absolutely crazy. The floaters. And it was crazy.
And I think it was against a Lockman too, and he just held his ground with the X12. I think he floated as high as possible and as long as possible, drops down, X12 gets to win. That set the tone for me for World Series of Warzone, right? Just, they're going to do anything they possibly can, and even the best players in the world can win with simply an X12, literally from parachuting coming down, and that really was a big opportunity, and like I said, set the tone in general. Enigma, let's take a look at our top elims. We've had quite a few of them today. We talked about Shucks, right? I mean, Shucks just absolutely skyrockets. I don't know where he was before, but now he's in 4th with the total of 20.
Yeah, and the thing is, this whole lineup is in the top 10. Melvin's there 9th with 17. Pace is there with 20 and 5th alongside Shucks. That just shows the level that these boys have been putting up. Throughout a lot of the other teams, there's either a spread amount of kills, and those teams are kind of thickling around our bubble sides, but pushing up towards 20 kills, there aren't many of them, and yet all 3 of these boys are up there. So a massive performance from them. I'm not sure where Shucks and Co were before that map, where they went absolutely nuts, but I do think that they were on the bubble, right? They'd still, all of them hit around double digits already. So the fact that they've managed some solid games throughout and then an absolute monster puts them up into that first spot, and relatively qualified for London. I think we can book their seat tickets already.
I would say so. Of course, things can change, right? We are casters, we are analysts. We tend to jump the gun from time to time, but I think we're pretty comfortable in saying that that's going to be the case unless something wild happens. Decky wasn't on that list. We talked about Decky leading the charge, was the kill leader after game 1 with 12 total kills. We saw the elimination leaderboard again. I think a couple of games later, he's sitting at 14, only an increase of 2, and now he's not there. That's how quickly it could change. We talked about the consistency. I don't want to hit that again, but consistency is key. And while Decky didn't have it, unfortunately, and I hate to solo him out, but it's just one thing, one storyline out of the many storylines that's been taking place today. And speaking of which, Dream, Vikul, right? Our CDL pro played today. How has he been doing? Is he holding up well?
I was going to say, I don't even know what's going on here with these guys, but listen, it's kind of just always a fun talking point. We want to see a CDL pro obviously make it. That would be crazy if they were able to win a championship and come here and do something crazy in Warzone. But in the top spot, no, we don't necessarily see them there. Maybe got the gunny, but the rotations, that's the thing. You don't have practice on a map where other teams know how to rotate. They know how to work every single POI on the map and know what would benefit them. But hey, 43rd place, 16 kills. At least you're not in the bottom spot.
Yeah, well, I think one of the things is that around these CDL teams, around these players coming on over, there's a couple of skill sets that do rotate on over, but obviously some that just don't exist in CDL compared to Warzone, and unlikely vice versa. But I had a conversation on the timeline about this recently and what would be a good move for a CDL pro looking to come into the scene. I think if you take one of those CDL pros, take the gunny that they have, the level of comms, the level of determination and drive they have to become the best in their craft, and pair that with 2 Warzone pros, I think you get yourself a ridiculously good team. I think the problem is if you overwhelm with CDL pros, whether that be a 2-man or a 3-man, you just lose some of those key chemistry moments, those communication moments, perhaps decisions, as you said, around places of interest and rotations. So I do think that there is plenty of room in this space for CDL pros to come on over. They're a talented bunch, but I just think you lose too much if you've not got that Warzone element in there as well.
I think we got Scrap, Illy, and a couple of others joining tomorrow for the NA side of things. So CDL pros are going to be back. This is only the first one, right? So we'll see how well they do tomorrow, because Vickle, I mean, hey, look, it's fun to see him competing and see him out there representing the Florida Mutineers. And Scrap, Illy, though, scary. Did I hear Hook as well, who might be competing tomorrow? Maybe so. But if that's the case, you want to talk about having the gunny. The man, he's got the gunny at one point representing Optic, right? So like what I'm seeing so far from those CDL boys, and if anything, like them playing in World Series of Warzone. And I think it's been fun, right? From stage 1 to stage 2, even with the open qualifiers, we've had some great teams enter into the mix that we didn't necessarily know who they were at the start, but we ended up learning a little bit more about them. And it's just been such a wild run, you know, with the way that this format's been. And not to mention, too, right, the addition of the prize pool of $150,000, I believe it was, for each one, and $30,000 being earned for first place, right, from not only the NA EU regional qualifiers finals, right, from stage 1, but also from stage 2. It's been a big deal, you know, for what it's worth. A lot of money's been earned and a lot of opportunities have been made with this open qualifier system. But NA is going to be wild tomorrow, and hopefully you guys will be there with us. It's going to be same starting time, and should be pretty good, because I know NA EU, they've got this battle. And Dream, it's actually funny, because for the first time, right, in quite a long time, NA is going to have to compete against EU on their home turf. So do they get a buff, right, playing in London for the global finals?
Yeah. Well, if you're asking me, I would have to say absolutely yes. I heard that London events go crazy, and over the years, I've been to plenty of events, and I've traveled and I've competed, but I've never personally been over to the home turf in London. And I think for EU, I think that's just going to always spark up some extra zazz there, reflections. But I will say this, the rivalry between both regions has just been something that I feel like NA has gained a lot more respect over the EU region over the years, because, like I said, in the beginning when I first started competing, it was like everything was here, all the events were here. There wasn't nearly as respect for European players, because they're like, oh, they're bad. You instantly get voted out as just being bad, right? But over the years, I feel like we've seen a lot of talented players come into the woodwork, come into the mix. Right. You think of CDL players, of course, Hydra being the big one, which I had the pleasure in Vegas to see him take that championship. Absolutely insane from the boys in NYSL. But like, there's so many players that are coming from the European region that are just dominating over here in North America. So now we're on their turf. Absolutely, there's a buff.
I love it. What about you, Englishman? What do you got to say?
I mean, look, I called it the end of stage 1, EU on top all day. But very quickly, let's talk about that NA-EU merge and how that's going to work out, because this is going to be interesting. Because at the minute, a lot of teams are kind of like, we're going to figure out exactly where we want to drop based on where everyone else is. That could all change when it comes to NA-EU. We could have an NA team thinking that maybe Village is going to be completely empty, an EU team thinking that Village is going to be completely empty, and they land together, and all of a sudden it's like, okay, we got to contest this. Does the pace change? Does the meta change? How do you feel when you suddenly realize you're shooting at Tommy and Co? That's a whole conversation to be had.
Right.
But how are these players going to do on LAN? There's some LAN experience in here. You just brought up a couple of world CDL champions that might be taking part in the LCQ tomorrow. That is definitely going to be a buff for them if they manage to make it to London. But the thing is, you're asking, like, is there home advantage? 100%. You're in the copper box, ladies and gentlemen. You've got a crowd there that are starved, passionate, and desperate to get loud and support their boys. Jukies walks into that arena, puts up a massive score. That place is going to erupt. How will a lot of these young players deal with that? We will find out, and I cannot wait to see it.
I can't wait either, man. Rated, you know, the experience that he has too, right? Something to think about, playing on the CDL circuit, playing COD for some time on the competitive level. LAN experience is going to make a difference. And I think I even brought that up to Jukies when we were interviewing him. I was like, because he was like, this is going to be, I think, a second LAN or something like that. So not a lot of LAN experience for him. You could be great online. You go to LAN, totally different story because the energy's different. The way that the game plays feels a little bit different, right? So it's gonna be a bit different for a lot of the pros out there. I think that's the big thing to take note of. But I want to talk about some curses that we've currently seen, right? Whenever it comes to our qualifiers, because it tends to be, our qualifying winners don't tend to then go to the next stage or the next competition, next qualifier, and win themselves. And what do I mean by winning? I don't necessarily mean first place, because that's not the overarching goal a lot of the times. You go back to last week, overarching goal was to get top 15. That was a win in my book, right? Top 25, you get money. Top 15, you go to global finals, which is what's important. Same thing here. You want to get first place if you can get it, but you want to get top 4, at least right now from the point standing right in this final game. Then you want to win game number 6. So you want to get in that top 5 position so you can move forward to the Copper Box Arena, the global finals in London. But we go back. Ghoul, right? Team Ghoul, #1 in stage 1 quals for EU, hasn't made it to London yet. Flux, #1 in stage 2 quals, hasn't made it to London yet. You go to Dez, #1 in stage 1 quals for NA, hasn't made it to London yet. And then you got Saltify, a powerhouse player, a great team, a wonderful trio. #1 for stage 2 quals for NA, hasn't made it to London yet. Winning in previous qualifiers doesn't guarantee you a victory in the next stage dream. And that's the thing, man, this curse. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the competitors getting a bit too comfortable after a big victory, or maybe it's just them psyching themselves out, right? Going into it thinking, all right, well, we already won the previous one. This one might be a walk in the park. Turns out it's not the case.
Yeah, I mean, things don't always necessarily go your way. Sometimes there is a little bit of RNG that plays into it, obviously, with some of these drops, rotations, depending on what happens on the map. But yeah, I can see where the curse is there for sure. And I think for the NA team, I think it was the second place team that ended up making it. So it's like those crazy scenarios where it just comes down to one kill or one bad map or just one gunfight even.
Just
one scenario.
That's
it's
it,
so
just
close.
one time. It's so close indeed, and we are close to game 5. Let's bring in our casters, Spider, Tiff, and Ghosh. I'm ready to get it started. We've had a bit of a longer break, but everything should be good to go now. So without further ado, Tiff, Ghosh, take it away.
Thank you so much, Reflections, Dream, Enigma. Beautiful segments there. But all I heard goes curses, aliens. Today is wild.
Absolutely. I took a big deep breath before we got started because we had a long break. I got a lot of water in me, but it's the last map of the day. Manifest some energy here. There's a lot of teams still vying for the top 4 position. First place, have they secured it? Likely. Second place, only need a 5-6 point game on paper, but the stats always lie. Anything can happen. It's Warzone. And Tiff, I gotta say, spot 3 and 4, they are wide open.
Hey, well, let's see what's about to happen. This is the map where things got incredibly crazy when we think of stage 2 finals for North America that happened last week. The map that Swag, Z Colors, Super Evan just threw down a massive banger, but Team Shucks, they threw a massive one down in last game to take that victory. Now they just need to be consistent and ride it out for the teams that are not inside the top 4. You gotta lay it on the line. It's been wild, it's been crazy, but this is the final map before the wild card comes into play.
Here's the thing. We're talking about predictions. We want to hear some more predictions in the chat and more predictions on the timeline. COD_underscore esports. My predictions are chalked. Now, I said Shucks' team maybe would win Wildcard, so I was close there. Everything else has been wrong. So at the top of our leaderboard, currently inside of our top 4, you've got several teams that many people didn't expect, or at the very least didn't expect to get top 4, maybe just top 10. And they're proving a lot of people wrong today. But as we hop into this one, Tiff, safe. We got a lot of players ready and rocking and ready to go. And this last map, as we always talk about in our finals during the stage 1 and stage 2, I think we're even going to see an increase of the speed at which play will happen in our last map of the day.
It's going to be wild. If you saw the plane line going from the left of Sawa Village to the left of Quarry, now Lola looking to get in on the opening action here. A lot of our teams are going to take a little bit of extra time to stretch it out towards the eastern side of Al Mazrah, or just maybe contesting earlier areas. Pro Urzen squad is going to be the one to take the knock on to Lola. They were first place after map number 1, so looking for something big here because they've fallen outside the top 4.
Yeah, I got to shout out the teams that we're taking a look out for, not inside the top 4, right? You're looking at Sathu needs a big game. Pro Urson needs a big game on your screen right now, trying to make the better of this encounter and so far winning it. A couple other teams, Pele, you've got Ghoul, who won that, stage 1 qualifiers we talked about, trying to reverse the curse. Scuffology, that massive game from Satyr, wasn't enough to put him into the top 4. You even got Pentagon there in 10th place overall, having an opportunity to push up into the top 4, but they need another massive one, and I think they can do it if they have a great start.
Lenzo using the Molotov to try to block the push. Joker gonna fall, able to pick up another trade there, but we do have a third party already. They have taken the roof of the stronghold. Now Lenzo last alive as Joker is in the gulag. Lola looks to have lost hers potentially and is full dead. This is tough.
And not much you can do here. I mean, you can leave, certainly. There's a full team of 3 inside this stronghold, but I think Linzo... The problem is, if you're Linzo, you might just want to take this fight. You're going to lose it 100%, but maybe in that 1% chance you win it, you're going to help out your team. If you're down in the 30s, folks, 30s or lower, you need the biggest game of the day and hope the top 4 teams completely have an abysmal last map. So everything needs to go right in your favor. This isn't a top 15 moves on. It's a top 4. You know it. You've heard us say it 1,000 times, but that means you need like a 70-point game if you're down there in the 20s or 30 points totals. You're looking at that cutoff of about 95 to 100 points. Should be the top 4, so you do the math.
Yep, do the math. Let's go, guys. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to be doing any math, Goj. I will leave that to you, but Team Infernal on your screen right now. Bruno on the roof type, trying to make this play, playing alongside Kong and Infernal themselves. Kong, self-proclaimed Danish monster. And now I want to see what they're going to be able to do here. Currently sitting in 3rd place, looking to find themselves in London. But hey, maybe I'm just caster cursing everyone.
Yeah, that's tough. Infernal had a chalked last map through the kind of bye that we had between map 4 and 5. Wonder if the mental was chalked after a tough one. We'll see. They're going to have to check back in, refocus back up. And speaking of checking back in, check back in where Betty Central is taking down Pentagon Fuzz and near single-handedly. Revolt's there to help play trades, and they do it. Quirky up top as well. There goes 1, 2, looking for the 3rd. Pentagon trying to get out of dodge, down below in a tough spot, now just hiding and waiting as shots are coming in from Team 17 across the way. That should be enough reprieve for Pentagon to try to sneak out of here. 17 did spot him as well.
Ooh, that was a big engagement, but able to secure at least one of the gulags and prolong that life for the team. Hopefully they can make something happen here. You can see where the zone is pulling. We are going to cut out all of Airport, Sarif Bay, Sawa Village, and Cemetery because, we've pulled there so often. So a lot of our teams are going to make that rotation. Only 1 squad in Observatory. So if they fly off of there to rotate, should not be too difficult. You get Team Zathu in the helicopter. Looking a little rough, though. Not sure how it's in the air still. Would not get in that one.
Yeah, just eking out here, City. I was taking a look at that mini-map, rather the overall map, and then the only team that was kind of on that south side, Seraph, was Team Shucks. Now the team over 100 points already, likely just needs a couple points to make sure they secure it. But it's funny because they're the only squad that far south, and they're going to have a free and clear rotation up into the zone with no one in sight, several hundred meters around them. Be fun to see what they're able to do with that weird rotation in the zone that was pulled. One of the few teams that lands south is going to have to battle in.
Onkyo popping off in the kill feed and some early engagement with Tactical Brit Squad. Maze and Co. on the left-hand side of your screen. Check in with Prince Rosa. Callum looks like they're going to be rotating out of here as Sniper Pigna kind of moves on in. Don't really want to take too many like chancy early engagements here, especially when this lobby is probably going to die out a lot quicker than what we've seen. This map, last final map of the series, typically has to be a lot more aggressive because teams are kind of laying it all on the line.
Well, here's an interesting team, a team in contention for the top 4. Pele, currently in 8th place, trying to push their way into 7th and 6th, 5th and 4th. They can do it here, all 3 alive and pushing the equation, trying to take down Callum. Prince Russo on the run. This is an interesting squad, too. You've got one member of the Maze clan that Ghoul and company are a part of. So a couple different representations there for the Italian EU program. So far, so good for this team. But again, 8th, 9th, 10th, doesn't matter. Got to be top 4. So keep up the aggression. Play as a unit. They're trying to do exactly that for this push into the stronghold. 3v2 shouldn't be any issues. They just want to make sure they don't get third-partied and make sure they don't get caught out in an open angle to where the playing field can be evened up. Callum, of course, trying to isolate every 1v1 they can.
Okay, Pella, we see you. Able to grab a crack. Dives behind the building, regaining up on those plates. Looking for the re-peek, but they inch ever so closely to this stronghold. Oh, Callum, you gotta be careful.
Nice play. Takes out one. 3v1. Should be a free and clear victory here. Pele is actually just going to grab it himself. Doesn't even need the help. Now, we talk about those situations. You might as well use the help, but Pele will take those, whether it's a 50-50 or otherwise. Let's move over to another 3v3. Lifted in trouble, but has found one, making this fight a little bit easier. Look who's lurking off into the distance, though. It's Shucks. Gonna potentially try to third-party this. Bastardo looks for Liam. Liam answers back in kind. A nice team win here. It's fast enough to where Team Shucks can't third-party. Fantastically executed there from Aaron, Lipton, and Liam.
Look at Melvin, though. Just kind of gonna hit the drone. Not a bad play. Curious to see if they're gonna land on top of the building or if they're just kind of looking for some information of this Hey It's Aaron squad. They've been here since pretty much the beginning of the map thus far, and we're about 8 minutes into it. But Melvin grabbing ultimate high ground and able to grab a knock and full on to Lipton. So now in a 3v2 situation.
Yeah, insult to injury. Insult to injury for sure. Being able to grab that pick, it was a 5-head play, to be honest. 5,000 IQ, hits the balloon, or rather the drone, makes it up to high ground, grabs a pick, forces Liam off of this position. Now Team Shucks has rotated all the way from the bottom of the map up to Observatory and then command that POI. They are winning for a reason. They are firing on all cylinders. The team right behind, Team Morpheus, Sakar, and Rocket, all they need is an okay game to seal their fate to London. And I gotta say, Tiff, from a team that's been the most consistent team by far on paper, the desk broke down this team's strategies flawlessly. I can only imagine they're gonna see a 10-point game or so that they need to secure those tickets.
Just need to be consistent, and they have been so impressive here. I mean, you heard Zakar just talking about what it felt like to lose out on a ticket early in stage 2 just by a tiebreaker. And honestly, if you're that close to feeling what that feels like to not make it, you do anything that you can to never feel like that again.
Couldn't agree more. They were not happy with my tweet that I put on the timeline, but didn't shake their mental. They're locked in. And see our first place team pushing the fight here onto Pro Urson. If you're Nova, at this point your team's so split. They don't really have a net set up. Nova's all alone. This is a free kill. A mistake looking back on Team 20, allowing the team to get that separated, whether from a buyback or just simply thinking they had this POI to their advantage. Shucks' squad is flying across this map, having traversed about 50% of it as Lipton catches another out in the open. And this time it's the other side of the Maze squad. It's Ghoul, Diablo.
Looks like Hey It's Aaron's squad made the rotation from Observatory down here to Marshlands to potentially use that buyback, but Diablo able to get the squad back. Now Ghoul on the inside as they wait for Raz to join them. But they don't have the rooftop, right? So if I'm the teammate coming back in, the last thing I want to do is try to land on that roof or anywhere nearby, because then you're just going to get shot out of the air.
Yeah, Ghoul's team's in position to potentially strike for top 4, but they need a big one. Ghoul's actually had a great start. Now all 3 alive, but likely separated. Ghoul's going to try to sneak a few kills. They had 4 or 5 kills between the 3 of them with 35 teams up, and they were situated in 11th going into this map. So an opportunity, certainly, but they likely will need a top 5 finish with a sizable amount of kills. Horrid trying to do the same here, pushing the equation on the edge of zone. Couple teams down below, but it's actually that Maze teammate from a different squad that's in trouble in between these two squads getting pinched.
It's typically what happens. That player does like to play as support to one other member of the team, but your map 1 winners are starting to rotate on in. That's gonna be Flux, PD, and Quicker. We know Quicker's likelihood the sniper for that squad and is about to be right on top of this player, but
Nice
Quicker
play.
gonna go down. Beautifully done.
You know what's crazy about this team? They're still clawing at this map. They were in 8th going into this lobby. Tiff, they made one adjustment. They got 49th in the Stage 2 finals, and they're here with an opportunity to go to London because of the last chance qualifiers. If they can get Pele back, they've got a huge opportunity. 49th with Pele and Ataju. They swapped in Sniper Pigna, replaced Kibsy, and now all of a sudden they're knocking on those airplane doors to go to London. It's an opportunity, but that opportunity is slowly dwindling if they can't stay alive here between several teams.
About 5.2 points outside of the top 4. It's pretty scary. That's really close. Anything could happen. Bling CJ able to wipe squad 42. Now Flux already on 5 eliminations. Not bad, right? But they were outside the top 10 coming into the 5th map. That doesn't mean it's done and dusted. That's only 10 points, a 10-point difference.
That's right. There was 10 points going into this map, separating 10th and 4th place. 11th, 12th right there as well. So many teams have an opportunity. Inkyo squad is a team that everyone expected to be in the top 4. Every person I asked for, Repulse, FIFA, myself, several of the other casters here and analysts, Inkyo was on the top of mind for everyone with how strong they are in game. Now they're taking a gunfight against a team in the top 4, having to prove their worth between a really tough fight. Inkyo goes in as the entry man and just gets absolutely annihilated. Tony White's squad, everything's clicking for this team. They are moving different, moving as a unit.
Yeah, but this is about to be a really profound moment of the game. Had they gone down early on here, sitting in the 4th place spot, just 1 point ahead of 5th place, they have to play this to perfection and leave nothing to chance. But the team on the right-hand side of your screen, Ranjito, Kang Benji, they're one of the teams knocking at the door of the top 4.
It's certainly possible. They had such a strong game in the last map. Pushed them up the leaderboard pretty dramatically. Excited to see what they're able to do in this one. They're going to bide their time, though. This team actually moved King Benji into a slot, replacing Sharpie D. But overall, they got 48th. So yet again, a team near the very bottom of the leaderboard, having a pretty solid day today.
Zathu, Sisti, and Co. Last we saw them, they were flying a rather janky air helicopter to the top of high rise. All 3 of them still alive, making a rotation down for the low ground, just you can see on the outside of that circle. Lobby is dying out relatively quickly. I've been using about the 18-minute mark for the top 30 squads as a benchmark. Usually there's about 38 squads by this time, currently sitting on 31. Sisti, though, taking some shots on Bruno, Infernal, and Co. And gonna keep focusing on that rotation. You can see they've just kind of went a little bit further ahead of that squad, so they need to be very hyper aware.
I'm getting word from some of our analysts here that it looks like Pentagon squad was full wiped. So one of the teams knocking on the door. They were 10th going into this one, I believe. Knocking on the door to London. Haven't quite found it yet. Still a wildcard map coming after this one. So make sure you pay attention. Still teams vying for the top 4, but just the winner of the next map will also join the top 4 in London to lock away 45 spots in total before NA tomorrow. Here's a look at that map, Tiff. Several teams kind of favoring the outside of this edge zone, working their way into the city area. Another city zone. What do you think about it?
It's finally pulling more north, though, right? Like, it's
right.
still encompassing Turok Village. You've got Team Tremze up there, Team Skims as well. And a lot of teams that maybe land in those more northern POIs or typically try to get to Al Mazrah City earlier. We saw Team Zathu already there. That's the timing that you need to have. And hey, it's Aaron. It's been nonstop action here for them in map number 5, sitting on 2 eliminations. Just lost out on Lipton once again, immediately dropping the cash. Now need to find find at least 4K to get that buyback, but should be able to have it just there. But you got to get through these two other teams first.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate for Aikio. Ulix, I think last alive for his team, is going to be swimming out, wrapping around, somehow able to make it out. And look who's lingering on the edge here. As per the usual, Morpheus, sniper at hand, found some success in Stage 2 EU Finals. People said, wait, into LCQ, the Signal's one of the best weapons to use. Morpheus said, bet. I've been using it for a while, and it's been popping off all day today. Consistency certainly key and king when it comes to LCQ. His pop-off games will help. Consistency can get you there as well. Tony White has been hanging out inside this building with his squad for a while. Is going to continue to hop cover. They love the close range encounter gunfights. They think they can win in the close range. Let the teams come to them.
There we go. Liam getting close, trying to finish off Team Ulix. See if they'll be able to do it, but we've got a nice 3v3 standoff here. Ulix full wiped.
My bracket's been busted, as they say. I had a lot of people moving on to London, and they are getting wiped one after another. But I love getting proven wrong, to be honest. It lights a fire when we put predictions on the timeline, etc. A lot of teams wagering that some of these squads make it through, and now some more unknown or teams maybe trying to make a name for themselves are proving all the casters and other competitors wrong and saying, no, this is our tournament, this is our house. Got an opportunity to go big, and we're doing that.
Ooh, Kong falling in the kill feed. That's going to be rather detrimental to Team Infernal, currently sitting in third place. But Minua, they're making the move, trying to close the distance, look for an opening. Sniper Pigna, oh, that's a good way to open it up. It does get kind of gassed out, forced to reassess the situation. But look who's coming around the outside. The drop is going to go to Minua.
It's a big gunfight. This is Team 8. We've been talking about him. Sniper picking up Pele, making a move. They've evened the tally to 2v3, but one is down. They let this self-revive go off, though. They're going to be at a player disadvantage. They need to make a move, and they need to make a move now. Minua trying to even it up, change it up. Pigna, one from behind, goes in front. 1-2, buckle my shoe, Tiff. They take down the team in 8th place. Minua last standing.
That is just... That player is just different, Goj. Absolutely different. Impeccable. Mind blown. But now we turn the tides to Infernal. Your 4th place squad looking to hold tight on that last position. And if I'm Team Zathu, Sisti's right there, smoked out in the building, breathing down the spots of the top 4. Knowing what I need to do is take out Infernal. These better be the most important dolphin dives of your life.
So many teams that are on the fringe getting wiped. The window of opportunity wide open. The door of opportunity, it's at least cracked. We got a couple teams on the inside. Tony White in particular that I believe maybe it just got eliminated. All of a sudden out of it as well. The door is open. Somebody was trying to push a dresser up against it to make sure it would stay closed. Infernal, the last person standing, I think, potentially inside the top 4. And it's just one player. See Sissity kind of flanking around the outside. No, Team in first, still here, still thriving, and still finding eliminations. Hey, it's Aaron. Hello. Shucks is here, causing chaos. Pace is going to get the trade.
Oh, come on, Pace. Gonna have to keep on keeping on. Shucks fully elimed. Pace now trying to navigate this rotation. This is a disgusting rotate out of 10s here. You do have 2 squads. Squad 33 on your left, watching your cross, waiting for you to push out. Let's see if Tony White and co are faring any different as they make the push towards squad Darcity. Diram having that high ground on Sweezy, but Sweezy navigating the head peaks really nicely.
Yeah, I thought Tony White's squad potentially got wiped, but they're fine. They're killing it. This is an opportunity to go to London. I don't know if they've secured it yet, but they're doing a fantastic job of staying together, staying as a unit. I mean, they're almost just holding hands as they come around every single corner to make sure they don't lose a single life. Player advantage is everything in these final circles. We're already down to the top 14. Do they have a ton of kills? Likely no. But if they drop a win or a 1.8 multiplier by getting top 5 and have, who knows, pushing 10 total, that likely will secure their tickets to London. Some massive moment for this Tony White squad, and there's a couple other teams breathing down their necks still in this. You see King Benji. This team can make a move. They gotta have a lot of kills though.
17 seconds left, and Morpheus and Co are going to have to rotate off the high ground. You can already see them starting to wrap further north. There is a squad, number 41, still up in that direction, but I would rather navigate through the dunes as opposed to kind of pushing into where all the teams are. But you can just see they're going to have to be able to maybe play on the oil rig itself here. But this is about to be Tony, White, Sweezy, and Co. This is such a hard position to be in. Robstar making the issue, and you're a squad wipe. Team Tony, they are out of the lobby in 4th place. Anything can happen here with the last 11 squads.
Robstar goes big. His team was, I think, in like 20th going into this last map, so would need an absolute monster. Certainly possible, but very unlikely. But look who is still lurking in the shadows, rather up on the hill in the sunlight. It's Morpheus's team. Rangito inside the top 10, trying to push the equation. Needs top 5 for the 1.8 multiplier. Sissity still in it with Rakes. They were in top 10 as well, pushing for the fight, but Rocket's going to say, this is my tickets to London. You will not catch up. Not a chance in hell. Rocket will go down here. They have center zone. They're staving off every advance. Tiff, Team Rocket, by far the most consistent team on the day, and they're not going to stop here going into game 5. They are making sure they are on that plane.
They are crushing dreams here as well. Rocket falls, turns around. Morpheus trying to connect. But if I'm Team Tony White and I slide by based on the fact that they just took out Team Zathu, I am buying Team Shuck's dinner. Or Team Rocket per se.
That's right. Sharpie D pushing the fight here against the team at the top. Big moment for Satyr. This is another team that was close, but they're going to need a big one. Sharpie in trouble. Satyr now with 1 HP and gone. Will it be enough? Likely no. The final fight coming through here. 3 teams left, and it's a 2v2v1. Robstar, the lone soldier, against 2 duos. And hello, night vision thermal. Getting shot in the legs. Not going to do enough, but Rob at the very least knows somebody's looking at him. Now Dan and Jadar on the other side.
Squad 49, Team Good God, last standing there as well. Now they have to push forward and take the fight against Morpheus and Zakar.
It's Team Jadar, Dan, Good God, Warzone stalwarts, been around the block for a long time, facing off against the teams at the top. The team with a lot to prove, a frustrating loss by a tiebreaker to make it to London in stage 2, looking to close it out. They get 1, they get the 2nd. Congratulations to Team Rocket. We'll see you in London. Tiebreakers, caster curse, throw them out the window. Bad juju, you owned it, you claimed it, and you took it with you, and you won that last map. Congratulations to Team Rocket. Flawless execution throughout all day today. Tiff, we said at least one team's got to be perfect to make it. That team was perfect.
Their zone calls and predictions, their positioning, we got to run back the victory moment.
Zostało 0. Dobra, zostaje.
Na ramu nie ma za bardzo, jest to polutujemy z tyłu.
Kogoś zabijać? Wszystko to jest, no?
Poczekajcie na zonę.
Tam. Jeden bity. Ja mu daję armiany, jak coś.
Nie macie zony, musicie coś myśleć.
Lewo klauzul podbił.
Ej, dwa
na ryżu są.
No.
Najbliższy jeden, dobra. Ja daję sobie też smoka. Ja sobie gram klauz gdzieś. Ja stary zagramy giga... Jeden na mnie jest. Let's go, kurwa!
Nice,
let's go, panowie, come on!
Idź, kurwa, rób!
Let's go, kurwa! Let's go, kurwa, come on! Dasz, kurwa, Londyn w końcu, ja pierdolę, nie? Nice, kurwa! Zajebiście, let's go!
Ale mu skomentuję.
A little bit more excitement that time around. That wasn't 16, that was 24 points, and they really only needed about a 10-point game to make sure they were going to London. Congratulations to Team Rocket. Whether they got first or they got second in the tournament, doesn't matter. They definitely made top 4, and we'll likely be seeing them in London. Tiff, what a way to go out on a near flawless tournament from that squad.
That was actually wild. You're not wrong when you say flawless. It was impressive. I said it earlier, their zone predictions, the way that they were always navigating their rotations, coming in from that northeastern side and pushing down from the dunes into oil itself, maintaining the high ground. Morpheus on the signal 50, just very, very impressive. Congratulations, boys. Enjoy London.
Here's the thing, right? They won map 3, they won map 5. We proved Twitch chat wrong. We did have some back-to-back winners, not necessarily in order, but at least they won 2 maps overall. Consistency is king, and they're at the top. Huge congratulations to Team Rocket at the end of it. See you folks in London. Who else will be joining them? Only time will tell. We'll take a look at that leaderboard when we come back from this very short break.
Hit the gas and don't let up with this World Series of Warzone pack featuring a speedy operator skin and a powerful blueprint. Available in store using Call of Duty points. Get free games and in-game content such as the Rat Pack with Prime Gaming. Visit gaming.amazon.com. And welcome back, everybody, to World Series of Warzone EU Last Chance Qualifiers presented by Prime Gaming. Prime Gaming, they help all this become possible, and they can help you as well. If you would like to get free games and in-game content with Prime Gaming, use the command in chat now, !Prime Gaming, to get set up and all the information you need. Once again, !Prime Gaming in chat. Well, there it is. 5 games down. We've reached a point now where we are getting closer to knowing who our top 4 teams are going to be. But without a doubt, Team Rocket should very well have secured their spot, their dream, as they were so dominant throughout the entirety of today, all 5 games, including winning the final.
Yeah, and their positioning was key for these guys, but also Morpheus getting the entry picks to allow some of these engagements to happen. But I mean, all throughout the day, it's just like their POI. They always had a plan. They were heavily, like, not contested, excuse me. And they just essentially in this last drop, they played positioning yet again. Like, they were one of the first squads that was set up early middle zone, and they just allowed those picks to come to them towards the late game.
But let's bring it down a little bit and talk about one of our favorite teams. Well, I can't speak for you, Enigma, but we talk about them a lot, Pentagon and Co. We were excited to see them dominate in game number 4. It brought them into the top 10 position. Unfortunately, game number 5 just did not go their way. They dropped in top 30.
Yeah, my heart goes out to them. They do indeed come 37th, I think, in that one, with just 2 kills. And yeah, I think we go back to stage 1 where they had a little bit of bad luck that ended up then punting them into a qualify situation. Dominate qualifies, but then stage 2 finals doesn't go their way either. And this is definitely going to be a big name side that we miss when it comes to London. We've spoken a lot about how tournaments like this help our standout favorites show their talent as well as recognize some of the teams that are coming on through. And one of those teams coming on through have got big boots to fill because we will be missing that Pentagon side, and they are a hell of a trio.
Dream Zakhar. He was so serious and locked in during the interview, but after that winning moment in game number 5 where they kind of realized we finally secured our ticket to global finals, he looked a lot more happy. He kind of, livened up a bit, and you can just see how much that moment meant to him.
Absolutely. It means everything. And I mean, yeah, he was locked in that interview as a player. It's like, hey, we can't get excited yet. And they were able to seal the deal.
Seal the deal indeed, man. That's awesome. And I'm pretty confident to say should be Shooks who's going to be up there, or Shucks, excuse me, who should be around first or second. Who's going to be the other two? That's my biggest question. But let's recap today because we had a lot of great games and a lot of great moments. And you go all the way back to map number 1 where we saw Fluxery, Quicker, PD, right, kind of take it all. They didn't have the highest scoring game, 28 points, but it set the precedence, at least I thought, where they were going to be one of the most dominant teams to take it. But Enigma, the biggest storyline, at least coming from drop number 1, was, of course, Nova and them, right? Nova was the second place winners, or excuse me, second place finishers. They finished, I think, even in first place after such a big scoring game, but then they kind of fell flat as the games continued.
Yeah, I think we've touched on it a few times, but definitely a case. So, for example, I believe it was Deki who had 12 kills at the end of map 1, if I'm right. We're still looking to tally up a couple of the points and a couple of the kills, so we're not fully there yet, but currently it's looking like Deki finishes on 16. So just 4 over the other maps. And obviously that's just not a standard that's going to get you on through to London. They are a team that is definitely capable of going on to win our wildcard map without a doubt, so don't rule them out just yet. But something that was going really well for them in map 1 did not happen throughout the rest of the afternoon at all. It's a relatively underwhelming performance for such a talented trio.
Dream, something you brought up from that map number 1, though, was talking about zones and the way that they were pulling. We started to notice with the Signal 50, right, getting a bit of that buff. We knew it was going to be meta. It changed the way teams were playing, and it almost forced, or at least gave the option for teams wanting to play a bit slower setup early on to be able to do so.
Yeah, you like, especially when you're looking at the zone and you're like, okay, there's a water zone here. Yeah, how do we set up? You see teams like constantly repositioning around the map to get comfortable. But that's the one point that you don't want to put yourself in, is to where you're constantly having to regain in these moments. And I mean, for teams like, obviously, Team Morpheus, they're one of those squads that were set up. So if you're a team that's needing to regain and you run into a squad that's posted up already, yeah, it's going to make things difficult. And even leading into this map number 2 reflections, I was like, why is everyone at port forcing these early engagements? Like, you don't need to force fights. Essentially, obviously, you do need kills, but sometimes they will come to you. And if you're a squad, obviously, that needs to stay alive, if you are in that top spot, you don't need to fight those. You don't need to force them. You don't need to force the engagements.
That's right. Well, I tell you what, there's going to be a great example when we talk about Shucks and drop number 4, right? Not forcing engagements, because those kills kind of came to him. But for game number 2, it was all Pun Kill, right? Who ended up taking this victory, an invited team, and making good use of that, at least for game number 2. 24 points, not bad. We did have a chance to interview Pun Kill right after this game to win Enigma. And one of the things he said is like, look, we had to constantly recover because we were finding ourselves in a gulag. We were finding ourselves losing each other. So we had to go for the rebuy, but throughout all that struggle, they still managed to get a victory.
They did indeed, and that is a testament to the composure that they've possessed. But throughout the rest of the afternoon, it looks like that they've unfortunately put themselves in those situations that Ellen was just alluding to, where they're stacking odds against them, they're having to constantly recover, and you can only demand that of yourself so consistently against the best players in the world. It's very difficult to constantly do that, and I think that the afternoon has very much been an exercise for them of trying to regain and just putting themselves in positions where they weren't able to recover, because as the afternoon's gone on away from map 2, they have slipped back down the leaderboard.
Slipped down the leaderboard, but still not a bad win. Now, map 3, this is where things start to get fun. This is where we started to see Team Rocket really start to take ahead of all of the competitors, Dream, and really started seeing that at least a consistency that we had talked about so many times before, and also a chance to talk to Zakar and get his insights about how they were feeling after being so close to qualifying last week to this week.
Yeah, most definitely. It didn't seem like, of course, he wasn't too excited because, I mean, we were kind of speculating that in this map, there were other teams that got way more eliminations than they did. And we were like, we're not really sure where that's going to put them, but they still were able to keep that top spot after this game. And roughly around this, too, we were like, for those teams that are in the top spots, okay, what are they going to do? Are they going to position? Are they going to hold? They're going to try to do everything they can to stay alive in the final zones. But for the teams in the bottom half that needed to catch up, we saw a lot more teams playing more aggressive, and one right there on your screen. Squad number 23, Scafology, I believe he picked up so many kills around City, and you saw just teams locking it in the high ground positions.
Now going back to your point, Dream, you talked about not forcing engagements, not forcing engagements, waiting back a little bit, maybe waiting for an opportunity to open up. And a great example was this game number 4, the highest, at least point game, I think, Enigma, that we have seen yet today, and might very well for sure have seen, because at least game number 6 isn't going to flow the same way. But 58 points on top of that. They kind of let all the kills come to them, right? That was one of the biggest things that was hit on when we had a chance to talk to Shucks. He was like, look, the kills kept coming to us. We popped the UAV, saw all the red dots, and, well, there's everybody.
Yeah, 100%. They get off to a solid start. I think he spoke about how the team were already up to about 15 kills before we start to get to the laser circles. So they just hit the water and took a bit of a gamble and let everything else unfold around them, played for placement points, and eventually just let it get into situations where they could then take gunfights. They didn't want to push up out of that water because the team was holding main building. I believe that was Ranjito and co. And in that situation, you can afford to. You can go, look, we're already quids in here with our points. We don't need to force this fight. We can back on off and let that come to us. And eventually, the circle pushes them in towards the beach, but they have an angle at that point that gives them a favorable fight, and they go on to see out the map. And quite frankly, the fact that they pick up this, 58 points, I think in this one map, they pick up more points than, 32 teams combined throughout the whole afternoon. It's ridiculous.
Well, they go from 28 total kills for this trio, right? They only get 28 total kills amongst the first 3 games. Game 4, they get 29. I mean, that is just such a change in pace, and quite literally the reason why they might be going to global finals because of this game alone, which is nice because we talk about that storyline. But it's time to look at our standings, and there it is. Team Shucks is going to be in first place off of that massive game number 4. They lock in first. Team Rocket in second. Inferno, good to see them holding on. And then for my old heads out there, we got Tony White, big 32-year-old himself, making it through. Love to see that. And the new addition of Spaz paying off big. 0.6 points, Dream. 0.6 points. Zathu barely missing the cut.
Crazy to think about. And I mean, we just saw it on the screen too. You have to wonder if that one pistol engagement, oh my goodness, 0.6 is absolutely insane. But for Tony White and his squad, who just recently made a roster change, I did not have them in this spot. I really did not think, losing Dan the Man, I did not think they would make it here. But sometimes, even if you have a top fragger that can go out and get all those kills, chemistry is what matters. You don't want to go down early, and sometimes that's what happened with that squad.
Enigma, you gotta weigh in here, buddy, because we've watched 5 great games. That's your top 4, but are there any heartbreaking losses to you outside of Zathu?
I think I look at a couple of teams, for example, PT and Co. They win map 1, unfortunately finished 7th. Zagul and Co. They finished 10th, and they were our stage 1 European qualifier winners. Have been kind of on the edge all the way through the tournament. So one of those teams that's kind of always around the bubble and just missing out. And unfortunately, again, just there. But we're not over yet. Job's not finished. Job's not done. We've still got one more map. So hopefully some of those heartbreakers can turn into something as we finish things off.
Well, that's the thing. Finish things off. And we are about to finish things off. That's 5 maps down. And if you guys are just joining us, right, LCQ is a bit of a multi-stage. The Wildcard map is going to be coming up next. There's still one more spot in Global Finals for EU to be earned. But who will it be? So for your favorite teams out there, may have not got top 4 over the 5 games, they still have a chance to qualify, so don't lose hope. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Wildcard match coming your way. Welcome back, everybody, to the World Series of Warzone. Right, we got EU. It's the Last Chance Qualifier presented by Prime Gaming. Comes down to this one more game, and what a big game this is going to be. A lot to talk about, Dream. I want to go ahead and hop right into it because we've been hyping up this final game wildcard match, right? Points they don't matter anymore from the previous 5 games. What matters is simply, well, I say simply, very loosely, but winning the game, right? What do we see? Because the play styles that were working before are not going to work in game number 6.
Listen, I have a feeling, okay, I think you guys have this feeling too, that the game is going to severely slow down because players obviously want to stay alive. You don't need to force anything at this point. Last one standing.
Last one standing. That's the best way to put it, Enigma, right? Last one standing. Who will it be? And it could be anybody. Okay, you got 46 trios. It was 50. The 4 that we know have already qualified have moved on. They can now watch and kind of enjoy it for themselves. But now 46 teams, only one winner. How do you play it, man? Because, like, for me, I'm ratting it up. Now, if you want to play in the water, this is the time to play in the water.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, just touch on Alan's point. I think this is definitely going to slow right on down. I think this is going to be snail's pace all the way through. That Signal 50 being buffed recently is about to make our meta very, very, very sniper heavy. But all the same, looking forward to it. As soon as I heard about this idea of a winner takes all at the end, my mind was blown. But yeah, I'm definitely slowing it down. I'm backing on off. And one of the beautiful things about all of this is that it doesn't matter if it's Zathu, who's currently missing out on going to London by 1 kill, or Team Weeman, who've only picked up 6 points all afternoon. Sorry to call you out, boys, but that's just the truth. You can still make it. You can still go there. Nothing else matters through the afternoon. I just love it. I'm really excited to watch those end circles take place. But that's the way I'm playing it is 100%. I'm backing on off and finding every bush I can.
So, Bush, right? Bush Wookiees. It's kind of been a theme. I've heard Spider Tiff say Bush Wookiees. I love whenever she brings up mountain goats, like, or a billy goat, like, oh, looking like a billy goat, mountain goat. And maybe we have more times to hear about billy goats, mountain goats, and Bush Wookiees, because all that's going to be a thing. Let's bring in our 2 casters. We got Spider Tiff, we got Goj. This is big, right? Map number 6, totally different from everything we have seen throughout the World Series of Warzone. So without further ado, let's see how Game 6 is going to work.
Let's see how this wild card event goes. It's going to be wild, right? We call it wild. It's going to be a stroke of brilliance from one specific person that can just outlast them all. Goj, it's very similar to Survivor.
So here's the thing. It is similar to Survivor, and I like this style of play every once in a while. Now's the time where you need to be that dirty rat pack that you can go pick up the skin. I wonder if some of our teams even changed to that skin, if they already picked up that skin before going into the lobby today. We're going to have several tweets cycling through. Looks like Reflections is saying it's going to be Pentagon. Every kill matters. It's certainly the case. That's what I was talking about with Zathu's team. They might have to win it here. They don't make London by 0.6 points. Hopefully fate is on their side this time around, Tiff.
Ooh, Twitch poll saying Ratty hide until the end, 77%. Caddy get aggressive, 23%. All right, I like 77% of you. I would be ratting as well. And honestly, a good way to approach this, Goj, is maybe completely split off from your team or sit by at least one of them. That way, if you get pushed by a solo, you guys could like kind of work together and stack it. Or are they not allowed to send a Discord call with their team? Like, how's this going?
I don't know. You got a full team of 3. You can play together. It's the last team standing, so you're going to work with a team, certainly. It's just a matter of where do you go from here, right? Like, you got to think about the circle. You need to hedge your bets. You're working as a unit. Like, you got to take I mean, this is like simulating real war. Like, you're checking every corner, every wall, every building as you rotate to cover. You need to make sure you have all your resources. We're talking smokes, we're talking self-revives, we're talking durable gas mask. We're like, okay, we need all the information, we need to make sure our rotations are correct. Like, you don't need to play like normal World Series of Warzone. It all comes down to that minutia to mitigate RNG. If we know there's RNG, there's randomness that's in this game, you have to mitigate that RNG with good decision making. So we'll see how some of these teams use that decision making to their success, and it looks like we're gonna have some contested drops off the rip. This is potentially a fight for London at the very beginning of this lobby. Physic winning out.
Oh, Physic, Porky, Luciano. Nice way to win that engagement there. I thought they were going in on solo, so to see them in trios, this makes things a little bit more ideal for me here.
Yeah, trios definitely working together as a unit.
Yes.
Last team standing wins. Now, you might still want to do that strategy. I'm not going to actually totally throw that out the window. I think you could split and make sure that you don't get full wipe. But here's a look at Vikal. Obviously, CDL Talent didn't end up performing well enough today, but they could do it here in the Wildcard series. And I know a lot of people are saying the same. Like, I think some people are saying of all the teams that could win it in the Wildcard game, like, Vehicle's got the gunny to do it. The problem is map knowledge. I think map knowledge and decision-making on rotations and circles is going to be the key to success, not necessarily your gunny. We'll take a look at the circle, somewhat similar to what we saw during the first 5 games, a little bit further bottom right this time around. Tiff, I'm not sure where we'll go from here, but maybe airport. That would be cool.
Airport would be a wild one. On board right here with Ben. Enigma early on, asking him to step it up. Running tracker to be able to hunt down your enemies. Not a bad call here. I like that for them. They're able to find out and eliminate that player. Running as a complete trio stack. I like it. Jump on over to Sawa Village. You have Nobu, Spartan, Bling, CJ, and Chow kind of isolated out, spread out. Like, I mean, at the Bermuda Triangle over here, it's not a bad call for them.
Yeah, some of these teams electing to play pretty aggressively here. And again, it is last team standing. You could just grab the final kill, and that's the only kill you get all game, and you could make London at this point. This is everything on the line. Tiff, I don't know about the highly aggressive starts, but at the same time, you didn't know where somebody else was going to land. If you said, this is our POI, it's in the circle, this is what we want to command, another team's contesting you, you wipe that team, you could be free and clear until like mid to mid late game.
Oh my gosh, if this pulled all the way north of Tarak up to Oasis, I would be in like the mummy tomb hiding out underneath the sand dunes. Zathu and co, typical rotation for them, grabbing the Hummer over here at high rise, rotating on out. Kind of scary putting all 3 members of your team in a vehicle though, I'm not gonna lie.
All it takes is one RPG. I saw it in scrims, an entire team got wiped doing this exact thing because an errant player had an RPG sitting at this gas station. I mean, it was a near identical play, so doesn't look like history will repeat itself. It looks like our Maze squad, the Reverse the Curse squad is what I'm calling them. This is the team I shouted on the timeline, now claiming them as my team that I think could win it all here. Potentially, they didn't change anything. They went to Observatory and were contested by Mubisti's squad. There are so many variables in this that it's hard to even cast, Tiff. This is almost just like we're just watch partying this final one because there's not like free and clear strategy on this is how you win a game of Warzone. There's micro strategy, sure, but it comes down to like how the rest of the players in your lobby are playing, and you just have to be able to make adjustments on the fly. I would almost say the team that wins this is the team that can adapt the best.
I mean, speaking of adapting, did you just see Quirky take an RPG? I don't think he went out there, but that player was definitely trying to kind of live up to that standard you were talking about earlier that you saw in scrims. But coming on over, Raz taking to that very ultimate high ground, can be a very high risk, high reward for you. Prone, possibly with the Signal 50 in hand. You can see Showstopper just across the way in Ulix. But they are just having immense trigger discipline here because Onkyo is going to be rotating it in. Oh, thank God for the parachute, my man. I wouldn't have been able to do that.
Yeah, that's the thing. High ground position is helpful. You get some information. I was taking a look at the timeline, seeing predictions. I saw Reflection say Pentagon. I checked in with Repulse and his watch party. They've been having a blast over there. Thousands of viewers hanging out in the watch party, watching the action all day today. Repulse said Zamza. I think that squad is one that was on everyone's pick list for actually making it to London in the main section of this tournament. So maybe this is a last-ditch effort to try to have something right on the predictions list, because I know we were all chalked on that. Showstopper is out of here real quick with Signal 50 to the face, though. And we'll see if Zathu continues to push the equation. Again, this is a team that got 5th by 0.6 points, Tiff. So much pain and heartbreak, fueled it into rage, just wipe the whole lobby. I don't know.
I mean, I would at this point. Sisty was last standing in that final map 5 for the squad when Morpheus and co rolled up and eliminated them. And honestly, Tony White was probably just like, thank you so much. Thank you, Morpheus, and your squad for making us withstand the final 4. But now that everything has come down to this wild card map, I am just laying it all out. And honestly, I didn't tweet Goj, so we can't talk about my tweet, but I'm going for Team Punkkill here, and I'll tell you why. VDAT's clutch early on in the series was so impeccable that that's what I want to see happen.
It's a great shout. Certainly a team that can do it. They've already shown that they can win a map. They did it earlier, so Yeah, I like this strategy, Tiff. Talk to me a little bit about this. We're taking care of the Juggernaut and some AI here.
I mean, look, I don't know why that just stressed me out so bad, because you never know what is going to happen when you go up against the AI. Sure, they've been tweaked a little bit, and now you can just make sure you get all the rewards from that. And I think that's a strong move to make. But when you've got teams that are kind of nearby, they're not really pressing the issue here. You should be relatively uncontested while completing this.
Yeah, I've been able to kind of wipe some of the teams, or at least scare them off in this area. And keep checking in. More squads across the board. We have one team officially, by the way, that has been wiped out of this lobby. Again, we started with 46 because, well, the top 4 teams, they don't have to play. They already made it to London. So 46 squads dropped in, 1 team out. Still 45 teams left. Des called it up perfectly. Yeah, of course, this is going to play a lot slower. Mostly because you don't need a single kill, except maybe the very last one to make sure you win the game.
Every time I see 3 people in the ghillie suits, I just think of the gif that Ebates always tweets out when they're ready to go. And it's just these 3 ghillie suit men just, I don't know what they're doing, dancing maybe. But regardless, you're going to have to dance, dive your way through this map. 45 squads up, 8 minutes into the lobby. Circle 2 about to close, and Skims, Joshi, and Bonzi making a move here.
A team in their sights. Let's take a look at the circle. Some teams favoring the outside, some favoring dead center. Take a look. Team 48 out there isolated in Hydro by themselves, having to rotate in. A couple teams kind of taking the slower pace strategy mid-center. I mean, of course, you can harken back to the solo YOLOs. I know Chow won that for the EU side. We had Scump, of course, win the solo YOLO way back when, and did so in a pretty aggressive fashion. You're not going to be seeing riot shields this time around in the ranked playlist, but Scump was able to do it without it.
That is true. That is a good shout right there. Stronghold on your screen. Pella and Co. trying to stay alive here. A lot of nades, explosions, streaks being called in. Velix trying to disengage and go into a nearby building as well. Sniper Pigna, though, probably trying to get up to the high ground post this streak so you can maybe look for early pick.
Here we go. Pretty decent team fights going on right here. It's interesting because solo YOLO, I think there was a lot more running away.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I guess because it's a solo, like when you're a team, you think like you're pretty confident in your squad. Like you made it here to LCQ. You fought through several different qualifiers to make it here. Potentially made it back after getting eliminated with an invite spot. So you're confident in your trio to win team fights. So maybe that's why there's a lot more fighting. But I will say Tactical Brits team actually bailed out of this fight. There was kind of a 3-team sandwich. And they said, yeah, not worth our time. Let's keep rotating. Don't need the kills. Just need to stay alive. So sure, high ground position and observatory is nice. You got a lot of information. You can rotate just about anywhere on the map. But you don't need to take the fights if you don't have to. So you're going to see Zanks just hang up here. You don't have to shoot down at Vikal and Nvidia, who have also been in observatory since the very beginning. Let those 2 teams fight.
I mean, so long as it's in circle, you can just kind of lay up there, bide your time. You mentioned Tactical Brit earlier, just found a good knock onto a neighboring team that was rotating through. Vikal and Co, I don't hate it, right? Just sit in the building. There is the team that just rotated up onto them, and honestly, peep this. This is the way to be.
It's the way to be indeed. In zone. Not having to take any fights. Hey, we're in Europe. Let's make some tea here, huh, Tiff?
I did just come back from London. I bought a ton of tea Goj.
Yeah,
that was like the one thing that I was like, I'm gonna bring back like 50 different blends. I don't know if there's 50, it's probably 10, but it seems like a lot.
I think we sip some tea at the top of the observatory and just wait for the next zone to see what we have to do. Obviously, there's always a big worry that we're hanging out in the high ground, team on the low ground. Oh, we're pushing a fight. Wait a minute. We're having some tea. All of a sudden, Pika says, peekaboo. Vikal popping through the front doors, pushing the fight. They got a knock. They're going to take care of that player advantage. One less team to worry about. I respect this aggressive push.
They had a trophy down. I don't think they were necessarily expecting such an aggressive push this early on, but they've really kind of put themselves into a corner. Nvidian, that was a good spot, but the moment you turn your back to Pika, you get annihilated. Super last standing. Unfortunately, going to be squad wiped. Hopefully, they still have the gulag. And man, Pika, I don't know what attack you just used there, but it was super effective.
I think the attack they used was player advantage, push the advantage. Got the nice knock on Vehicle, and they said, yep, let's get this team out of here. We want Observatory. Very well done. A couple other teams hanging out on the outside of Observatory, though. You got Mubisti's squad taking high ground, and a couple floaters around lingering. Continue to check in with some of our other squads. Rangito really had a great tournament, a fantastic showing. So again, King Benji, I was pretty impressed with this trio to be able to put up high kill games and have a chance at London. Didn't quite make it, Tiff, but hey, who knows? Wildcard could be their day.
They were so close. And across the way, you've got Team CGS, Kettles, and Dilly kind of just rotating on. A lot of teams just finding a building and bunkering down. Speaking of bunkering down, B Groovy, Robstar, and Ben, this looks real similar to what we just witnessed happen to Vehicle, and now Benny Central throwing down the drill charges, using the muni box to try and restock up on those. Quirky looking for the push alongside Revolt, but getting a little confused there, shooting at your teammate. Now we lose out on Revolt.
2v2, both traded out one. This is such a tough fight because you're like, I guess we take this. Like, we're already in it. Let's stay in it. Holding down the site like Quirky does get the better of one. Rob's down 2v1, but Quirky on death's door. Able to sneak out. Benny Central on top. Benny, can he make a 5-head play? Switches weapons. Gets a little bit of help from his teammate. Ben OG, though, closes the door on Quirky. Quirky has to reload. How does he get the down? Benny's still up. They've got a duo. Quirky and Benny go big for the team wipe.
Thinking that they still have Gulag, though. Since it's still early on, no one's burned that. We still only have one squad out of the lobby. Analysts are saying Team Smithy Slays is done and dusted, the first to exit. Let's see if Ulix, Unkyo, and Showstopper can keep the dream alive. Clocky and Co. flying in from the heli, and Zathu, Sisti, and Rake still on top here. You can see Diablo and Raz trying to push the issue here.
Yes, such a tough spot to be in if you're the Maze team. Like, you just layer caked up in, you know, the bottom floor of a building with 3 teams on it. Like, I mean, you don't really want to be here in a game where you just want to be the last team standing. Like, you know, refresh some of your resources if you need to, and then try to find an exit point. Like, there's just no reason. And all of a sudden, Showstopper, there's a helicopter above and just has to kind of sit here and wait. All it takes is that helicopter to explode, though, and Cam's in trouble.
I wish I would have drill charges and I would just be throwing them on my ceiling at this. Oh, Cam,
Sure.
how you tank that? Probably within an inch of his life. Has to put on at least 3 plates, but doesn't matter. Still up there. Showstopper's just like, yeah, whatever. This essentially parasite is just leeching off my building, but it's fine.
Yeah, I think we might have had a bomb squad perk there. I don't know, but stays up. Some more shots. A surprising amount of action. I mean, I guess we still have 45 teams here in the third circle, so maybe not surprising, but trios, it gives you this kind of air of confidence to take team fights, and especially if you're a team that was just so close to making London, you know you're a top fragger in the tourney. You've got the confidence to take every gunfight knowing you will win, not can. That oftentimes sets you apart from the other team. If they're playing too defensively, too cautiously, you lose out on games. Nice little trap here set up with Clocky, Cam all the way across on Ultimate High. Able to help out should things go awry for Clocky and Luigi. They're going to be chilling, though, with several teams below them, waiting on the circles.
The thing is, like, we talk about teams that are confident, but you have to take smart fights here. You're not pressed to engage early until you run out of space or someone completely full sends you, right? And you can see right here on your screen, Squad 47, Squad 31, Luria, Floozy, and Unreal down at the bottom right. Squads are still trying to make their way up towards the pass, and if I'm 47, you need to be very cautious of the teams that are holding the rooftops and they can get any kind of angle on you. That would be really unfortunate. So making sure that you're inside a building, out of cover, with bomb squad on, trophy systems, all of these will make life so much easier if teams try to infiltrate.
I love this map view. We've got a lot of teams. We've got a lot. Now, there's a couple here in Airport. They're going to have to rotate in. Team 36 in particular is way out there, and it's going to have to try to rotate through about 10 squads. They're on the edge of zone. It's almost comical at this point. Somebody's going to have to start pulling their triggers and taking shots, and it looks like it's going to be Liam. Already with the kill on the board. Isn't too afraid of aggression when, well, they're fighting for position, fighting for cover. inside a zone. There are so many teams like third party, but it's almost like, let's just like heads down, like sit in the toilet, you know, hang out. Just stay patient.
And they're just going to go ahead and hit the rotation, but they're getting peppered from afar. Team Porky was the team inside the building that just kind of turtled up. Lipton able to get into cover. Quirky going big off screen on Robstar's squad, but Porky and them, they just kind of stayed in the building. They didn't want a piece of that. It looks like they were able to get Aaron back up, but now they're relegated to a duo.
Yeah, you hate to not have player advantage, or at the very least, I guess, even up with some of the other teams that'll have full team of 3 going into the final couple circles. Here's the big question mark, Tiff. I know there was a poll that went on in Repulse's chat during this watch party of like, who, like, is it going to end in a heal off? Like, that's a real possibility. Like, we need to make sure we have resources. I don't care about kills. Positioning is going to be super helpful. We need a durable gas mask. We need potentially some stems. We need munitions boxes for smokes for rotation so we can hit some of those rotations early. Like, resources are going to be king. If, like, this team doesn't have a gas mask, I don't care if you're last alive, you're dead. Like, you have to have a gas mask to win this, in my opinion.
All right, so let's talk about it then. You can see, meanwhile, you got Chow, Nobu, Bling. That's a very similar building to which we had witnessed Morpheus, that inevitable kill in that clip that we were talking about where they lost out by 1 point. Doesn't matter now. They're qualified. They're going to Global Finals in London. I think you're right. Durable gas mask, stims for sure, and you need player advantage. That way, if you have 3 players up, you can carry 3 munition boxes and keep that rotating between the team.
That's exactly right. Here we go. Sader's team had a fantastic tournament today, just not quite good enough. One of the bigger games we saw all day today without even winning it. I think they get the 1.8 times multiplier. It was a near 50-point game. Only shadowed in comparison to that final, that big map there from Shucks' team for a 58-pointer. This circle is an interesting one, too. Like, likely you see way less teams if our circle started closing on an area that is like out in the open, right? Of course. But as the circle closes in on a sizable amount of buildings, I mean, you could see 40 teams into the 7th circle, Tiff. It's a real possibility.
Yeah, at this point in time, we're usually setting about 30 squads, and now you can see 43 as squad 37 was just full wiped, done and dusted. Gulag is closed, no chance for them. Meanwhile, you've got the mortars coming in on Nobu, Spartan, and Co., and they're able to withstand the aggression. But we are closing in towards Akhtar Village, which will have the layer cake in effect. But you can see Nobu, Spartan, and Co., they're going to rotate out to the next building, try to get ever so closely to the next zone, but Team Klua on the ground and a little bit of an engagement. Now Bling CJ, they might be a third party to it, but they need to focus on that rotation because 48 seconds, but you don't want to be caught up in the last bit of people rotating.
There are so many teams holding these rotators. Like, this is going to be brutal, not you know, let alone the people behind you. Bling CJ's team went early. They went first, which is oftentimes a boom, but everyone is following them. Chow isolated from Bling CJ and Nobu. Now all 3 of them in trouble, taking shots from multiple angles. This is what happens when you get to these spots early. They may have taken a gamble on where the zone would locate to, and they lost that gamble. Or maybe thought they'd be okay, but so many teams left. 41 now as everyone tries to rotate into Village.
Nobu Spartan still up, able to grab a knock. Hamsta, though, has left the high ground. Bouncing Betty going out. Explosions all around, trying to locate. He's getting shot in the back and plate forward. You can see they're swarming here against Squad 38. Another bouncing Betty popping the Muni. Not a bad call there. And Sniper Pigna drops all the way down, trying to rotate in, but you're going to put yourself in the line of sight. Can we do it? Smoke and run, baby.
On the kill field there, Rakes actually wiped almost the entirety of Pro Urson squad with a precision airstrike. Got 2 out of 3. Looks like they just cleaned up Nova, so could see Nova down and dusted inside the lobby. Sniper Pigna last alive for this Pele squad after, again, a fantastic tournament, just not quite good enough. Sniper is gonna have to do it all by themselves.
Oh, look at that. Had enough cash to get 1 member of the squad back as we close in further on Akhtar Village. This is the free cam shot that just completely encompasses everything. 41 squads, Circle 6 closing in 20 seconds, almost finished there. As you can see, our players making their way in. Joker, Lola, Lenzo. Look, Lola won the first map of the Vondel games yesterday. She can put it down when she needs to, has a mortar strike and a trophy, but is just trying to pave the way and get inside. But all of the buildings, all of the space is already taken. You're gonna have to fight for it. You can see the team that we were just on rotating into the building with squad 24 and 41.
Team 6 looking pretty solid there. Junior's team holding down a building. Mubisi trying to contest it on the right. You see Ghoul, one of my picks to win this in a team fight with several squads there on the right-hand side of your screen. Holy cow. It is a battle for buildings. The teams that got there first have an advantage, but some of these squads are doing such a great job of pushing with smokes to enter in from the bottom floor, and then they just have to win their team fight.
Zamza and Co are just to the bottom left of your map alongside squad 41. Satyr going big, wiping 46. Sisti, Zathu, they missed out on London early in the map series by 0.8, I believe, and now looking to solidify those spots, but they found themselves outside of the zone pool and they have to rotate, but not before the main squad is pushing the issue, and they have a line of sight. That's going to be Quirky and Co on ultimate high ground.
I don't know what Maze can do here. We're burning our gas mask early. That's the thing to think about. It's less about these fights. Like, if you win them, you win them. If you don't, sorry. But even if you lose, you're burning your gas mask by taking these fights. So early in, I say early, but early in our 7th circle here, there's still 30 teams left. You don't have any resources. Get to the zone if you can. Win your gunfight. Maze somehow sneaks through. You see a lone Nubu Spartan running around like a chicken with his head cut off. There are so many squads. This is unprecedented. Being able to see this from the Codcaster is so special. There's our first moving zone.
Team Scuffology is wiped. EU Ghost on your screen, picking up alongside Tactical Brit and Co. But Sisti, Zathu, they're still alive. Looks like they potentially burned their mobile buyback. They've burned a revive pistol. They've burned their gas masks, but they're still alive. They're still going.
I would venture to say still alive and barely breathing is the way to think about it in terms of resources. Next zone. They've set up well for next zone. They actually have a pathway here on kind of the parapets, if you will, of this stronghold. I mean, this is chaos.
We knew this was gonna happen. There's 20 squads up. Circle 8 closing in 26 seconds, still pulling. You can see squad 43, squad 20, squad 33 trying to make that early rotation. And just like that, Ghoul has moved up, kind of mirroring the positioning that we just saw squad Zathu taking. We're down to 15 squads, 26 players in this lobby. It's going to come down to a war of attrition, Goj.
Well, this is my team that I chose, and they're going to win their gunfight. Maze wins. Still up, and look where the other 2 Maze members are at. They took ultimate high, and it's slightly inside of zone. They're not having to burn gas. Ghoul's on the move. Will Goj be the prediction god here? It's possible, but Raz is in trouble. Tiff, I saw your team VDAT was alive here a moment ago. Is he still alive? I don't know. Raz looking for their first kill, or rather just looking for a gas mask, something to stay alive. Gone. Ghoul last alive. I think they just got wiped. Not the prediction god. Still top 10 though. Look who could be the prediction god. Reflections called out. Pentagon, Fuzzin, Kazar found a gas mask on the ground. Fuzzin just hanging out in Storm with a couple stims. Will the heal off commence? Top 6 scenario. This is nuts.
Pentagon, CGS, Lola last alive, but she's going to be pushed off the high ground into it. But the player advantage, that's going to go to Tactical Brit. How all 3 of them are still alive, I don't even know. One member going to fall, though. Lola gives her life to make that happen. One last member of Pentagon squad finally coming in, but...
No way. It's Tactical Brit versus the world. 3 teams left. Tactical Brit and Ghost have the zone. Joshi pushes, misses. It comes down. Pentagon's out. Joshi out of there. Tactical Brit They call him Tactical for a reason. We will see you in London, my friend. I don't think you have to go very far to meet us at the Copper Box Arena, but congratulations. Unreal situation at the end. Tactically played their life so well, played as a team so well, took over zone, had player advantage, had the resources to win, and then wins the final gunfight. Call it RNG. I call it Tactical Brit coming out on top.
Let's run back that winning moment.
Precision, by the way, precision.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to bleed.
Yeah, I'm good. Okay, smokes. On me. One guy on me. Played up. He's cooling. They're outside of the zone. One more behind you.
Let's go! Let's go! No! No way! No, boys! No way! You boys! Bro! No! Let's fucking go! I've just busted my microphone. I've just taken it off the clamp. Oh my god! No chance we just done that. No!
Unbelievable. I love the reaction. I think he said he busted his microphone. Tactical Brit's team takes it all the way to the finish line. This was one of the invited squads to the LCQ TIFF. They played in the stage 1. They tried to battle for stage 2. Didn't quite come out on top. And today they got 28th overall. But when it comes down to the wild card, when it comes down to winning a map, they've done it.
They did everything that they needed to do, and you're right. Just last night, Tactical Brit was like, hey, secured a captain spot for the LCQ. Need 2 demons to run with, you know. Always that looking for team. Picks up EU Ghost and Co. They, like, Peters has played custom since for Dance. Then you've got EU Ghost, who's a Warzone player for Forbidden. Massive success there. But the fact that they went into that final zone with all 3 members is so incredibly impressive. And wow. I have nothing else to say. Congratulations, boys. See you in London.
What a way to finish out the EU LCQ. The wildcard play was nuts. Check out Tactical Brit on YouTube. Certainly Tactical. If you've earned that name, you certainly have. Now, let's take it to the desk and see what they have to say about that wildcard game.
I can't believe it. So I was looking at it 17 minutes in, and we had only lost 1 team. That was it. And we started off with a rooftop X12 fight. And at that point, I was like, yo, Ghost, like, these guys are just throwing it all. And, like, I was just like, dude, things are about to start getting crazy. But things did get crazy. Dream. That was chaos. That was said multiple times. We were saying that, too, in our little chat that we have as well. I mean, it was just so many teams in the final zones all fighting to stay alive.
Yeah, like, that was complete chaos. I was like, is this the first moving zone and we still have 25 teams left? And hey, Reflections, I thought that your team was going to win. Like, it literally looked like Pentagon and them, like, I thought they had it.
I know, man. I was so pumped, too, because you have Goes, right? Enigma, who's like, I'm going to be the prediction god. And, you know, hey, he likes to brag, right, whenever he's right. So I was like, please, no. Although I don't have a dog in the fight if Maze won. But when I saw Pentagon, top 3, Pentagon trying to stay alive, I was like, yo, this would be crazy. And I know we're a supporter of him, right? But he doesn't get it in the end, but that's okay. Tactical Brit does. Walk me through what your mindset was watching this, Enigma, because it was totally different from what we've seen throughout all of the stage 1 and stage 2 qualifiers.
Well, I was trying to watch, like, I was going through the various streams, and I'm trying to see if basically these teams have resources. Essentially, do they have themselves? You know, I saw Chowie at one stage. He had a helicopter. He had durables. He had stims, munitions boxes, and you could see that some teams were just trying to set this up so that they were in a position for endgame where they can essentially hang out in the gas for as long as possible. I think because of where the end zone ends up around Village, doesn't matter as much as if you would got like an open zone, because a lot of teams get cut down on the way in, but the way that end circle plays out is disgusting, because there was a lot of teams kind of trying to find a couple of corners, a cubby hole to lie in perhaps, and let everyone else fight it out. And then the circle goes, no, boys, we're going to just sit in the middle of an open street and you can all come and meet over here. And it turns into an absolute bloodbath. But tactical by name, tactical by nature, the Brit comes out on top, and we will be seeing him and his trio in London.
That's wild to me, man. It's got to be such a good feeling. This is getting down to the final moments, and it had to be so tense, right? I mean, smoke everywhere. You've got the gas closing in. You've got outlier players. For example, player 4 on the minimap, right? It was Pentagon who was coming through. He gets mowed down, and then you follow suit for the last one who tries to get into the safety of what was that safe zone. And unfortunately, it doesn't work for those 2 players, but fortunately for Tactical Brit Peters as well as Ghost, it does. And it's gotta feel so good. Tactical Brit makes great content. He's been a Warzone player for some time, Dream, right? So to see him go to London, it means not only a lot to him and his team, but also probably to his fans.
Absolutely. I mean, just with the performances too, just carrying on through that last stage, and then you're playing with Jeff, you make roster changes, and then like, okay, then you don't have a roster. You're like, all right, well, I got an invite. Let's just pick up 2 random demons. And then the fact that they've never played together before, hey, they got all the time in the world. They got, well, I shouldn't say all the time in the world, but they have some time to practice before the global finals now.
That's right. They have some time to practice, and practice they will. We had a couple of teams that we interviewed, or players that we interviewed. Like, we only had like 2 days of practice, or we just formed this team, and you know, they still did well. Now this team's going to be solid going into the World Series Warzone Global Finals. But what chaos that was! I'm glad we introduced that as the final game. It just it was something fun to watch, and I would love to talk to some players and kind of get their mindset as to what they were thinking about it, because it was just, again, so very different, and it made the gulags Enigma that much more high pressure, right? Because normally you go into it, it's like, okay, I'll just get bought back, but there's no guarantees when it comes to this wildcard match.
Yeah, no, it was tense. Every single gunfight, you could see, although there wasn't as much of like a running away sort of thing as you maybe see in like the solo YOLO, there's a lot of teams just respecting each other. Okay, you can have that building, we'll stay over here. Don't bother us, we won't bother you. Kind of drawing a line in the sand, so to speak. So, I mean, the thing that I think is absolutely incredible, though, that when we talked about this wildcard map coming up, anyone could win. Tactical Brit and his team, they come in, and you said they picked up those boys last minute. I saw him on the timeline. He was looking around for some people to play with. Today, they come 28th. They pick up 29 kills throughout the afternoon. It's neither here nor there. It's smack bang in the middle of the pile, and none of that matters. Wildcard is wildcard. Winner takes it all, and they will be there.
You know, one team, Dream, that I thought could have a chance was going back to Goj's team, Maze. They had this brilliant moment where you had one guy who was like low ground, you know, trying to slay out and just stay alive. You had 2 that found a sliver of safe zone on top of that tower. And just, that's miraculous in itself, right? Because you never know where the moving zones are going to go, but yet they find, and they both stack on top of each other to find that safe zone. It doesn't work out, but it almost was a brilliant play.
Yeah, for sure. Like the positionings that they were holding is key. But I mean, just the fact that they were in a position to trade, but also the fact that the zone does matter, and sometimes it might pull you off of those spots. We saw a couple of teams too using bomb squad. Heals were essential, revives, muni boxes, but the gas mask plays, that is what is like key, essential, especially in this last drop. You have to have as many resources and utility as you can as possible, because so many teams there too at the end died to streaks as well.
Tied to streaks. I was like, wow, this is looking like a real battlefield. Ghosh said this emulates like real war and stuff. I don't know if we go that far, but it was chaos when you had at least that, I want to say 30 trios in the final zones, moving zones anyways. You had precision airstrikes, mortar strikes, just literally everything raining down, and everybody clamoring for the only safety, which were the buildings, you know, which of course that's what you naturally want. But it was great. It was great to watch. Chat, let us know what you think about it, because I had a lot of fun with it. And NA tomorrow, Enigma, what is NA tomorrow going to look like? Because you got a lot of aggressive players, much like you do for NA, but they're going to have to go through the same gauntlet.
Absolutely. And I sat in Tommy's stream during this wildcard map, and he was kind of talking about his excitement for tomorrow, because there's so many storylines, teams that have broken up, beef on the timeline, and everything that goes into that. Obviously, teams that perhaps you won't expect to qualify but could well do through the wildcard. There's so many different things going on tomorrow afternoon. It is well worth a watch. It will most certainly not be a repeat of today, because as you've seen, these maps are complete chaos. Anything can happen at any moment. So looking forward to that. I unfortunately won't be taking part in that, but I will be watching, because I'm looking forward to seeing who joins us in London. NA though, I don't know if I should even try and make any predictions because so far this afternoon we've all been pretty bad at those. Like we've not done well, have we?
We haven't done well. We tried. We definitely tried. Well, to your credit, though, and I will give you credit, you were the one to kind of point out Rocket & Co., right? And they were the #1 team. They tore it up. So prediction-wise, you were on top of it. So I will give you that. But hey, good stuff all around. I think it's time for an interview. Let's go ahead and bring in one of the winners from, or excuse me, no interview. We have no interview. That's okay, though, because the tweets that I've been seeing on the timeline, it's kind of a little mini interview for me. I know for Tactical Brit, he tweeted out, you know, what have we just done? 24 hours ago, we were forming this team, and now they won. So social medias are going to be popping up, blowing up. But Dream, it's been a run, right, for the EU boys and girls trying to qualify today. These are going to be, or these are your top 5 teams who ended up qualifying today. And we take a look through all of them. Standout team, Rocket, but Tony White being up top is pretty big.
For sure. Tony White up top. A lot of that, again, we did not speculate to happen, but of course,
that's right.
Brello & Co., just to be able to keep that consistency throughout the game, as well as Rocket and Shucks, that big game. That was just crazy to be able to put them in that fourth place spot.
It was huge. It was, here we go, 50 players left last circles. Wow, this is why all those tweets started to come through. I agree. I mean, it was just crazy, this end game, and it was so funny because I was looking at the tower, I was looking at Twitch chat. There, that big Dandro popping through. Okay, talk about Tactical Brit. There's Goj. But I was seeing some people in Twitch chat were like, man, you know, I tune in just to watch these guys camp. Little did they know what was going to be taking place once the game was coming to an end, right, a conclusion. But what a day it was for EU, and that's it, right? That's all our EU teams that are going to make it through for the global finals. 5 more spots still to go. That's NA. That's going to be taking place tomorrow, same time, 1 o'clock Eastern time. But all good things must come to an end. Enigma, I pass it to you. Thank you so much for being here, and I know you've been liking your EU boys and girls, playing it out. What's your key takeaways from today, and what's your final words?
Well, first of all, it's been an absolute pleasure alongside yourself, Ellen, Goj, and Tiff, and of course the wonderful crew in the back. Thank you very much for having me on. And I've said it a couple of times throughout these weeks while I've been on. My final takeaway is EU on top. You wait until we hit that copper box, Juki's FIFA kill, and the rest of those boys are going to go absolutely nuts. I can't wait.
I can't wait either, FIFA. Juki kills. It's going to get fun. If Juki's as confident as he is online as he is in person, I can't wait to see his interviews and what he's going to be saying to the competition. Dream, always great to be alongside of you, or beside you. Jesus. Hey, Dream, it's always great to be with you. What's your final words before we get out of here?
I know what you meant. We can technically slap fans, right? But no, today was crazy. Honestly, everything I feel like that we expected, some unexpected things, but tomorrow it's going to be insane. I cannot wait. And well, that discussion, whether or not NA-EU on top, I guess we'll just find out later, Enigma, when we see you in London for sure. I cannot wait for that conversation, because whoever's going to take it at that global LAN, and whoever has the LAN experience too, it's going to be an awesome thing to see. I can't wait.
It definitely is, and I can't wait to get on the desk with really Enigma at this point, with Danjo joining, and then we get that NA-EU banter going. It's going to be a ton of fun because he's going to be repping his region for sure. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here for the World Series of Warzone EU Last Chance Qualifier. Tomorrow is going to be NA, and what a day it's going to be for all of us as talent, our production crew, you in chat. Thank you so much for being here. Be back tomorrow, same time as NA battle for the last 5 spots.